If I'm in second place and you pass me, what place are you in?
First.
First place.
Yes.
I'm in second place and you pass me. Well, how would you be in first place?
Because I passed you. I passed you, so I'm in first.
I'm in second place, though.
Congratulations. Now I'm in first because I passed you. I passed you. Are we running? Are we driving? It doesn't matter. I passed you. I'm in first.
Go ahead, Mel. Take us home. Final thoughts.
If you can't be good at it. Peace, everybody.
Pearl. Some people get a microphone and suddenly think they experts on life, talking shit about everybody else without living any of it. And the funniest part, they always think you're talking about somebody else. Nah, bitch. I'm talking about you. Pearly things. Just pearly things. Just pearly things. Pearl, you ain't built for this. You just loud on cue. Talk big in the comments, in person you see through. Daddy bought your platform, that's not something you do. You a bargain bin philosopher screaming shit that ain't true. Oh Lord, you judge wives and moms like you know that life. Bitch, you never even been a girlfriend. Cut the hype, no ring, no man, no kid, not a wife. But swear you got answers on how women should live right. Oh Lord Jesus, you even went to white school, girl. What was the plot? Dropped out quicker than your logic. Shit, you learned none on the spot. How you major in marriage and still forgot. Respect start at home and you ain't gotta lie. Oh Lord, look at that. Your mama fought for women to rise. She lifted people up while you tearing down lies. If you hate a message that deep inside, you could've just got therapy instead of living in spite. Oh Lord, help. And that fucking singing, girl, please stop. Your guitar sound like it's getting mugged by a cop. Your voice crack every note like it fell off a rooftop. Even the violin said, bitch, we calling a swap. Oh Lord, no. That slavery song you made, what the fuck was that? It sounded like your mic quit. I'm not doing that. Even your guitar strings dipped, grabbed the bag, left the track. Shit so embarrassing, even trolls held back. Oh Lord have mercy. You shit on black women for clout you can't earn, but they did a homeless fat dude, yeah. Now tables turn. You talk reckless then vanish when the heat returns. Your hypocrisy so loud it make my speakers burn. Oh Lord, he did not. You talk like you brilliant, but you dumb as hell. Trying to coach women with a resume that wouldn't sell. Bitch, you couldn't give advice to a Taco Bell bell. You the punchline version of morality fail. Oh Lord, drag her. So Pearl, fictional, baby, stay in your lane. You out here preaching shit with zero fucking brain. These violins cut deep like razor blade pain. Choir screaming, oh Lord, while I roast you again. Oh Lord. Hey, who we talking about? Just Pearly things. Say it one more time. Just Pearly things. Girl, every time you talk, it's the same dumb act. Big mouth online, but your real life crack. You argue like you feel, but you vote on the impact. In the choir in the back yelling, oh Lord, that's fact. Your whole damn vibe just bullshit stack. Fake ass wisdom with a Walmart act. You talk tough, baby, but you can't talk back. In the choir in the back yelling, just Pearly things. Funny thing is, I wasn't even trying to flame you. I thought maybe I could teach you something. But why the fuck would I tutor somebody who copies opinions for homework and still fails the test? Some people get better when they get a mic. You just got louder. And if being loud was talent, you finally be good at something. Class dismissed.
Good morning, family. What's good? Let me get some background music going on. Yeah, bro. All right, so we got that one. Hey, shout out to Adrian Nicole, new member over at Auntie's The Boiler Room. We are simulcasting at both the home of the official YT Purge and Auntie's The Boiler Room. This is Sunday Coffee and Chill. We are a little bit late this morning. You know what I'm saying? Long night. But we are going to get right into it. And let me give a shout out to the Untouchables for that diss track on Just Pasty Fangs. Hey, man, the wonders of AI, man. That shit was on point. Lyrics was on point, and so were the visuals and the graphics. Before we get started, let me remind everybody, make sure you guys like, share, subscribe. All right, hit the notification bell, the Cash App. Super Chat's also available. Shout out to D in the chat. You know, D the Degenerate. What up? Support with the $5 ball. Appreciate that. All right. So, been a pretty damn eventful weekend thus far. You know, so the pasty chick has been making her rounds, and apparently a lot of folks have gotten triggered. Now, I've tried to tell people that you got to be extremely careful when you're dealing with people of this pasty fangs bitch ilk, right? Because these people trolls. Like, the chick's a troll. You know, and that's obvious. You know, now, is she very good at it? You say tomato, I say tomato. I personally don't really think so, because I think this is the type of person you just kick her in her ass and send her on her way. But I also want to give a shout out to Freezy, No Captivity with Freezy, because he actually had Obsidian on his panel the other night. It wasn't a one-on-one. It was like a round robin. Obsidian ran the gauntlet. Kind of went at it with Q Butter, and a lot of people, brought up a bunch of different things. Pastor brought up some shit from an old internet bill. People brought up a bunch of other stuff that Obsidian has said, things that he may have done in the space, whatever, right? But nobody brought up the fact that Obsidian kind of did roll out the red carpet for this just pasty fangs bitch, a few years ago. Now, I mean, you can roll out the red carpet for whoever it is that you want to roll it out for, that's fine. But the issue is, and this is just my opinion on it, the issue is these people will come into predominantly black spaces and try to turn any topic into some kind of racially charged topic because it's pretty fucking basic. It's easy to do. Okay. So I'm not going to spend too much time, monologuing and talking about that because we did get started a little bit late today. All right. But I do want to show an exchange from Freezy's show the other night with Q Butter because it was pretty funny. These two were kind of going at it, roasting each other, and that's one thing. Now, we're also going to get into the pasty debacle because it seems to be just a little bit of shit between, the not just the Untouchables and the pasty chick, but kind of the Untouchable crew kind of, went at it internally. Now, hopefully that's a, family affair. They'll bicker, they'll fuss, they'll fight, and then everything will be back cool. Everybody will be fine. But I was on Fatty's panel, asked him and Ali a few questions, and shout out to them. They answered, most of the questions for the most part. They said they got blindsided by the pasty fangs bitch. The topic was supposed to be relationships. It was on their ladies first show, and her goal was to talk about quote unquote black fatigue. Now, I'm going to segue into a lot of different things. This isn't a morning rant. I'm going to get into the whole fair use aspect of shit. But you got to ask yourself why. Somebody that literally looks like Snuffleupagus from fucking Sesame Street, right? This chick looks like every bit of a woolly mammoth from the fucking Ice Age that's soaked. Yeah, that's legit soaked in sewer water. This bitch looks exactly like that. Real shit. Like exactly like that.
Go ahead, Mel. Take us home. Final thoughts.
If you can't be good at it. Peace, everybody.
Pearl.
Yeah, that's what that bitch look like. Straight Snuffleupagus. This is like a fucking Muppet, right? But why would you even allow somebody like that in this space? And why would they be so... What up, Maurice? Maurice Delk, in the building. Why would they rush to be in these spaces and have these conversations if the goal isn't to trigger and get a rise out of folks? I'm also going to break down her appearance on the lead attorney, because the lead attorney was able to not just make her look stupid, but as uninformed as she actually is. Hey, Maurice Delk, I'm going to show you where the white women at. We actually got a show that's primarily centered around a white woman today. So that's what white women, they over here today. All right. So here, let me get into this. Don't even waste time with this shit. Don't even waste time with it. Right. All right, so this is the way it went down on the lead attorney show. He was breaking down a video. I guess this was supposed to be some kind of debate between Just Pasty and Andrew Wilson. I just found out about this yesterday, and apparently, she put it up. she pulls up and they have a little like 10-minute, spar war with each other. Not even like a spar or war, but they kind of just argue, some facts, stats, and things like that. Because a lot of people are good with these statistics. They understand that these statistics are skewed. They can spit out a lot of shit. People are Google scholars now. But he was able to argue the fact that this woman does not know both sides, cannot speak on a lot of shit. This is why I try to tell folks that one sub count really means very little when it comes to their intellect. Just because a lot of people listen to you and you're able to build a buzz on social media doesn't mean that you know what it is that you're talking about. And this is about to be proven right here on this stream right here. Watch this.
They got some business about themselves. All right. Shout out to Coach Greg, but I'm really not down in the JUCO. Now that don't mean I don't want to be all the time, but a 21-year-old, I want to have some deep, thoughtful conversations. They can't really do it. Not their fault. So I do like a woman with a certain style. I will say this though, when I get that woman in the bedroom, I want her to be a degenerate. I do. I want to do things.
What up, Stacey?
I need her to degenerate before me. Degenerate. That's what I don't know, all gays are degenerate. I don't know. I need some degeneration. When I'm in the bedroom, does that make me bad? Does that make me a degenerate now? Am I a degenerate now? Probably. So, I don't know. But at any rate, Andrew thinks that all these women out here are degenerate. Not women, sorry, strike that. All these gays are degenerates. And maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong, but I love a woman that's going to break it down and degenerate before me. I'll tell you that right now. All right, so shout out to the degenerate. Put a 1 in the chat if you love some degeneration. Ain't nothing like a combination of imagination and degeneration. Woo! I'll bring the imagination. You bring the degeneration. And
Just
that's
wait.
a hell of a combination. This is off the dome. Right? All right. So we are talking about this debate here between the one and only Just Pearly Things and the one and only Andrew Wilson. And we got Pearl up in the house. Shout out to Just Pearly Things.
What up, Aries?
Can we hear you?
Now look at this shit. You got to ask yourself, why would somebody like this, somebody that looks like they are every bit of pushing fucking 70, but yet they are actually only pushing maybe about 30? All right. As pasty as the fucking day is long, right? Like, she's probably going to have to sleep with a fucking retainer for at least another, 5, 6, 7 years. Shit like that. Like this chick also looks like she's probably got to comb out, a good 3, 4, 5 hours worth of fucking lice every goddamn morning, middle of the day, afternoon, all of that shit. Why would this individual actually want to come into predominantly black spaces and talk about race, if not to make black folks look stupid, or try to? But I think she goes a little further than that. The woman doesn't even just try to make black folks look stupid. She tries to make them look violent, okay? Violent, like total damn degenerates, just beneath her. And I think Lead Attorney is about to prove that. So let's watch this.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, your volume is loud and clear.
Oh, she can't tan. Like, it's just, hey, there is no tan in here. What up, Cynical One? There's burn, there's peel. There's burn, there's peel. There's burn, there's peel. There's no fucking tan in there anywhere. Anywhere. There's burn, there's peel, there's shed on the furniture, burn and peel. Shed on the furniture, burn and peel. Shed on the furniture, shed on the furniture, shed on the furniture. Okay? Like, this is the type of bitch you don't even want to use the public washing machine after this bitch. Like, for real. You got like laundry day, you want to wash your damn bedspreads and your comforters and shit, and you got a normal size washing machine, you like, whatever, you know what I'm saying? I'll take these to the laundromat because they're a little larger. I don't want to clog up my shit. Then you end up with all types of shit on your damn bedspread because this bitch used the washing machine before you because you never get it out. I'm just saying, though. Just saying. But let's get into it.
Awesome.
Thanks for having a degenerate like me.
We're talking about it. Okay. What did you think about this debate? How did you think it went? You know, Andrew has really positioned himself.
Wet dog, a fistful of sweaty pennies, and some stale 2-3 week old sat on the countertop bologna. That's likely what this shit smell like.
So maybe alongside of Destiny, as you know, him and Destiny, the 1-2 power debaters on all of YouTube. So, you know, it's a thing to kind of go against someone whose whole job is to debate, especially, you know, on the whatever podcast. He's got a lot of experience doing this. Kind of, what did you think about the debate in general?
Oh, I mean, he's a better debater than me. I just expected to lose. You know?
do you
Oh,
think?
yeah. I mean, I go in, I'm like, this is going to be an L. And if I take any W's, because just like from I mean, Andrew's been up against the best and won.
Mm-hmm.
I've gone up against the best and won some and lost some, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I expected to lose. Go ahead.
Do you think that you lost this debate?
The first one I did, I thought I won.
Wait. So you guys had debated before this one?
Yeah, there was a part. This was actually a part 2. So we did a debate at a table. And it was actually meant to be more of a sit down, but I just kept asking him the question, what's in it for men to get married? And it's kind of the concept behind the documentary is like, nobody really has an answer. And I actually expected him to agree with me. So it sort of turned into a debate that I didn't think was going to be a debate. And then round 2, yeah, he came in hot and heavy. He had his facts ready to go. Yeah, the first one, I don't know. I don't think he thought it was an ambush, but it was like it was almost like a debate that came up that neither of us thought would be a debate. And then I thought I won that on accident. And then number 2, I went in and I'm like, I'm about to get cooked. So we'll see how this goes.
And how do you think it went? So what we're watching now, this is the second debate, right? So how do you think this one went? Do you feel like you won the first one by accident? What do you think about this one?
I thought maybe a draw.
A draw?
I thought maybe a draw. What I was trying to point out is there's like 2 different types of conversations. And so there's like debate with facts, data, and statistics. But in the dating process, that's not going to help you. You know, because before you give a prescription to someone, you're going to ask like 20 questions first. You know what I'm saying? So like, okay, I want a virgin wife, let's say. Then you might actually go to the junior college. Maybe they're there. I don't know.
Okay, you know? Shout out to Coach Greg.
You know, but I just think a lot of times in like these conversations, we kind of lose that like debates aren't really pragmatic and trying to come up with solutions. It's just like who's going to win. You know, it's just each person trying to show they're right. So.
It's interesting. What points, you say you think this was a draw. What good points do you think that Andrew made about this to kind of get the draw?
This was a few months ago, so I don't remember everything, but
this is a few months ago. Okay, so
yeah,
this might not be fresh in your mind at all.
No, but I remember he knew the facts, like the statistics, a little better than me.
Mm-hmm.
And that's usually where I kind of go wrong, is I can't, like, there's some people that just, probably you were a lawyer, right? So where they can just remember every little thing and every study and just exactly how it was, and I just sometimes forget.
Yeah, I'm sure, I'm 100% sure that I know way less statistics than even you. I know I am the least knowing statistics of all the people in the space. So that's interesting. So knowing the statistics, it can kind of give you some ammunition in these debates, at least theoretically. What did you think that you made good points on for you to get the draw? Do you remember? I know this isn't fresh in your head, so these might not be fair questions.
Yeah, I mean, I remember thinking that I did think that I exposed that there wasn't really real solutions here. That it was just kind of like, and I still didn't think he had an answer for what's in it for men. I thought that wasn't great for him. But yeah, maybe he won a little bit more. I don't know. I'd have to remember. But I know I went in expecting to lose, and I did better than I thought.
Oh, I hear you. Throughout this, it was very clear that you did not want to give men any advice. You didn't want to, quote unquote, make any prescriptions. And I'll be honest, I found that kind of odd. I know, on the one hand, to be fair to you, that people are, since you got on this thing, people have been on your ass about not being married and not having kids with the type of content that you say. But at the same time,
and they should be on her ass, but I'm pretty sure she doesn't have much of an ass to be on. That's kind of what it is. There's a lot of folks in these spaces that like to talk about a lot of shit that not only do they not know anything about, have never even experienced the shit that their content is primarily about. That's why I said, in these spaces, you've got known damn nationalists and white supremacists and shit that call people racist. You've got people that stalk folks, on here. I got some motherfuckers in the clouds and the bushes right now, hating and shit, and they'll want to call me a stalker. Like, they'll call people stalkers when they're the ones stalking motherfuckers, doing crazy shit, and won't even smash the damn dislike button. You know what I'm saying? They'll just send false flag, whatever. They'll do that. So you got a lot of hypocrisy. And somebody like this Pearl bitch, she will call herself an anti-feminist when she is every bit of a fucking feminist. Like, every bit of it. Fix this. Like, every bit. The way she moves, the shit she talks about, everything that she has to say. This bitch is full on feminist. But this is common. There's a lot of do as I say, not as I do, not as I live, or any of that shit. Because it's pretty evident, it's pretty obvious. And it's not just because she's damn near 30, she's never been married, has no fucking children, any of that. I get it. It's 2025. You could be just waiting for the right person and all of that other shit. Cool. Waiting for the right time and the right person. Pay attention to the way she even moves around in the fucking business world and her mentality when it comes to shit. There's a level of entitlement that she feels as though she has when she shows up to people's channels that are smaller than her. And She is really about that business and that business first. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. It's just call a spade a spade. This woman lives and moves like a goddamn 1970s, 1980s feminist. She just says she's the opposite.
I said that I don't know anybody who's talked to, let's say, more people than you, more men and more women about this stuff. So it seems to me that you have some very valuable information. Maybe, for example, taking something easy about the value of prenups. So why is it that you are very stark in saying that you don't want to give men any type of advice? You don't want to tell them, for example, hey guys, if you get married, get a prenup. Why is that?
Oh, I don't want to be liable.
Be liable.
I try to stay descriptive. These are the facts. You gotta take it and do with it what you must.
Mm-hmm. But you're a professional volleyball player, right? You would tell people, give tips on how to improve in volleyball. You are a professional and excellent podcaster, YouTuber. You do tell people how to improve, men and women, how to improve on YouTube and podcasting. Why is this carve out here for all the great information that you have gleaned from talking to all these men and women for these years? Why don't you want to offer any suggestions on how to improve their relationship?
It's just how I want to do it.
There's no rationale behind it?
No, it's just how I want to do it.
All right.
How can somebody that's never had and isn't even on their way to having a successful relationship with anything other than a fucking microphone, this bitch doesn't even have a successful relationship with a bottle of conditioner and or shampoo? But yet she's supposed to be the advocate on advice on healthy relationships. Make it make sense.
It's the Woody. It is what it is, lead attorney. Fantastic. These debates are kind of they've been blowing up the spot. It's kind of its own kind of meta, its own kind of niche. Have you debated anybody else on these topics?
I haven't done as many debates recently.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think the marriage one. No, I've been kind of just doing like my own thing, so I haven't done as much.
Got you. And y'all know just Pearly Things over 2 million subscribers. If everybody knows who she is, only 800 people in here. But if you don't, you can absolutely check her out. She talks a lot about marriage and relationships and divorce and
lately black fatigue. Oh, I just been doing my own thing. No.
The dangers that can come with divorce and marriage if you're not careful. Did you watch the debate between Coach Greg Adams and Andrew?
Yeah, I did.
What did you think about that?
I'm a fan of both of them. I did think CGA won.
Oh, somebody write CGA in the damn chat. Somebody write CGA.
CGA lost a few points for me. He started going like to the ad hominems, and I do think that kind of that takes away from it. But yeah, I thought he won.
Why did you think CGA won?
I just thought that he made more sense when I listened to it. I can't remember word for word, but
Got you. In this debate that you had with Andrew, do you remember, and I know it was a while back, but do you remember just being surprised at something that you felt like he didn't understand or he wasn't kind of understanding from the points that you were making?
Yeah, do you know what? I thought that his position would be, you know what, it is an unfavorable deal. Men don't get much out of it. However, there are situations where it could make sense for certain men. But I thought just like on a general, I mean, The state of fat wives in America alone.
Oh my gosh, here come the whales, right?
Yeah, I mean, just the state of obesity. It's got to be a losing deal. 80% of women gain 20 pounds or more in the first 5 years of marriage.
80% of women gain 20 pounds or more in the first 5 years of marriage.
Yo, this has got to be a fucked up way to live. With ChatGPT and Google stats like running your fucking life, that's got to be a really fucked up way to live. This coming from somebody that's never been married, hasn't even hit 30 or 80% of women gain 20 pounds or more. Bitch, get married. See how much fucking weight you gain. You might enjoy it. It might mean you and your man are eating fucking good. Like, big fucking deal. You might even get it in the right places. Like, big deal. That's like the dumbest shit.
Yeah, and I'm to the age.
Would that take into account like a lot of women get pregnant in the first 5 years of marriage?
Not really. The birth rate's dropping below like 2 now. Like no one's really having kids.
I didn't say every woman. I said a lot of women. You don't think it's fair to say that a lot of women within the first 5 years of marriage get pregnant?
No, I would agree, but I just don't really think that's an excuse because my mom had 7 kids.
Okay, you don't think it's an excuse to get?
It actually makes a lot of fucking sense. What up, New? It makes a lot of sense. Like, he's like, you know what I'm saying? If a woman gets pregnant, she's usually gonna gain some fucking weight. Like, it kind of is what the fuck it is. 20 pounds ain't that easy to put on. Carrying another life inside of you, I assume that would have something to do with it. So he's like, I don't really think that's an excuse. It might not be an excuse, but it is a reason. And I don't even see why it's not really like much of an excuse. Now, of course, anybody that wants their shape, their physique back or whatever, she is really fucking dumb. It is really dumb. Now, I mean, if you want to get it back, you get your workout on, burn some calories, maybe even get your physique back. It is what it is. But I don't think that's for a married woman. You gain a few pounds. That's why you take the vows, like for better, for worse, for sickness and in health, richer for poorer, fat or skinny, blah, 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 blah.
Gain weight, for a woman to gain weight when she's pregnant?
No, not really.
Okay, women, so if you become pregnant, don't gain any weight.
I'll gain, 8 pounds, and that's it.
If a woman gains 8 pounds during pregnancy?
Well, isn't that how much weight the kid is?
Oh, that's right.
What
so guys,
fuck?
If the kid is...
I'm sorry. What a fucking idiot. That bitch said if the kid's 8 pounds, your average child is born, which I think is probably lower than that. But yeah. 8 fucking pounds? Like, that's if your ass is eating ice and popcorn during your pregnancy. That is not a healthy woman at all. If you only gain 8 pounds during what up, TMKC? If you only gain 8 pounds during a pregnancy, I have some serious questions about your fucking health. Like, that is some unhealthy shit. See, and for somebody like this Pearly chick that wants to talk about, oh, well, I lived in the black community for 2 years and I've seen a lot of different things. I don't know how y'all do it in y'all neck of the woods, but real shit, somebody gonna have to feed you, man. Like, you about to have a baby, so somebody gonna have to feed you. But you gotta eat. Like, what the fuck?
7 pounds, then the woman gains 7 pounds.
Yeah.
If the kid is 8 pounds, then gain any weight.
I'll gain 8 pounds, and that's it.
If a woman gains 8 pounds during pregnancy?
Well, isn't that how much weight the kid is?
Oh, that's right. So, guys, if a kid is 7 pounds, then the woman gains 7 pounds.
Yeah.
If the kid is 8 pounds, then the woman gains 8 pounds.
Yeah.
Isn't that how it works?
Look, my ex, man, she probably gained about 60, 70 pounds during that pregnancy. I mean, big as a fucking house, man. You know? And she went from pretty, pretty thin, though. You know? Like, that's just what the fuck it is, man. Like, different women gonna gain different amounts of weight and shit during pregnancy. It is what it is. But 8 pounds suggests some serious health issues, if that's all you're asking gain. Now, I get it. She's trolling and just trying to be funny, but some things you just don't need to troll and be funny about, because this type of shit is not funny at all.
I know a lot of girls that just got married, and it is not baby weight. I'm telling you.
Oh my god!
I just did a reaction the other day of women going on TikTok and saying they gained like 30 pounds the first 2 to 3 months of it. Like, women are going online and saying this, and I went on all their profiles. None of them have kids. Like, yeah. I'm not saying sometimes it's the kids, but I mean, come on. If you look at the obesity rates, that is not.
He's fucking with her, and you guys are about to see in a moment, because he's about to show how stupid she is.
Not just baby weight. We got to be real here.
It's not just baby weight.
That is Taco Bell weight.
Not the Taco Bell weight. But I will say, this is the danger of statistics,
no
right?
Women in the chat. Is she well? That's not rational.
Well, now she's turning into Tommy Sotomayor. Now she's reading the chat.
My mom had 7 kids, and she's
reading the chat.
7.
Oh my gosh. Okay, shout out. And if y'all got questions for Pearl, you can certainly ask them. Put a Q, and then I'll ask the question. Chelsea says, TLA, ask her about the panel she just did with Fatty on Unleashed. Okay. What does that mean? Do you know what this is referring to?
Yeah, I do. I just did not a debate. I did a panel with Fatty, and they kind of crashed out.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was a whole thing.
What was the debate about? Who is Fatty?
I don't know if you want to go into this. Oh,
did it get bad?
No, I just we can. Hold on. Let me message it.
Is it still on YouTube?
Yeah, it's still on YouTube, and it's fine. Like, I'm fine talking about it, but it's just with your show, it's kind of a contentious topic. So I don't know if you want.
Okay, just tell us, what was the topic?
So the topic was if Black women date criminals more than other races.
If Black women date criminals more than other races.
Yeah, and I would say that's true.
No.
You can't make this shit up. And you're absolutely right, Melanated Vessel. That was not the topic. She made that the topic. But she would say that that's true, which it's not necessarily true. And even if it were true, there are no stats that you can use to back that up and prove it. You see, some people just need to stay in their fucking lane. You know? Now, I was having a conversation when I was on Fatty's last night, because a few of the dudes tried to champion this point. And one of the things that I said before we get into the lead attorney dog walking this bitch by her goddamn Peter Parker web slinging fucking hair. Right before he does that, we're going to talk about this, because I even said it. I'm like, I think a lot of you dudes that are trying to champion that talking point are looking at it from, I'm not going to say a jealous, but maybe even an envious perspective. Like, you're just looking at it like, wow, I'm the good guy. She didn't choose me. She chose the bad guy. But I'm like, that's kind of human nature. And it's not just specific to Black women. That is just about all, not even just women, but people. People usually make mistakes before they get it right. So just like they say, girls, women like the bad boy before they get the good guy. Just like guys, like the bad girl before they get the good girl, or they get the good girl and they do the good girl back. You know, before they actually do the right thing by the good girl. Or a lot of dudes actually do the right thing for the wrong girl. Like that's what it is. You know, people make mistakes and then they learn from their fucking mistakes. That is human nature. That's not something that's specific to the black community. That's not something that's that's just white folks or whatever. That's people. Now, granted, there are other things that can come into play with that. It could have to do with your upbringing, the examples of healthy relationships that you had, whatever. But for the most part, you know, people are going to make their own decisions. And usually when people make their own decisions, which people do, they're going to be the wrong ones. That's human fucking nature before they're the right ones. People make mistakes before they get it right.
Shit, okay.
So and I'm not saying the white women don't do it too. We do, but it's just when I was interviewing and talking to people, that was just more prevalent with black women, and then they crashed out. I said it because, and the reason it came up was because I said that women date criminals, and then the girl got mad. She's like, Pearl, you're just the one dating criminals. And I'm like, no. And then at first I gave a different example. I gave a white example. I said Ted Bundy. Like, white women, we love serial killers. So we're like Ted Bundy, Luigi Mangione. And then she was like, well, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, come on. You don't see these rappers out here that women are like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah. And then they got mad at me for saying that. And then it was a crash out, and that was it.
Okay. And in terms of criminals, if we say that black women date more criminals than, I say, white women, are there more criminals? Are there more black people? Are there more black criminals in the United States, or are there more white criminals in the United States?
Well, I'd say most people date in their race, like most people. Mm-hmm. There are interracial, but most people do date in their race. And if 1 in 3 black guys have felonies, then that's just going to be more common.
Okay. Let me ask the question again. Are there more black criminals in the United States, or are there more white criminals in the United States?
I don't know.
That's it. Done. Bitch, you just lost. I don't know. You're having a conversation about who dates more criminals amongst demographics. And when somebody just asks you, well, what demographic has the most criminals, you just don't fucking know.
Most people do date in their race. And if 1 in 3 black guys have felonies,
what's up?
And that's just going to be more common.
Okay. Let me ask the question again. Are there more black criminals in the United States, or are there more white criminals in the United States?
I don't know. Because it depends if you do it like total or per capita.
Yeah, I'm asking total.
Total, probably white.
Okay, so and probably way more white criminals than black criminals, right?
Yes.
But you're saying that even though there are way more white criminals, that black women date more black criminals than white women date white criminals? Yeah,
because most people date in their race. And so it's like, what percent of, like, a third of white men don't have a felony. So like, if I was
way more white criminals though, right?
Right, but I'm talking on like a percentage. So if you talk to like 10 black women versus 10 white women, like if you talk to 10 white women, they're not going to know as many criminals, just like on a balance of probabilities.
Which is wrong. This is America. Everybody knows some criminals. That's kind of what it is. Yeah. Everybody knows some fucking criminals. So yeah, this is really stupid. And I agree with you 100%, Aries Queen. This woman is extremely unattractive, and it's not just, her looks alone, that has something to do with it, but it's not just that. It's the total lack of fucking intellect, right? Now, granted, This person is probably closer to my son's age than she is mine. So I'm not even gonna say I wouldn't deal with a chick like this because I wouldn't. But if let's say for example, if my son were to bring a bitch like this home, I'd be like, you can be with who you want, but are you out of your fucking mind? Just what Emperor Kojak just said in the chat. This is a fucking dingbat. Like, this is just going to annoy the fuck out of you. Like, it's one thing to have, a stupid woman, but a stupid woman that just talks too fucking much? Are you really willing to deal with this? Are you out of your fucking mind? And another thing I would have to warn my kid about is yo, do not bring this woman around your mother. Your mother is gonna beat her fucking ass, man. She is going to get her fucking ass whooped. As soon as she says some stupid shit. Hell, your sister might whoop her ass too. Might whoop her ass first. See, think about it. Like you said, catch a case. I'm just gone. Ghost. Gonix. Yo, that's when you gotta be on your Cat Williams shit. I don't really like to engage in too much of the race talk and shit like that. But Cat Williams had a point. You might want to be in fear. Trust me. More motherfuckers like this have caused heartache, pain, jail time. You know what I'm saying? Jail time, lynchings, police beatings and shit have caused more of that for black men than any black woman ever had. Real shit. This is a fucking issue. And not even just black men. I deal with what you would consider financially successful white dudes on the daily, right? And this is the type of chick that puts those dudes in fucking tears. Tears. Because they just snap. They snap. They leave. They go get another chick. You know what I'm saying? You think it's a game? The child support laws and shit like that are in place because a bunch of white dudes left bitches like this. Gone. Those are the dudes that went to go get a pack of cigarettes, you know what I'm saying, and a beer and just never came back because they had to deal with chicks like this. They're like, man, fuck that shit. When you remember, what was that movie? Harlem Nights? When Richie, once he got a hold of Sunshine. This is the bitch that Richie had to call and was like, yo, put mommy on the phone. Look, I ain't coming home no more. Trust me. It was a damn woolly mammoth, snuffleupagus, just pasty fangs bitch that was on the other end of that goddamn phone when he was like, look, man, I am not coming home anymore. Fuck this shit. Just saying. Yeah. Take it easy. And felt perfectly good about that shit. Didn't even regret it. You know what I'm saying? Felt like the toughest son bitch that ever lived after he told that bitch, look, man, fuck it. You know? Fuck it. Kids, house, just keep it. You know? Ain't coming home no more. You ain't even regret that shit.
Even though there are millions more white male criminals.
But not per capita.
And I really don't know the 1 in 3. That's surprising to think that 1 in 3 black men have felonies.
Which We talked about that last night too. That's another one of those skewed statistics, right? This is a statistic from 2010 when they said approximately 33% of African American men have felonies on their record. But there are also stats and actual facts that support that claim, not just the fact that it could have been factual, but there were reasons why, such as crime bills and the over policing in predominantly black neighborhoods and areas and urban communities and shit like that, and the different things that people were hit with felonies for. For example, drug charges, things like that. The dealer gets the felony, the user gets rehab. You know, like that's what it is. Like you get the felony for selling it to a motherfucker, but you just get rehab and medical attention for using the shit. So that's a skewed stat when you're talking about 2010. Since then, a lot of things that guys got felonies for are now fucking legal. Like they're legal now. You know, it is what it is.
Where did that come from?
As many criminals, just like on a balance of probabilities.
Even though there are millions more white male criminals?
But not per capita.
And I really don't know the 1 in 3. That's surprising.
Another thing, shout out to Melanated Vessel. She's got a good point. She says the ratio of exonerations to arrest to actual convictions is something more black men should be repeating online. That's how you get these racists to shut the hell up about crime stats, because actually it's been them. That's facts. Overturned convictions. Not even just overturned convictions. Like when you're talking about, I think it was DJ Kuda that brought this up. When you talking about people that actually fight the case and win as opposed to those that plea out. Like there are a lot of just different stats and facts that you can put in to kind of debunk the bullshit that she's saying.
They're racist.
Yeah, and I would say that's true.
Oh shit. Okay.
So and I'm not saying the white women don't do it too. We do, but it's just when I was interviewing and talking to people, that was just more prevalent with black women, and then they crashed out. I said it because, and the reason it came up was because I said that women date criminals, and then the girl got mad. She's like, Pearl, you're just the one dating criminals. And I'm like, no. And then at first I gave a different example. I gave a white example. I said Ted Bundy. Like white women, we love serial killers. So we were like Ted Bundy, Luigi Mangione. And then she was like, well, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, come on. You don't see these rappers out here that women are like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, and then they got mad at me for saying that, and then it was a crash out, and that was it.
Okay, and in terms of criminals, if we say that black women date more criminals than, I say, white women, are there more criminals? Are there more black people? Are there more black criminals in the United States, or are there more white criminals in the United States?
Well, I'd say most people date in their race, like most people. Mm-hmm. There are interracial, but most people do date in their race. And if 1 in 3 black guys have felonies, then that's just going to be more common.
Okay. Let me ask the question again. Are there more black criminals in the United States, or are there more white criminals in the United States?
I don't know. Because it depends if you do it like total or per capita.
Yeah, I'm asking total.
Total, probably white.
Okay, so and probably way more white criminals than black criminals, right?
Yes.
But you're saying that even though there are way more white criminals, that black women date more black criminals than white women date white criminals?
Yeah, because most people date in their race. And so it's like, what percent of, like a third of white men don't have a felony. So like if I was
way more white criminals though, right?
Right, but I'm talking on like a percentage. So if you talk to like 10 black women versus 10 white women, like if you talk to 10 white women, they're not going to know as many criminals, just like on a balance of probabilities.
Even though there are millions more white male criminals?
But not per capita.
And I really don't know the 1 in 3. That's surprising to think that 1 in 3 black men have felonies. Where did that come from?
You can Google it.
All right, so I think we're kind of seeing a little bit of looseness or shoddiness in these arguments here. I mean, that's a very, and I'm not saying that it's wrong, but that's a very stark argument there, a very stark statistic that 1 in 3 black men have felonies. So it would be good if you're going to put that out there to kind of know where we got it, right? And then it would be good to know the stats for white. It's kind of weird to know the stats for black men and not know the stats for white men. Is that a little weird? Do you know how many white men are felons?
Not off the top of my head.
Dog. You know? And I'm not a big lead attorney fan, but he made this one look pretty fucking easy. Because he's just like, you seem to know a lot, but I'm proving here that you really don't know shit. You just know all of these stats about black felons, but you don't know any stats. And you know them right off the top of your head. Just Google it. It was easy for you to find that. It's easy. Just Google it. But you never even Googled the stat regarding felon white men. So, even to go back to the point that she just made, and I'm not gonna... Facts, Uda. Shout out to Uda on the go. That's what I'm saying. I'm not, but eat. Just eat, bro. Eat. You know what I'm saying? But, hey. The thing is, what she just said was, if you ask, and she went to anecdotal evidence, right? Everything was anecdotal. Okay, well, if you just interview 10 black women and then 10 white women, less white women are going to even know a criminal. But then she just said straight up, look, I don't even know the stats off of the top of my head. Like, so in other words, bitch, you're saying from anecdotal evidence and from your own experiences, you wouldn't even know who the criminals were. Because they don't walk around with their arrest record tattooed on their fucking forehead or a shirt that says it. Everybody doesn't have ankle fucking monitors. So even if you did date a convicted felon, according to what you just heard, her as a white woman herself probably wouldn't even know. Her words. And not even just because you just can't know, don't know, but because you don't want to know, you don't even want to look it up. You probably don't even ask. You just assume, well, you know, most white men just don't have felonies. And then you find out your man got a fucking felony. Happens all the fucking time. I think we've all either worked with or around people of multiple demographics that you think, hey, man, you know what I'm saying? Nice, mild-mannered, whatever. And then you find out that they got some shit in their history. Could have been from 15, 20, 25 years ago, whatever, but got some shit. You'd be amazed who has felonies and what for, because it's not just like drug charges and shit like that. Motherfuckers get felonies for SEC violations and FCC violations. You know what I'm saying? Fraud and wire fraud and mail fraud and money laundering and all types of white collar shit. Like, yeah, you get felonies for that type of shit. So you never really know. Hell, a lot of motherfuckers own businesses and employ people and have this shit. Because I know when I was growing up, I'm like, yo, the gangsters, the real criminal, like the motherfuckers wore suits, drove Bentleys. Hell, a lot of them had fucking drivers, man. Had drivers, own legitimate businesses and shit. So, I mean, this is America. Like,
I know I've looked it up before.
Do we all see kind of what's going on? Right. And this is what you got to be careful about. Now, if you're just going to be dating on this fatty guy's channel, you don't really have to be, I guess, so buttoned up. Right. But if you want to present yourself and like, hey, I know what I'm talking about. It's weird to know how many black men are felons, but not to know how many white men are felons. But then that white.
Do you want to just Google it? You can Google it if you
look at this shit. Like, hey, he is dog walking her fucking ass. Shout out to Uda on the go. I'm gonna spin this back for another 30 seconds, and then I'm gonna play it through and go to another clip, and then we're gonna go back to the Fatty show where the bitch got, I would have to say, even Jazz Noel, who says off the wall shit from time to time, well, more often than not, kind of handled her business against her too. And I'm gonna talk about that as well. That situation, that Untouchables, in-house situation.
Not off the top of my head. I know I've looked it up before.
Do we all see kind of what's going on? Right. And this is what you got to be careful about. Now, if you're just going to be dating on this fatty guy's channel, you don't really have to be, I guess, so buttoned up. Right. But
yeah. And you know what? Shout out to B-Dub Boogie. What up? I'm going to have to get one of those things too. It's like what they call it, the one-hand keyboard that you can just put there and type with one hand. I'm gonna have to get me one of those because I be having to go from the keyboard over here to, now I do have another table right next to me, you know what I'm saying, where my mouse sits. So it's not, you know what I'm saying, so I don't have to, do all of that shit. So I can kind of like sit back and just do shit without y'all seeing my arms and my hands moving shit. I can just kind of click things. But yeah, he doesn't have the one hand keyboard.
If you want to present yourself and like, hey, I know what I'm talking about. It's weird to know how many black men are felons, but not to know how many white men are felons. But then white.
Do you want to just Google it? You can Google it if you want.
But you're the one.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe the lead attorney was like a divorce attorney, because originally in this show he was reviewing the video with her debating Andrew Wilson about the benefits, pros and cons of marriage. What's up, sis? How you doing? Happy Sunday. Good to see you. Yeah, family law. So I know he was like a divorce attorney, but pretty much just about anything else regarding family law, child support, shit like that. What up, Stan Autry? Shout out to Stan Autry. And if I didn't give a shout out to the one and only Free Green, also in the building, you know what I'm saying? Big up. Appreciate y'all.
Making the argument, not me.
Well, I came here to talk about the marriage debate.
Okay, so let's just end it. Now we're going down another road. It's fair. You're fine. And you warned me. You were like, Lead, I don't know if you want to talk about this fatty shit. So you warned me. All right. So fair enough. You are exactly right. Do you have any debates, do you think, coming up about this issue? I really do think that you are one of the people, just because of the experiences that you've had running your own podcast, talking to all these different women and talking to all the men that you have a documentary about the traps of marriage and divorce. Like, a lot of stuff. Do you plan on in the future talking to men and women about, or debating, let's say, about all this information that you have, kind of getting it out there?
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably do it. It's just, you know how it is, Lead. It's so much nicer when you just do your own show.
It is.
I'm sure it is. It's extremely nice when you just do your own show, because you don't have to worry about getting fucking dog walked, and you can just drop motherfuckers down or just not let them up, and you can just say shit because you're on the fucking internet, where it's okay to just be absolutely fucking wrong. And if you have a large enough audience, you can go out and you can say the fucking sky is green, and a bunch of people will champion that shit and call a bunch of people that disagree with you an idiot. That's nice. But then when you go on tour, you get made to look stupid. Look, I'm going to go back a couple of years. You guys remember when Jason Black broke the goddamn space and broke this shit to everyone when she went up with Nick Fuentes and said that they brought up the movie Roots as their only reference or source to slavery. And this woman said that slavery, well, it wasn't that bad because it wasn't exactly, like it was in the movie Roots. Like, nobody gives a fuck about a fucking movie done by actors in Hollywood and Kunta Kinte. Nobody gives a fuck, about that. You're talking about a race of people that were brought over here against their will in bondage and forced to work for free and for chitlins. All right. For like almost 2 centuries. And that's just American slavery. And mind you, the United States of America was one of the last nations on earth to actually abolish slavery. Wasn't the first. This woman said that. Now, if y'all remember when she said that, and they were calling her all types of racists, and she was saying, they brought up the clips of her saying her Africans because she had some black folks, Africans, that were working for her, in her studio in the UK and everything else. And they were saying that she pretty much had slaves working for her and all types of other shit, right? This woman did streams where she was damn near in tears, went on tour. If y'all remember, she went to Mamiya Obsidian Ali's, show, and ran the gauntlet. She did an interview with Anton Daniels, and a bunch of these niggas in this space decided to put on the cape for this bitch instead of just allowing folks to just give her that smoke and dog walk her on the facts that she does not know. Remember that? Now, I'm getting somewhere with this. Before I finish breaking this shit down, I'm getting somewhere. This is the type of person that will come to not just your platform, but invite you onto hers. All right? Race bait, pull some random ChatGPT stats out of her ass. Have no facts, nothing but random anecdotal evidence from the 10 or 15 people that she's interviewed and what she's seen on Fox News to back that shit up. And then when you gladly, easily put that men's size 14 foot of hers right back in her motherfucking mouth, she will go live or post a video crying victim. And this woman calls herself the anti-feminist. She is the fucking Karen. The nerve, the unmitigated gall. For real. Size 14, big B. Well, and the reason why she said something like, what up, McIver? What up? Y'all got to forgive me. I just be seeing tags, so I don't know exactly who that is. When she said she literally said something like enslaved actually liked or got along with their oppressor, because she's speaking from the perspective of the servants that she had in her home growing up. The people that ironed her clothes, cooked her food, scrubbed her fucking toilets, and polished her family silverware. And the fact that they were thankful for the jobs that they had. And we treated them good. And she equates that shit to slavery, which is not. It's not. But that's how some uninformed, misinformed, unintelligent, looks like she's pushing 70, but barely pushing 30, but has the intellect of a fucking 12-year-old. Real shit. Most of you guys have teenage children that would smoke this woman in a head-on, one-on-one debate just with shit off the top of their heads. Without even the use of ChatGPT. I appreciate you, big dog. Appreciate the sub, bro. You know what I'm saying? Hang out, man. We're going to get into a lot more shit today. I'm going to drop the link, too. And, well, it'll be a little bit. We got some more shit to break down. It's Sunday coffee and chill, so y'all make sure y'all got y'all coffee ready. You know what I'm saying? Definitely do appreciate that. And by the way, we do have memberships now at Auntie's The Boiler Room. We are simulcasting at the home of the official YT Purge and Auntie's The Boiler Room. So we are now officially able to separate both brands 100%. So no more 2-for-1s on the memberships. Each channel is going to have its own exclusive members-only content, and this is going to be part of it. So, you know, we may not be simulcasting Sunday coffee and chill, but either way, you know what I'm saying, we got a lot more stuff to come, definitely to end the year. So you guys make sure, if you are able, hit the membership link. And shout out to the new members that came in this morning, that being Big Brenda Clark with shits, as well as Adrian Nicole, and our new members from yesterday. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. But these uninformed, misinformed, unintelligent, like real shit, intellectual fucking infants. That's what I call them. Arrogant intellectual infants. They will try to equate slavery to them having a nanny growing up. It's fucking pathetic. All right? How the fuck do you equate somebody being forced to work for free for room, board, and chitlins? Not being able to read, congregate, or even leave of their own free will. Somebody being considered legal property. Them and their offspring for centuries. How do you compare that to a willing employee that applies for a job and works for a wage that they agree to? How the fuck can you compare the two? This dumb bitch tried to do that. The nerve, the unmitigated gall. The nerve.
Yeah, you have to deal with people.
I know you went through a lot, with.
It's not even music, man. It's not even that brothers ain't checking for her. Nobody checks for her. Her recent target has been the big bad black woman. But that's because them white dudes over there have never fucked with her, and she is never compared to any demographic of woman. Okay? This bump set spike 6'3", snuffleupagus, woolly mammoth looking ass bitch is not desirable by anybody. Trust me, this woman has never met a phallus that she did not have to pay for. That's why she had to pull a homeless motherfucker off the goddamn street. Unless the motherfucker is desperate and needs something, he is not going to willingly stick her. That's a fact. And that's a shame too, Kojak. At below 30 years old, you got paid for it. Damn shame, man.
You were doing the kind of the fresh and fit, just pearly things, having all these people coming in and out. And, you know, some of these people are, you know, they have, I think it's fair to say at least a few of them have some mental health problems. So you're dealing with all that. That's a lot of
yeah. And I didn't really have a life for a while, so it's kind of just easier.
That's a shame. That's what I'm saying. You living by Chat GPT and Google stats, and you ain't even 30 years old, and you got to come up on the lead attorney's live stream and say at this point in your life, you didn't have much of a life for a while. Now, I'll be honest. After getting even on YouTube, what was it about? You know, we're going on 5 years. We're approaching the 5th year, right? You know, on YouTube. All right. And, you know, if you know my age, I'm north of 40, right? But I couldn't imagine at 29, 30 years old to be so hell-bent on getting a bunch of subscribers and followers on the fucking internet that I can honestly say I didn't have a life. Like, I didn't do any traveling. I ain't meet no people. I ain't never had, like, some damn relationships. I ain't go out and chill with the homies. You know what I'm saying? I didn't go fuck up some money. You know what I'm saying? Learn some shit, make some mistakes, and all of that. Like, that's part of fucking life, man. That's what I'm saying. You got people on here that have never lived life trying to school you on how to live life. It's a shame. It really is. For real, Aries Queen. It's a shame. But then people gonna be, well, look how many subscribers you got. Give a fuck. By life standards, like the standards of a human being with a pulse that breathes fresh air and has meaningful fucking relationships in real life, bitch, you are a loser. Now, some dudes will come on here and they'll shame you because you ain't got no man, you ain't got no kids, you ain't never been married and all that other shit. Look, I'm not going to. If you chose something else other than that, hey, you can always do that shit later. Whatever. That's up to you. You kind of live life the way you want to. The issue is when you come on here and you try to school others on the right and the wrong way to live life. Which there is no right or wrong way. There is no instruction manual to it. But at the same time, you have not lived life at all. And it's one thing to have not lived life. And it's another thing to just be totally oblivious to what the fuck is going on out there, but think you know everything. That's the damn problem. That's the problem. That is the problem on the internet. Remember what the fuck I said, and I said this shit a while ago. I'm going to say it again before we get into the next clip, because I got some other things to say too. Hold up. Let me see here. Yep, boom. It's the idiocracy of the internet, where intellect is scrutinized and stupidity is monetized. And yes, she does. She looked like Trevor Lawrence, the quarterback for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
to like have just to do my show. It's like less stuff I have to worry about. When you're doing debates all the time, you got to worry about like people coming, people going, etc.
Interesting. Well, I really do think that you have a lot of information, way more than the average YouTuber, about this marriage stuff. Can you talk a little bit about your documentary? Is it out yet?
No, God help me. I was demonetized for 2 years. No, I mean, I'm still raising money for it, but
it's not out yet. Okay, but you're actively producing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's called What's in It for Men. I mean, so the idea is like there's all these commentators that are just always nagging men, like they need to make more money, they need to step up, protect women, be better. And they just can't answer the simple question, what do men get out of marriage?
Yeah, I think they get a lot. Man, you guys are really y'all are really locked in on this fatty thing, right? And I think Pearl has made it clear that she doesn't want to talk about it, right? And so I'm not going to force anybody to talk about it.
She doesn't want to talk about it because then the topic is going to be quote unquote black fatigue. Yeah, that's why she don't want to fucking talk about it. That is what it is.
About anything on the channel. I've never have, and I'm not going to in the future. So she doesn't want to get into it. That's fine. All right. And I would extend that courtesy to Andrew or Coach Greg Adams or Kevin or anybody else that's come on the show. All right. Do you have a date that you think you might like to see it finalized?
I think it'd be funny to have it out on Mother's Day.
On Mother's Day, all right. She wants the documentary. I guess for all the single mothers, right?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, listen, thank you so much, Pearl, for coming up. I know it's kind of, you haven't seen the debate in a while, so this stuff is not really fresh. So it's hard to ask you any specific questions about this because, it's not like you've seen it in a long time. Do you have any kind of closing thoughts on it or anything you just want to tell the people in closing?
No, I think that I would like, if you can, you should look at the other debate too, because that one was pretty good. But no, that's all I got.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to come up. Somebody write just Pearly things in the chat if y'all can stomach it. Y'all are something else, And I guess we got to look at this damn fatty thing, right? All right, but listen.
I was gonna tell you. I'm like, I don't know right now if you want.
Listen, we're not gonna force you to say anything, And I've never forced anybody. If someone tells me they don't want to talk about it, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. And I don't extend that to just you. I extend that to everybody else. All right. So, big shout out to Just Pearly Things. Thank you for coming up and kind of giving us your opinion on who won this and some of the strong points that you think both sides made and some of the other points. So I appreciate it, Pearl. All right.
Thanks for having me.
No problem. Big shout out to Just Pearly Things. All right. Big shout out to Just Pearly Things. Chelsea has said, listen, Fatty has entered the chat. Oh, shit. Fatty, do you want to hit the link? I mean, I don't listen. Listen, I do talk about a lot of things. I make a lot of raunchy jokes and this and that. And I talk about race sometimes. But I'll be honest with you, it's very difficult for me to talk about race because that's not my particular lane. Like, I don't really understand it. I took my 23andMe, and this is coming from the legal side. I took my 23andMe a few years ago, and it comes out that I'm 18% white. All right, 18% white. So what is that? 30? No, what is that? 80? Is this the same one? No, this is different. It's Team Fatty and Shut Up Fatty. I can't tell. And they're both euros. So it's the same logo. I don't know if this is a troll or not. I'm gonna read it. Shut Up Fatty says, thank you for exposing her. Doesn't even know her own people's number. I mean, and that's the thing. I really do hate. I will say this. I really do hate. And I don't, I hate when people know one side of the statistics. And I think this is what the little gaming channel and others were talking about with the whole Coach Greg thing, particularly someone, I forget who it was. The stream was a few days ago. But it's like, why do you only know one side of the argument? Why don't you know both sides?
Because you're spinning a fucking narrative. You don't need to know both sides when you're just spinning a fucking narrative. And that feeling of entitlement is extremely common. That's why I tried to make the point that I made. Like, even when I was on Fatty's last night, and I appreciate them, they had a smoke show, he and Ali, but it was primarily Fatty, that had it. Now, I more so had questions, and most of that show is it's still on at the Boiler Room. You know what I'm saying? So you guys can check out the replay. But I pretty much had questions, because the main question, that I had was like, why not let chicks like Tyranny and whoever else just go at that bitch and kick her in the fucking ass? Because it don't make no sense. Now, what Fatty and Ali said, and I'm going to go into that clip in a moment. Once we finish this lead attorney thing, we're going to finish that in a moment. But pretty much what they said was they felt as though they were protecting women like Tyranny because they didn't believe that she had that she was able to really debate Pearly. They're like, she would have got triggered. Pretty much she would have got trolled. She would have said that they smelled like that white folks smelled like wet dog or some shit like that, and they would have just lost the debate. Now, I would respectfully disagree. I'm like, whatever the fuck them chicks said, hey man, just let them say it. Fuck it. Whatever. Because it don't make no sense to jump in front of live ammunition, especially when you got women on women fights. Because Pearly decided to come up there and attack goddamn black women, or use stats really to attack an entire demographic of black people. But she called herself going at the women first because she believes that they're easier to trigger. So let them women show her how fucking uninformed she was. That would have been the way I handled it. But hey, it's Fatty's show. He can handle his show the way he wants to. But that's what they told me. That was their reasoning, pretty much, for not just leaving the floodgates all the way open. They kind of let Jazz go at her, but they really didn't let Tyranny go at her. And I think there was somebody else that they didn't allow to really go at her. They kind of just jumped in front of it when Pearl was going off the rails and shit like that. But that was their answer. So I appreciate them answering why they did what they did or whatever. I would still continue to disagree with the whole, Tyranny couldn't handle it, or other women couldn't handle it or whatever. Pearl's not a tough bitch to debate. I said this when I was on the show last night. She's obviously not tough. You see the way the lead attorney was able to just dog walk her like that. I mean, granted, his demeanor, makes things a little bit easier to just allow her to put her foot in her mouth. But I think them chicks could have did the same thing, because this chick doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. That kind of just is what it is. So there's no reason to be jumping in front of live ammunition, especially when those women have their toasters drawn and they ready. They was ready for that Pearly bitch. So, let them handle it. And if anything, just moderate the conversation properly. What's up, Miss Queen? Big J, what up, what up, what up?
How many felons are in the black community? Oh, okay, listen. How many in the white community? Oh, I don't know. How many black women are dating felons in the black community? Oh, this percentage. How many white women are dating felons in the white community? Oh, I don't know. It looks like you got an angle there.
Yeah, facts. You do have an angle there.
To be honest, it looks like you have a bias there. And people call you racist, and you say, well, okay, I'm not racist, but then it looks at certain points like you at least have an agenda. You know all the bullshit about black people, but you don't know anything about the white people? And you're white? I mean, Fatty's calling her out. Fatty's calling her out. Good question. I don't know. But then, you know,
even when she said that a majority of the crackheads and junkies in the United States of America are black, I'm like, where the fuck did you get that goddamn statistic? Because that's just untrue.
maybe Pearl is a victim too of things that, you know, these damn algorithms that feed us all of this information to cause us strife. Can't tell you how many videos I've seen of black people robbing. I haven't seen these white people robbing though. They don't rob. They're angels. But the algorithm doesn't feed us that. All right, so definitely understand Fatty's point. And shout out to Fatty. And if you guys are interested, apparently Just Pearly Things and Fatty did a debate on Fatty's channel. Absolutely go watch that. So shout out to Fatty. K9 no fee.
All right. So we're gonna go into the next clip. All right. This is just a little bit of this is what happened on Ali's show, you know, last weekend, about a week ago.
Conversation was supposed to be simple.
I mean, I've interviewed 1,000 people. A good chunk of them did, you know, procreate in the black community, if we're going to be honest.
A discussion about attraction, dating, and why some women choose the so-called bad boy.
Okay, well, you asked me why I brought it up, the black community, because you're black, so you would know.
Nothing more, nothing less. But when Pearl joins the conversation, the direction changes almost instantly.
No, Tyranny, you have to be one sec. I talk again. Tyranny, one sec. Tyranny, what the heck is Tyranny?
Half of black women have herpes. Like,
what begins as a general relationship discussion suddenly shifts.
Like, come on. Like, some things just are not, like, you can't troll, like, you can't allow certain shit under no circumstances. Now, again, Fatty, Ali, they run their channel how they want to. Shout out to them, you know, answering questions, took all the smoke last night. Cool. But that bitch said half of black women have herpes. Like, what's the purpose in saying some shit like that other than to trigger and race bait? Like, the fucking nerve. I'm gonna spin that back so y'all can hear that.
Nothing less. But when Pearl joins the conversation, the direction changes almost instantly.
No, Tyranny, you have to be one sec. I talk again. Tyranny, one sec. Tyranny, what the heck is Tyranny?
half of black women have herpes. Like,
what begins as a general relationship discussion suddenly shifts into a racial argument that nobody on the show brought up until she did. The panel reacts.
I can respond when I'm done. This does make me angry when it's this the only thing about black men that does trigger me about the fact that when black women say something, we can respond to it and can't counter on it, give data and say, hey man, she not true.
The tension rises and the conversation spirals into one of the most heated moments in Ladies First history. And later in this same episode, something else comes to light. Something that exposes a contradiction big enough to change how the entire exchange is viewed.
So you didn't like stats, but as soon as it's convenient to talk about black people, here comes Pearl with the stats. You need to shut your mother mouth, lady.
This is what really happened.
Last week on Ladies First.
Question for Pearl, and then Yuri can actually respond, and then we go to the fellas. I'll see you, CJ. Pearl, do most women know about how these men move out there? Because in my head, it comes Future, Nick Cannon, Cam Newton. Like, usually the guy that has already a track record and women still flock to them. This is a very visible. I don't think this is like the woman will...
No, women know, but we hate that we love them. Like, oh, I love him so much. I hate it. We hate that we love the criminals, the players, the rappers, in this case, the entertainers, the really unstable men we just love. And you could see this because when women are young and hot, that's who we pick. When we're old, ugly, and used up, I mean, that's when we go for the stable guys. And we do a very good job, we do a very good job convincing them we love them. So I don't know if any girl comes in and is like, I love the stable guys. It's like, at 20, did you? Usually not. So that's, and we can't help it to some degree. We cannot help that we are attracted to men that show signs of dominance. I think a lot of us we wish we could turn it off, but we can't. It's just what we're attracted to. We're biologically hardwired to do that, unfortunately. So
we're biologically hardwired to. Did you say you're biologically hardwired to want chaotic, criminal,
dominant? Yeah, dominant. Because you got to think of like Ted Bundy. He had women. He had women writing him love letters. He impregnated a woman. He impregnated a woman while he was in prison for murdering women. This is a real Luigi Mangione.
I don't think that's a woman thing. I think that's a thing that certain women do.
Well, you are correct.
There's no. Hold on. Yeah, let her land, and you respond. You going to get the mic? Let her land.
Not every woman does that. There's different levels of dominance. However, we are still attracted to dominant men, and that does come in the form of if a man can kill someone else. We know he can protect us biologically. So that just is what it is.
So you find you equate dominance with, you find a man that can dominate and harm a woman attractive?
That's one way that men describe it, or that's one way that men do it, and women do select those men. So I try not to apply morality to this, good or bad, it doesn't matter, because women do pick criminals. Criminals are men that have committed a violent crime are actually more likely. They are more likely to reproduce than men that haven't. So I didn't make this world. I didn't make women write love letters.
What the fuck stat backs that up? She just said men that commit violent crimes are more likely to reproduce than men that haven't. Where the fuck do you find a stat like that? That makes no fucking sense. There is no stat to back that shit up. People just be saying shit.
Has that been your experience? Like, are you attracted to criminals?
To be fair, I don't know many criminals. So that hasn't been my experience personally.
What about the people
I've interviewed 1,000 people. A good chunk of them did procreate and date men with felonies. That's not uncommon. So especially in the black community, if we're going to be honest, that's
well, yeah. Well,
that's uncommon. So I don't know why you're pretending to not know what I'm talking about. You can gaslight these tips, but
and if you just came in, she really just debunked her own talking point by not having a clue about how many white men have felonies. Like, you don't even fucking know. So by that logic, you said you interviewed women, black women, that said that they were with men that had felonies on their record. But by your own logic, you're saying white women don't even know whether or not motherfuckers have felonies or not, because they don't care to. So even if they were with a felon, they wouldn't know, because the stats regarding white men and felonies aren't worth knowing by just pasty fangs logic.
They can't gaslight me.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think you know anything about the black community, but I will say about the white community, it's a lot of white women that find, men who kill other women attractive. Those are the women that were
true, but I won't gaslight you about it. I won't gaslight you. I would say that's true. That's true. There are white women that do that.
I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Hold on real quick. Hey, hold on. I'm gonna say it again. Hold on real quick.
I can't hear you while I'm talking. I don't even know why she even brought up the black community.
Okay, well, you asked me why I brought it up, the black community, because you're black, so you would know. Because like I don't.
That's
it's like the same reason you brought up the white community, because I'm white. I have eyes, you know.
If you're done, first of all, that's very disrespectful.
It's very disrespectful.
This
No,
was
it's not.
a conversation
I mean,
about.
Yes, it is.
No, it's very
Hey,
disrespectful.
friends, we don't need ad libs. Jess can handle it. Let her handle it.
Go ahead.
So like I said,
if
we
you're
were talking
offended, next.
Go ahead, Jess. Let
No,
Jess
no,
finish,
no,
please. Let's go ahead, Jess.
I will. Yeah, go ahead.
Jess,
So like I said, we were speaking about relationships in general. Nobody said anything about black or white until you brought it up, and for what reason I don't know. It didn't add anything to the conversation. First of all, you're speaking on the nature of women and how we are all naturally attracted to men who are criminals, and then you made a point to say, excuse me, no, that is not the case at all for black women. Now you're talking about people that are in poverty, people that live in certain situations, and
60% of black men have been arrested by the.
Can you stop cutting her off?
One second, hey, friends. One second. I got you. I got you. I got you, Jess. You don't have to ask. I got you. You all right?
My bad.
Just make some notes, bro. Let her finish.
That's my fault.
It's fine. Go ahead, Jess. Uninterrupted.
It's just weird that you would even have to bring up a race of people to even have the conversation, which lets me know that you don't really have information on the conversation. You're just spewing points to try to get a rise out of people because that's all you know. As it pertains to why women choose the women they want or the kind of men that they date, there are so many different reasons for that. You can't equate a person that has a felony to them being a violent criminal. That's not always the case, because I agree there are some people that marry men and women that have felonies in their background. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are violent. And then to say that black women are the most prone to violent criminals within our community, you don't know shit about our community, Pearl. And if we're going to talk about what's happening, if we're going to make it about a race thing, let's figure out what's going on in these white communities, in these white homes, when you all are raising all the mass shooters, y'all raising kids that are taking guns to shoot at other kids, y'all going into public spaces, and I'm sure you're going to talk about black on black crime or whatever, but we can debunk all of that because that's through proximity. The point is that you didn't have to make it about black or white. Keep it general, because it's very disrespectful for you to try to pigeonhole black women when you don't know any of us at all, to make that assumption that that's what we are prone to. None of these women on this stage, myself, Tyranny, or even Athena, are dating any man that is of a criminal or that are violent. So watch what you say up here. You got a really smart mouth, and if you're going to have a conversation, try to be respectful. And all this trying to get me to hurry up, I'm gonna take my motherfucking time.
Oh my God, can we take
Hey, there was the rule. She has the hey, friends. We don't need it. When she lands, Pearl will have all the chance to reply. Everybody going to be quiet. Go ahead. You done, Jess?
Yeah, I'm done. I don't understand why that was accepted. Like that was
wait. 1 second.
Okay.
And that's why I would say right there, them women don't need no protection against this pasty fangs bitch. Jazz just handled that bitch. And she left a bunch of shit out, but still just, you know, ooh, easy. Easy. She wasn't even prepared for that topic. Yeah. That's how easy that was. You dealing with an intellectual midget, a 6'3" snuffleupagus looking ass intellectual fucking midget. Light work. Me personally, I would let that bitch just run the gauntlet and keep getting fucking dog walked. She got dog walked by everybody. Everybody. And I would have been like, dude, y'all got laxed. I'm gonna let the women eat off this bitch, man. Since you want to come over here and start shit, I'm gonna let the women kick her in the ass. And then, we'll just finish her off and send her on her fucking way.
We shouldn't accept what she said.
To say that you should know as a black woman because you all date criminals when you all
so Jess, 1 second. So this is my opinion, Jess, and correct me if I'm wrong. She punched you in the face. You have the right to punch her back. right? Is that fair? If you felt that she punched you in the face, I have an opinion about this that I'm going to say later, right?
Okay, so you can tone police the simps and women that respond to shame, but you're not going to tone police me. So anyways, going back to the stats, the reason that I said that was two reasons. The first is that I interviewed 1,000 people. A good chunk of them were Black women. And I just noticed that they had a propensity more likely than other races to date criminals. It's not really an insult. As I could go into details about the types of men white women tend to date that are irresponsible. I've just noticed different trends in different communities. And it's kind of backed up by data because 60% of Black men have been arrested by the age of 25. So, you know, it's not to be rude, but I think it's more common in that community than it is other communities. In terms
Your lead attorney, Dog Walker, what percentage of Hispanic men have been arrested by age 25? What percentage of white men have been arrested by 25? Oh, you don't fucking know. You didn't even bother checking. So you're saying that it's disproportionate, but yet you don't even know what the proportions are. Boom, again, you lost.
In terms of mass shooters, I think you said white people are the majority of mass shooters. I would say that's true. And I wouldn't crash out on you for saying that. So again, if you want to get offended, that is a choice and that is your choice and you have the right to do that. So
I want to touch on this and then I want CJ and Rick the Ruler to pull up and the rest of the panel. Okay, Tyrion, I see you too. So coming from a world citizen, right? Because I live in Portugal. Right now it's 2 a.m. And Pearl was in the UK for a while too. This is not a Black woman thing. If you go to Japan, all those women love the Yakuza until they get older. If you go to Brazil, all those women love the kid from the favela before they get older. If you come to Europe, all these women love the guys that ride on the L Angels. Like women like danger. Like they are emotional junkies, right? And I believe that Jazz actually pinpoints what it is when you...
Most demographics like the wrong person until they like the right person. People usually make mistakes before they do the right thing. That's human nature. It's human nature. So I get it. A lot of dudes, especially in these spaces, are going to co-sign this fucking talking point because they're looking at it from a perspective of jealousy, envy, and just being left out. Oh, I didn't get chosen first, and these women end up single mothers, and like, fuck out of here, bro. You know, it's not like the fucking box is on lockdown. They fucking somebody. It just ain't you. It just ain't you. Or, you know, it is what it is. But now, hey, you know, people make mistakes and then they try to clear up their mistakes. But, you know, as dudes, we do the same shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Men do the same shit. We fuck with the wrong chick before we fuck with the right chick. We all got stories about that. I said this on Patty's show last night. I'm like, we all got stories about how we either chose the wrong chick over the right chick, or we had the right chick and we did the right chick wrong. You know? Shout out to God Green Radio. He says he choke slammed that can of milk. Yo, bro, the bitch look like the goddamn Undertaker. For real. She look like the fucking Undertaker. Like, this shit will shed all over your fucking furniture, man. You cannot invite this chick over without having at least an industrial strength lint roller on deck.
Put together people that are emotional junkies, which is most young women, and you put poverty together, you are going to get massive results. And in my opinion, this is why the Black community in the United States is hyper exposed to these situations, is because you are mixing two components that are very dangerous. Is the level of poverty. People live on a lower socioeconomic level, and they are addicted to bad boys because that's what women do. You can go to any white college and see exactly the same type of behavior the chads are getting all the women. There's the reality. The bad boy, the football star. Like, we know this is something that is a woman thing. Is just more exacerbated depending on the communities, the culture and all that. So I actually believe that both of y'all are right on their own way. We can't, unfortunately, just be against something because it triggers our feelings. But what we have to do is be fair. If she was talking about Black men, I don't think y'all will have the same type of smoke.
She was talking about Black men. She said most of y'all are in jail. No. And none of y'all heard that.
No. There was not. Hey, Pearl, did you say most Black men go to jail?
Hey, Alpha Omega, you can champion this closet feminist this closet feminist nationalist bitch, if you want to, that's on you. You got a right to do that shit. The way I see it, when she come over into these black spaces and try to motherfucking race bait like she knows what the fuck she's talking about, she needs to have that goddamn size big bitch 14 foot put right back into her fucking mouth, kicked in her ass, and sent the fuck on her way. Because I don't give a shit if what she's saying, I said this on my stream multiple times, I don't care if what she's saying was 100% correct. I don't care if that woman was able to successfully redefine the theory of relativity. Under no circumstances should that bitch be able to come up in black motherfucking spaces and try to school the black community on what the fuck is best for them. This fucking less than 30-something-year-old look like Snuffleupagus ass fucking can't wash her motherfucking hair, likely got a head full of fucking lice, 6'3", nobody wants that hoe. The white manosphere don't even fuck with that bitch ass bitch. Thinks she can come over here and just talk shit about what the hell is best for you. Fuck out of here, man. Hell no. When people are a guest in your motherfucking house, they need to conduct themselves with a certain level of goddamn respect. That is what it is. Now, if the topic is about relationships, if the topic is about politics, the topic is about marriage laws or something like that, then yeah, her, just like anybody else that takes part in that, should be able to come into the conversation and have it. I have no problem with that. But when the topic shifts onto some racial shit regarding black men, black women, the black community, or any of that shit, I don't see how this fucking woman that really doesn't know anything about a black community other than where the fuck she goes and gets her goddamn barbecue, or who the fuck she's employed or bought dick from. She doesn't know a goddamn thing about any of that. She is in no position to school, lecture, or cook anybody. Anybody. That's why I'm just showing you clips over the course of the last week where she's done nothing but get dog walked by everybody who she's come in contact with. That's why she's more comfortable in her own space on her own fucking channel, because there ain't no damn pushback.
I said a stat. I said a stat that 60% of black men have been arrested by the age of 25.
Is that the correct stat?
Who the fuck is
One second. Just 1 second. Is this stat correct?
You can Google it.
I know that 12%. I know 12%.
We already know that there's a.
But she never said that.
I will say these, right? 1 second, please, friends. 1 second. I will say these. 1 second, please. 1 second. 1 second. I will say these. Hey, please, friends.
We're not even
too excited. Arrests are not convictions. I want to see the number of convictions. Because arrests are not convictions. Just because somebody gets a stop and freeze, and they have arrests are not convictions. I want to know the number of convictions so I can actually understand if these women are.
And consider the exoneration data as well.
And I speak.
Because we
Hey, CJ, relax. DJ, relax. I see you, brother.
We actually lead as like, first of all, we already know why that stat could be high. That is true.
It's 50%.
I just looked up the stat you asked for.
Let's prove CJ wrong. Why is he wrong that most black women are attracted to this type of man?
Pearl, no, we're not attracted to them. Their men want us. That's why they really hate us, because they can't.
That was not the question.
That's it.
That was not the question.
Wrong.
That was not the question. No, Tyranny, you have to be. 1 second. I talk again. Tyranny, 1 second. What second?
No, hey. Like I said, she has been resurrected. Got green. She has been resurrected by niggas, resuscitated. And now they found out that her disrespect does not just stop at the big bad black woman. This is why you cannot allow this shit. And I even had to say, why you caping for these women? This ain't got nothing to do with that. When you let people come up in your house and be disrespectful, you think they're going to stop? With just the women there, trust me, you're next on the list. And the Untouchable family has realized that too. And they admitted that. That's why I'm showing you this clip. They are officially at war on Pearly. As a matter of fact, before I finish this clip, we're going to go into the Obsidian versus Q Butter on, shout out to No Captivity with Freezy, on No Captivity with Freezy the other night. But this was the track that the Untouchables did. Shout out to AI.
Go ahead, Mel. Take us home. Final thoughts.
If you can't be good at it. Peace, everybody.
Pearl. Some people get a microphone and suddenly think they experts on life, talking shit about everybody else without living any of it. And the funniest part, they always think you're talking about somebody else. Nah, bitch. I'm talking about you. Pearly things. Just pearly things. Just pearly things. Pearl, you ain't built for this. You just loud on cue. Talk big in the comments, in person you see through. Daddy bought your platform, that's not something you do. You a bargain bin philosopher screaming shit that ain't true. Oh Lord, you judge wives and moms like you know that life. Bitch, you never even been a girlfriend. Cut the hype, no ring, no man, no kid, not a wife. But swear you got answers on how women should live right. Oh Lord Jesus, you even went to white school, girl. What was the plot? Dropped out quicker than your logic. Shit, you learned nothing on the spot. How you major in marriage and still forgot. Respect start at home and you ain't gotta lie. Oh Lord, look at that. Your mama fought for women to rise. She lifted people up while you tearing down lies. If you hate a message that deep inside, you could've just got therapy instead of living in spite. Oh Lord, help. And that fucking singing, girl, please stop. Your guitar sound like it's getting mugged by a cop. Your voice crack every note like it fell off a rooftop. Even the violin said, bitch, we calling a swap. Oh Lord, no. That slavery song you made, what the fuck was that? It sounded like your mic quit. I'm not doing that. Even your guitar strings dipped, grabbed the bag, left the track. Shit so embarrassing, even trolls held back. Oh Lord have mercy. You shit on black women for clout you can't earn, but dated a homeless fat dude, yeah. Now tables turn. You talk reckless then vanish when the heat returns. Your hypocrisy so loud it make my speakers burn. Oh Lord, he did not. You talk like you brilliant, but you dumb as hell. Trying to coach women with a resume that wouldn't sell. Bitch, you couldn't give advice to a Taco Bell bell. You the punchline version of morality fail. Oh Lord, drag her. So Pearl, fictional baby, stay in your lane. You out here preaching shit with zero fucking brain. These violins cut deep like razor blade pain. Choir screaming, oh Lord, while I roast you again. Oh Lord. Hey, who we talking about? Just Pearly things. Say it one more time. Just Pearly things. Girl, every time you talk, it's the same dumb act. Big mouth online, but your real life crack. You argue like you built, but you vote on the impact. In the choir in the back yelling, oh Lord, that's fact. Your whole damn vibe just bullshit stack. Fake ass wisdom with a Walmart act. You talk tough, baby, but you can't talk back. In the choir in the back yelling, just Pearly things. Funny thing is, I wasn't even trying to flame you. I thought maybe I could teach you something. But why the fuck would I tutor somebody who copies opinions for homework and still fails the test? Some people get better when they get a mic. You just got louder. And if being loud was talent, you finally be good at something. Class dismissed.
Yeah, that shit do go hard. Shout out to Raheem Ali, you know what I'm saying, with the $5 ball, said, let's go turn up. Yeah, I had to clip that. That shit went harder than a motherfucker, man. And real shit. What up, Creative Solutions? I see you. What did he say? if we bring up white people all day long, why can't they do the same? They can do whatever the fuck they want in their space, you know? And if that shit ain't fair, then it just ain't fucking fair, because life ain't fair. That's the way it is. So no, you don't just get to come into somebody else's fucking house and just start pointing fingers and moving motherfucking furniture and shit like that. You'll switch up the topic, talk about what you want, because your new topic of discussion, you've been trying to get into the quote unquote black fatigue algorithm and shit. So you need a bunch of shit to clip for black fatigue. So you're going to come up in black spaces and try to trigger black women and try to cause all types of dissension amongst the ranks of the Untouchables and their crew and all types of shit. Yeah, you damn right. You got there was a diss track on your motherfucking ass. You goddamn right. And that's the way it should be. You're supposed to kick them in their motherfucking ass and send them on their way. And if they don't like it and they say it ain't fair, fuck them. That's the way the game go. Yo, divide and conquer is a true and trusted fucking strategy. So you can't let people come in there and just do that shit. And I'm not even talking about that being like a black folks need to stay on code. You know, that's the Untouchables crew. So, you know what I'm saying? Jazz, Tyranny, you know, Melanin Legacy, you know what I'm saying? All of them, they all rock with the Untouchables. So for this outsider to just come in there and try to cause all that damn dissension amongst them, yeah, they handled that bitch the way they're supposed to be handling that bitch. What up, Monica Mo?
Black women have herpes. Like,
hey, one second. No, one second.
Pearl, I'm talking about black women have herpes. Fuck up out of here. Fuck up out of here. You will not come up in this bitch just be saying shit like that. What the fuck you think you are? Hell no.
Hey, for real.
No, wait, everybody. One second, Pearl. I'm asking you a serious question, right? Because we had you on the panel once.
Laughing about it. Y'all remember 2 years ago when she was clipped and everybody was doing their streams, she was crying about possibly getting fucking canceled, and then she ended up getting demonetized. Oh, I've been demonetized for like 2 years now. Oh, boo fucking hoo. Snuffle up the kiss. Fuck out of here. Crying Karen ass bitch. Look,
and Andrew Wilson was with us, right? And Andrew Wilson all of a sudden starting to do FUBU remarks and talking about black brands and all that. And I asked him, hey, brother, I see your content all the time. You usually don't talk like this. So my question is, and be honest about it, is there any other statements you're doing today, statements that are made to trigger the crowd that you have right now?
I actually came here.
Like I said, this shit is not about, you know, and this is the last time I'm gonna really support that. Or you know, address that these comments right here. But it's not about defending Tyranny or Jazz or whatever, because those are grown ass women that can handle themselves, which is what Tyranny mentioned on Fatties last night. They can handle themselves. It's about refusing to tolerate disrespect. That's what that is from anybody. You don't pick and choose who the fuck you're gonna allow to disrespect you. And if you're an advocate for the betterment of men, the first order of business is to not tolerate disrespect from anybody. That goes for other men. That goes for black women. That goes for white women. That goes for any fucking women. Anybody. There is no disrespect cannot be tolerated. You know, you kick them in their ass and you send them on their fucking way. You know, you will show a certain level of respect when you're a guest in the house. But Pearl doesn't realize that. She believes that she is above, you know, others. You know, she wanted the ability to just be able to drop who she wanted from the panel. She wanted to be able to change the topic and talk about what it was she wanted to talk about. Yo, all of it. Hell nah. Hell nah.
Prepared because I thought the topic was black fatigue, so I came prepared with stats, facts, data, and statistics. I came,
but the topic is not black fatigue, right?
That's what we spoke about.
But is the topic black fatigue?
That's what you told me the topic was.
I invited you, right? And I told you already that the next topic would be that black fatigue. We already addressed it. But what is the relevant part about making it about race when we hear about the relationships? Why go straight? That's twice. That's going to trigger people. And now if they start saying,
yeah, Raheem, that's a funny one because you ain't never even seen me on DJ Hamp's panel. You probably haven't even seen me in his chat. So I don't even know where the fuck y'all come from with that shit. I don't fuck around with that.
Stuff about white people. Now we're going to have a race war. We want to have the conversation and intentional about the relationships, but it is turning into race conversation instead of a relationship conversation. That's all we're addressing. We want to have the conversation, but it's becoming a race conversation.
It's interesting.
And we will have the race conversation, the black conversation. Hold on real quick, Big Rick. We want to have the black and white conversation, but when it's said,
but when there's another fight and somebody gets knocked on their motherfucking and somebody ends up airborne and knocked the fuck out, I'll probably review that shit. I ain't gonna lie.
But it's almost like I said, to instigate or stir something up. It seems like it's becoming racial. You're saying something.
What I thought was that we were adults here and we could talk about facts, data, and statistics without getting upset. Maybe we're not. I don't know.
No. If I did,
no, but it's not that, right? For example,
you don't
off the cuff,
just because the girls are getting upset.
No, that's not the case. Right? For example, we were having
if one of them
we were having a conversation about criminals, and you say black woman after herpes. Like it's a very
that's true. She said that she actually brought it up first, and you guys are talking to me. She brought it up first.
No, Pearl, you brought up the fact that black women like criminals, and then when she said, what if she said that white women like men who smell like dogs, then it becomes racial.
I don't mind. That's okay. I don't get offended. One side's getting offended.
So okay, as long but look, just know that if that happens, then it becomes a racial conversation.
Okay, so what?
You can't talk about no. But what happens is if we have a racial conversation, and it makes everybody else. First of all, I don't care about how we look in regardless to money and all them things. I do care about how people respect themselves. So we should be able to have a respectful conversation without making it racial, blatantly racial. Not being factual, making it blatantly racial.
Okay, well, if I'm being honest, I think you guys are overreacting. I think the guys are white knighting a little bit for the women. I don't think we need to get emotional because there's facts about race. And if you can't handle it, I can go. I don't mind.
Yeah, no, but Pearl, the thing is, we are not being emotional because let me.
That's what I'm saying, man. And I'll be like, you know what? Don't go yet. We're about to kick you in your ass a couple of fucking times, you know, with the steel toe. Then you can go. Then you can fucking go. It's the way I would have handled it. You know? Don't leave yet. Take the steel toe in the ass first.
Give you an example of 1 second, please. 1 second, please.
I'm gonna bounce.
No, it's fine. Let me tell you one thing, Pearl, before you go, Pearl. Hey, please, 1 second. So that's the thing, right, Pearl? If I was playing the same game that you are playing, I would say you know about these things because you are the one that dated the.
I'd be like, yeah, but before you take your snuffleupagus big bird. Burly, you need a lint roller ass back to Sesame Street, ho. Let me tell you a little bit about your motherfucking self.
Black bum, a black homeless man, right? I would literally come out of the woodwork because I know your story.
God forbid I help.
Right, and these not black women that are just addicted to black bums. You are addicted to a black bum because that was the person that you actually dated for a bunch of years, right?
God forbid I help the homeless.
No, he was not homeless.
No, he actually wasn't, but that's what everyone says.
He was sleeping on your house.
No, it's not the full. I mean, it doesn't matter. But
yes, but my point is this, Pearl. We are treating you with respect. You can definitely touch on race. We can literally do shows about race, put the table to you, and you can do whatever you want. But if we are going to try to either get clippable moments or something like that, we know more about you than you know about us. So if you want to go there, we can go there. I take my gloves off and we can do whatever we want. And if nobody can be offended because of black this and black that, you are going to talk about the time where you were a black homeless man, a fat mother that you were having in your house, right?
Fatty, you're fat too. It's like
absolutely. You have no. You are mad at me because I have more teeth than you. That's why you're mad, right?
We could go back.
That's why you're mad, right? Because I have more teeth than you.
So I'm saying you gotta roast that bitch, man. For real, Fatty say, yo, I got more tits than you. I got more tits than you, bitch. For real. Fuck that hoe, man.
Yeah, and again, I thought we were adults so that we could talk about.
Oh, we are definitely adults. Let me ask you something. What do you think about black fatigue?
All right, so I do appreciate you guys having me on. I really do.
Can you say what you think about black fatigue before you go?
I really did want to do this, but apparently we can't do the facts, data, and statistics. Thank you guys so much for having me on. If you want to do my channel, it's just
Pearl, if we came on your show and started talking about white men and white women, so disingenuous.
This is Sparta!
We're gonna be addressing like on content too as well too, because now it's blatant that she does find ways to be racist, because there's things that she says that are actual truthful, and it seems like and CJ, I see you shaking your head, but when you have if I go on her show blatantly start talking about Andrew Wilson or Pearl, their race, their women and their men, that's looking to race bait. This does make me angry when it's this the only thing about black men that does trigger me about the fact that when black women say something, we can respond to it and can't counter on it, give data and say, hey man, she not true. As soon as a white woman, a white man say something, you know what? Yeah. That's true. That's exactly how black men are. This is the point. I'm not saying everything she's not saying is not truthful. She says some things that are truthful and needed as well too. But when you blatantly go into a space and make it about race, that is race baiting, and it does become racial. Because this is not a platform, contrary to popular opinion, when people try to seem like we try to bash black women, that's not what we're trying to do. If you want to have a conversation, let's have a conversation. But if you're making it blatant about race, that's what they're doing. And CJ, you tell me, what was the point of her saying that black women like criminals more than anybody? What's the point of saying that? If it's not racial,
I just feel like it was just a general statement. I just feel like she felt she was amongst black people. So she said in the black community, us as black people, we are talking about our own people. If because she's white, she can't say nothing, don't invite her over here while we're having these black topics.
This is not the black topic. One second. Everybody got the script. Everybody was tagged on the Instagram post. There's a description. There's a description on the chat. The one that got away. Just because the people that are on 50 Cent and Vivica Fox are black doesn't mean that it's a white topic, because Nico is mixed and we didn't make a conversation about black people. We made a conversation about red pill. Okay, I'll repeat it again. Just because y'all used to that the Untouchable Empire is not a black channel. It might be black first because there's a lot of black people here, but it's not black only. Okay, this was not a racial issue.
Now, I could break down the CJ shit. I might just do that a little bit later. I'm not fond of the way that he was over there caping for the Pearly bitch, but you know, looks like he's trying to grow his sub count and shit like that. I don't really know. Not really fond of that, you know, because he was kind of agreeing with a lot of the shit that Pearly was saying with no validity or facts or any of that shit, you know, like none whatsoever. So again, I don't give a shit if even what the fuck she was saying was truthful. Pretty much just what Ali said. Give a fuck. If that's not the topic of goddamn discussion, which I wouldn't have invited her over. If that was the topic, I wouldn't have invited her over to talk about that shit. Number one, she's uninformed. You know, she's misinformed. She's an intellectual midget.
And Pearl knows exactly who wasn't, because she knew what the topic was.
What's the point of saying 50% of black women got herpes?
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. You guys are missing me. That's when she got too far. But her original statement saying, especially in the black community, she's not wrong. I was not offended by that.
What was said?
Hold on, though.
I'm not yelling, but I'm going to hold Melanie. What was said by a black woman for her to say that 50% of black women have
Jazz started taking it personal. She started saying, "Oh, Pearl, is this your experience? So is this what you do?" Pearl was talking in general. Jazz tried to target her, and Pearl did not bite.
So what's the
No, can I please defend myself? Because I was the one who said it. So here it is. Here's what happened. The exchange happened because we were talking about what women are biologically hardwired to do. And what Pearl's stance was that we're all biologically hardwired to want violent, criminal men. That's what she was saying. Nobody said anything about white. Nobody said anything about black. And I was like, huh? Really? And so I was like, so has that been your experience? Like, do you find yourself as a woman?
Why are you asking a white woman? Is that her experience?
A white woman.
She's talking about black women. Why are you asking a white woman? That's her experience. She said a black statistic.
What I was saying, how the conversation was flowing, the part where she was bringing up how women, we were all just thinking about relationships in general. Not one point did I think this was about black relationships or anything. This was just a general conversation, right? That's what it was. So then she brought up how specifically women are naturally and biologically attracted to criminals. And that is what piqued my interest, because I'm like, that's not true. Like, I've never had that experience. I've never known women to automatically be attracted to criminals. There's no data that backs this up. There's no facts that back this up. So then she doubled down and was like, because you got to think about Ted Bundy. You got to think about how Ted Bundy had all of these women. She didn't say black or white. Mind you, this is still a part of the conversation. Neither one of us is bringing up race. She said, well, you got to think about Ted Bundy. And when she brought Ted Bundy, in my mind, I didn't think, oh, it was only white women. I'm thinking that's a certain sick ass type of woman. Because I'm not going to sit up here and think that it wasn't no weird ass black women writing Ted Bundy. We don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying, if somebody it desires a man that harms and murders women,
I have to stop you. Hey, Pearl, you know why you a lying piece of shit?
Oh.
Let me prove it. Can I prove it to you that you're a lying piece of shit? I tried to say the stats, and guess what? Adult street girls. Let me prove to everybody on the planet that Pearly doesn't like stats until he's to use it to offend people. Pearly, we are professionals. Don't do that to us. I would never dismiss a stat just because it doesn't apply to me and my friends. So why are you doing that?
They're good for you. You stand on what you stand on with stats. I don't with stats. I deal with reality. So you got your mind made up that you're a stat man, and I got in my mind.
I actually agree with him.
I don't care about stats. I don't care about this.
I actually do agree with him because stats can be made up of anything.
Exactly.
To be fair.
Yeah.
Got your ass.
Got your ass. So you didn't like stats, but
Right.
as soon as it's convenient to talk about black people, here comes Pearl with the stats. You need to shut your mother mouth, lady. You didn't like stats when it's convenient, and now you pull up stats. He's in the tape. He was not fatty. He was not melanin. He was not jazz. He was you yourself that said you don't like stats because people can make up stats all they want. But as soon as you wanted to offend us, now you're doing stats about black people. So respectfully, thank you very much for being here. It was great.
And there you go. You know, there you go. That was pretty much the exchange on, with the Untouchables and just Pasty Fangs, aka Snuffleupagus. Now, if anybody wants to come up, the panel is open. I've dropped the link already. You know what I'm saying? Feel free to come up. I'm probably gonna talk a little bit more about this Pasty Fangs situation, in the days to come. You can milk that cow, whatever. But we want to go and shout out to No Captivity with Freezy. Mamiya Obsidian Ali is back in the building. Like, he is back. This is after being, kind of like dismissed, terminated from YouTube. Shout out to the entire panel too. Just Jay was the co-host. You see the world class up there. Reese from Philly, of course. Udon the Go was up there. Sharon Brokeback Bracy was up there as well. So it's a lot of different things that were said, stated, and whatever. So we're about to get right into that. I'm going to show you the exchange with Obsidian and Q Butter because this shit was kind of funny. If you guys didn't see it last night, please make sure you click No Captivity with Freezy. His link is in the description. Moderators, y'all feel free to drop it no matter what channel you're on. This is a cool one. Same with Shut Up Fatty. And if you want to drop the link to the lead attorney or just Pearly things, you're more than able to do you're allowed to do that too. Appreciate that.
You get other men to believe this is how black women act.
Those black women chose to do for entertainment. Wow. Nobody, black men, listen, Tommy Sotomayor didn't start the fight at the Chase Cheesecake Factory to get those women acting a fool. He didn't do that. I didn't do that. Kevin Samuels didn't reach out of the grave and did that. Those black women chose to do that on their own.
That's not majority of black women. We know
I didn't say it was the majority of black women. I never said that.
So when you focus on just
relevant?
that, so the problem is that you are focused on the small little minority of human beings, and when we focus on that, you get other men to believe this is how black women act in majority.
No, they don't. They send me the videos. They send me this stuff. So this is coming from black men, and no black man said, "See, this is how all black women act." That's not true. None of those brothers say that.
But the way how they move and they project that information that you are pushing out there.
How do you know how they move? You never even seen my show. Have you seen my show, sir? Have you seen my show, sir?
I did not. I would start.
My show, sir.
I'm gonna answer you. I did not. I will start, and I will comment so this way we can have a back and forth sometimes. But what I do see is what is going on with these rim bros out here that they take your talking point and they
Rim
try
bros?
to. Yes, the rim bro. That's the red pill, incel, manosphere, no good sucker like that young man down there.
Oh, really? Gotcha. RIM. Gotcha. Okay, go ahead.
So they take your talking point, even though you are articulate.
This is a crock of bullshit because I would have to ask this question right here, Mr. Bracy. Who on that panel, if you had to count the baby mamas, who you think on that panel has the most baby mamas? It's amazing that the most pandering motherfuckers that be in these damn spaces, if you actually delve into their history, they would have the most fucking degeneracy of all of them. Like, of all of the motherfuckers, even if you include the motherfuckers who they claim that they're going at. What up, Jill's Comfort Zone and George Golden? I don't want to get too personal with it, you know, because this is Obsidian versus the world here, you know, and he did run the gauntlet. But as far as I'm concerned, there are plenty of people that are on that panel and that were in that chat that are more than qualified to debate Obsidian on his talking points. And you're going to hear that from Q Butter in a moment. But I would say Sharon Bracy clearly is not one of them. Because when you say red pill, incel, manosphere, no good suckers, nigga, that's you. That's you. You've likely made more baby mamas than the rest of that goddamn panel combined.
They cannot articulate it, and all they doing is talking and bashing women. And that's where the shaming come, and that's where I understand you pushing them into this dark corner. But that dark corner got a real big light on it. It's a lot of these channels with these so-called little corners, but they all over the goddamn place, and they
So we got a
trying
lot of
to
Uncle
harm
Jimmys.
people.
We got a lot of Uncle Jimmys out there.
And you gotta rectify them. That's your people. You built them.
Uncle Jimmy talking about MK Ultra and the contrails and the alligators in the sewers.
Right. And so the problem is they're comparing the alligators to our black women. That's the issue that we are having. And it's just not the truth.
Our black women. We're going to get into what Obsidian has to say. I'm going to skip through that, but he says our black women. Keep in mind, this dude is married to a Russian woman. Just saying. I mean, you can marry and be with whoever you want. You know, I ain't mad at you. You know, you're a family man. Hey, I hope you take care of your family and all of that. But this dude is married to a Russian woman, but yet has 2 black baby mamas and all that other shit. And he still considers them our black women. Like, it's black.
We need people to be more honest.
You eat like alligators, that's for sure.
Right, but we need these black men to be more honest about themselves.
They eat the whole calf. They eat the whole buck. What do alligators eat? By the way, whatever alligators are eating, they're eating.
This week, we're hosting a free trading and investing workshop right.
Hold up. Switch to the other account there.
They can get in on the hit squad ticket price. All of this is explained on the website, blackmanosphere.com. and in the event section. And so we do have a lower tier price. We also have payment plans and stuff like that. But the prices do start going up after New Year's. So
Okay,
it's in the interest. Well, the way it works is after the conclave is over, in September, we typically go in the early part of September. So for the rest of September, for the rest of the year, basically, the ticket prices are relatively low. But after the new year, they start, shooting up pretty quick. So
that makes sense because it's closer towards the event date, right?
Yeah.
But as far as the dark corners, right? Do you think that there are any sincere guys that really have the conviction, right, of the values that you guys hold and the standard that you hold? Do you think that
they tend to relegate themselves over there. Like I said, they have a lot of emotional problems, mental problems, financial problems, grooming problems, hygiene problems, lack of purpose problems. So they have problems that extend beyond the conclave. These are people that need intervention along the lines. You ever seen a movie called One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? You ever see that?
Yeah. I actually like that.
They need that level of intervention. It's medication time. It's medication time.
And of course,
that's a goddamn shame, man. This is what, like, it's tough. It makes it so that, if you're a functional man, why would you want to be associated with the manosphere after the shit that Obsidian just rolled off of his tongue? He said motherfuckers have hygiene problems, grooming problems, and shit like that. Like, who the fuck is in position to be sitting around talking about the issues with women and you can't even wash your motherfucking ass, dog? Like, you don't need to be on the internet having a black female fuckery powwow, nigga. You need to jump your ass in the goddamn tub and wash your fucking ass, nigga. And if you got those problems, ain't no conclave, whatever the fuck Obsidian got going on, gonna help you. You got way bigger issues to deal with than whether or not women are choosing the right fucking men. You need to handle your fucking issues. Listen to this shit one more time.
Problems.
Sincere guys that really have the conviction, right, of the values that you guys hold and the standard that you hold.
They tend to relegate themselves over there. Like I said, they have a lot of emotional problems, mental problems, financial problems, grooming problems, hygiene problems, lack of purpose problems. So they have problems that extend beyond the conclave. These are people that need intervention along the lines. You ever seen a movie called One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? You ever see that?
Yeah. I actually like that.
They need that level of intervention. It's medication time. It's medication time.
And of course, right, those are not they
you need more than medication, nigga. You need more than medication. Because you're 30 years old, 35, 40 years old, and you skip the first fucking 30 years of your fucking life.
Need a level of support that you can't offer, right? Which
correct.
Is totally understandable. But
we're not
do you think that there do you think there might be a few specs here and there in these corners on the internet that really do want to be a part of this and have the heart and the sincerity, but they're just not there financially?
We would have gotten them by now if that were true.
Okay, so you feel like you would have reached them by now, and
yeah,
like y'all would have connected.
It would have already showed up at the conclave 5 years in by now.
But what if they didn't have the finances? Is what I guess.
They ain't got it
I'm
up
not
to 5
really
years. They ain't gonna get it. If they ain't got it after 5 years, they ain't gonna get it.
Oh, okay, understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have any money, Freezy?
There was a void. My bad.
My apologies, Reese. We need to get to the money. Thank you.
Oh, hold on 1 second. I was trying to do something right. Here we go, sis. Here we go.
Super chat. All right, shout out to Tommy B with the $4.99 super cap. He says, "What's up, Freezy? World class
T-shirts and all the rest of it. We don't want any of that crap. You got to have business or business casual, hard bottom shoes, slacks.
Let me rephrase.
Proper blazers and sport coats.
Hang on a second. Let me rephrase the question. I'm not talking about any situations. I said that, but I'm not talking about any events or anything like that. Just normal life, everyday life, walking down the street. Will a suit carry you? Will a suit carry you further than those other when it comes to meeting women? Do you really believe that?
Yes. Studies have been done on this worldwide.
Okay, watch this. Everybody got to stop Googling stuff, right? I'm a grown-ass man, so I know better. None of that will matter in everyday life, walking down the street, coming to and fro. It does not matter. Either you're going to look a certain way and the women are going to like you, or they're not. That's true because I said so. Period.
Oh, wow.
So this is the kind of delusion.
I'm not asking questions because you young niggas need lessons.
Yeah, we have to deal with this kind of delusion we have to deal with every day.
Not delusion. It's history. It's already happened. That's where you fail. Okay.
Now I think dressing in a certain way can heighten your chances. You can come across in a different way when it comes to women. I dress both ways. I dress like this. I dress casual, business casual. I dress all the ways. I like to dress like that. I dress like that since young. But I just think you come across more approachable. You know what I mean? I'm a dude that's from the hood. You know what I'm saying? I'm from the hood. I grew up in the hood. And I feel like when I'm dressed in a certain day too as well, I think people may not think that I'm actually from where I'm from. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like a camouflage in a way. So you know what I mean?
Last night's show, I don't know if anybody remember, but we had a couple of guys say, because we were just talking, and the question was asked if.
Shout out to the new members at the Boiler Room, and appreciate you, Bridget, with the gifted 5 memberships. We appreciate.
Witness the sea walk of the incredible. Keep it gangster, dog. Keep it gangster. 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 I wanna thank you all. I wanna thank you. I wanna thank you all. I wanna thank you. Keep it gangster, dog. Keep it gangster. Keep it gangster, dog. Everybody say mercy. The city is a big. West side is a big.
Appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? If you got gifted a membership, enjoy that. We do have memberships available now at the Boiler Room for the first time in a while, ever since we have been up and running. We're not just partially monetized, we are fully monetized. So memberships, exclusive members only content coming up this week at the Boiler Room. So you guys make sure, click the membership link. It should be in the description regardless of what channel you are watching on. We are simulcasting on both the home of the official YT Purge as well as Auntie's The Boiler Room. But shout out to the new members. I see you, Aries Queen, TMKC, the Cynical One, Studio Mansion, and Miss Key Deadman. Also got gifted memberships and Auntie's The Boiler Room. So please make sure that you hit the notification bell and be ready for that exclusive members only content. We got a lot of stuff to talk about.
If they had a choice to have a top stylist who was queer, choose their clothes, if they didn't have enough time to, choose their own clothes, would they be okay with a queer guy choosing their clothes?
Yeah.
A few guys said yeah, because they said, a few guys said yeah, and they was like, hey, queer guys can dress. Why not? I'm telling you, I ain't gonna call no names. I'm just saying, you guys.
I'm gonna fall back and I'm gonna see if I can find some humor in this, because I think I kind of get where the brother was going with that. I mean, in all actuality, no matter how you feel, nobody dresses better than gay dudes. I'm a bartender and I know.
And this is why some niggas, dog, just need not even hit panels, right? Like I said, it's Obsidian versus the world. They just say the dumbest shit. Like, you see, the look on Uda's face right there pretty much says everything. Nobody dresses better than Yag, dude. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Now, whether or not you decide that you want to wear a suit or you just want to be fresh, make sure your clothes are pressed, whatever the case may be, if you're going to look a certain way, you're going to get a certain type of attention. As opposed to if you're not dressed a certain type of way. That's just about all facets of fucking life. You know? You dress for the occasion. But it's a damn shame when you have to correlate fashion or better fashion or just looking better in your clothes to men being physically attracted and sexually attracted to other men. You telling me that a dude or nobody dresses better than gay dudes, a dude that's sexually attracted to other men is just naturally going to dress better than men that are attracted to women. That's bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit.
I said, yeah, and it was like, hey, you know, queer guys can dress. Why not? I'm telling you, I ain't gonna call no names. I'm just saying, you guys.
I'm gonna fall back and I'm gonna see if I can find some humor in this because I think I kind of get where the brother was going with that. I mean, in all actuality, no matter how you feel, nobody dresses better than gay dudes. I'm a bartender and I know that, dog. That is a fact. All right, so I'm gonna fall back a little bit there. But walking down the street, as long as you clean and put together, right? Having a suit on is not going to give you an edge over the other guy that's dressed another way, just in everyday life. It's not. Women like what they like, and the suit is not going to matter. If you 300 pounds and got a suit on, you not bagging what I bag. Period. Period.
2 words. Rick Ross.
I don't know what's going on.
If you got that fit,
and you be amazed. You be amazed. And it's not just what you're wearing, it's about how it fits you, you know, the certain occasion. And, you know, different women are going to like different shit. That's why I don't really like these conversations and shit like that. I really don't. Because people are people. It's kind of on an individual basis. You know, some women are going to be a little more attracted to a guy that's fresh, you know, wearing a suit. Just seems a little bit more professional. Some women, you know, are just a little more attracted to the corporate, you know, professional dressed man. Some women are a little more attracted to the guy in uniform. No, the guy in a uniform. And other women would prefer the guy that's just, hey, shorts, flip flops, you know, khakis, whatever. The guy that's comfortable in his clothes. I mean, it really just depends on who the fuck you are.
back on the back of your arms like a chick and all that. And I got the horseshoe all cut up with the wife beater on. No,
words. Barry White.
What's happening right now? What's the shit
Them
going on
dudes
right now?
is rich. Them dudes paid millions
Why
for
this
boxing.
happening?
They didn't get it organically like I did. Are you out of your mind, dog?
2 words, Barry White.
So
No,
I
he got his off the strength of
we're not going to major in Barry White. So I think that is insane that we believe that a gay man can dress a straight man better than another straight man.
I've never seen that shit in my life. I'm 40.
No,
I've never seen that.
I've ever heard. And the reason why it's wild to me is because it's like saying that a queer man understands how to be straight better than a straight man.
Where'd you get that from?
Because if I'm straight and I got my brother, I would rather go to my brother. Hey, my brother, how I like how you dress. I do not like how a alternative lifestyle. I don't want to dress like an alternative lifestyle, man, because I think
do you know who Tom Ford is? No.
Booty band.
No.
What the
Booty
heck?
band.
No.
I got his stuff right here. So yeah, but what did I? What
Yeah, Tom Ford has lovely eyewear. Go ahead, fella.
I'm saying,
You
what
know,
do that have
you know
to do?
that Tom Ford is gay.
All of them are.
Hold on. That doesn't have anything to do with the conversation.
It has everything to do with it, sir.
No, it does not. Just because the man has a fashion house doesn't have anything to do with me going to him and say, I think you know how to dress.
You got Tom Ford products in your house, sir.
Right.
You have the queer eye for the straight guys, sir. Right now on the street.
Man.
It's you.
God.
And Aries Queen, these niggas just fall for this shit. This nigga Obsidian is trolling. Like, he is trolling heavy as fuck right now. And y'all are about to hear Q Butter ain't having that shit. Like, man, fuck all that. Yo, Reese from Philly, yo, Sharon, they're a little new. So they still think everything's a serious conversation and let's have the conversation. They don't even realize Obsidian's full of shit. Like, he's full of shit. Full of shit. But let's go. And Obsidian knows he's full of shit. He can't even keep a straight face when he says that shit. And I'm glad the nigga started coming on camera because you can see that now. Like now you can see that Obsidian. Because we used to wonder. It's like, bro, you can't be serious. How many times you used to hear shit Obsidian would say? You'd be like, nigga, you can't be serious, bro. Now I know for a fact the nigga's not serious. Because he can't even keep a straight face when he say this shit.
Sir, right now.
And say, I think you know how to dress.
You got Tom Ford products in your house, sir.
Right.
You have the queer eye for the straight guys, sir. Right now on the street.
Man.
It's you.
God.
Sharon, I'm right here.
Go ahead, Sharon. Go ahead, Sharon.
I'm still here.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say to that. I didn't know that if I buy a pair of clothes and the person that
you've been trolled, Sharon. Welcome to the fucking space. Left your ass speechless.
Are in fact having the queer eye for the straight guy. Do you own any Armani, sir? Do you own any Armani, sir? Any Versace, sir?
Real Free Zone. And shout out to Free Zone Lou. They don't know. This shit was built by trolls. And Obsidian is one of them.
No, I don't.
If you own any Versace, any Armani, you have the queer eye for the straight.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't know, bro. That's why motherfuckers was in the chat the other night, like, yo, Eric, you need to click the link. Like, look, man, I done had enough debate, and I didn't even have that many debates with Obsidian, but I done had enough where it was to the point where he couldn't even go back and forth with me like that. Motherfucker had to just turn on his goddamn soundboard and start echo boxing and shit like that. Like, whatever. I'll go back and forth. I could troll too, but I know when the fuck I'm getting trolled. And I get it. Well, I say I respect the craft. But these motherfuckers ain't ready, man. They not.
God, you do.
Sharon, you got any better? Or y'all want to?
Right, so most of my clothes is black owned, right?
I think I could do better, Sharon, if you just let me.
Suit-wise, some suits it's very hard to find suits that is black owned unless you go to a personal tailor, right? So that's a very difficult thing. However, me buying a suit off the rack has nothing to do with having a queer eye for a straight guy.
If you're buying Tom Ford, yes, it does. You do indeed have the queer eye for the straight guy.
That's crazy to me.
How can
Y'all just let me know when it's my turn.
Yeah, go.
Now, can I get back to the? I wanted to still know, like, so as an overweight individual, do you have any advice? Do you have any advice for women? Because I also
it goes because hey, Q Butter was like, man, fuck all this, man. You know, because he knew, like, fuck out of here. Yeah, he's trolling. That is Mamiya, Obsidian, Ali. That motherfucker is troll. He's a troll, Jill. But these motherfuckers don't know it. They assume because he's been around for a while, he's one of the founding members of the Black Manosphere. They assume that it's nothing but talking points and logic and facts and statistics and empirical data. No, this nigga's a fucking troll. Okay. He's a troll.
I also know that I think you're crippled as well. So sometimes women cannot deal. Some women cannot be able. Some women have shapes that they may not be able to deal with, deformities as you have. What advice do you have for people who are also crippled, who are also overweight, and how do they find the confidence that you have?
Because I'm so well spoken and still handsome despite the fact of my infirmities that I can rock clothing and still get all kinds of compliments from women. Where I go with that.
Hairline is
What I would do is I would recommend that those brothers hit me up at the conclave and I show them how to do it to such an extent and to such a degree that they completely overlook any of my infirmities, and I still get on and I still make things happen.
That's why he keeps saying, hey, meet me at the conclave. Buy my book. Hey. He got a book on the table he's selling. That motherfucker got a goddamn seminar at the back table he's selling. What up, Young Riaz? Obsidian selling shit. And shout out to the closers and coffee drinkers over at the Boiler Room, the new members over there. Appreciate that. But yeah, man, he over there like, fuck it, man. Y'all motherfuckers don't know how to dress. You can't wash your motherfucking ass. Don't know women pay attention to you. Whatever. What do you say? I'm a non-select. That's what he used to call it. I'm a non-select motherfucker that likes sex dolls and shit. Hey, come to the conclave. I wonder what he's charging for a ticket. And this niggas is about to pay for that shit too. Watch.
So wouldn't you say that maybe women have that same feeling where they go put their makeup on, they go do themselves up, even if they might be slightly overweight, that they feel like, you know what, they have the confidence? Because you have I would not have your confidence if I was shaped like you and I was overweight. I would not have.
You don't have my confidence even in your present state. You don't have my confidence. Oh, wow. But I would also say that big girl. Everybody knows that big girls try harder. Everybody knows that.
Go ahead, World Class. You said you had a better argument. Go ahead.
I wanted Sharon to bow out. Me personally, I thought I could do better because he was getting cooked. But the thing is, if your argument is that women are doing as horrible as they're doing because they're conforming to society's woes, then you conform yourself to Tom Ford and other homosexuals. How you different?
Am I different? Is that the question?
Yes, sir.
Am I different from black women conforming to role?
Conforming to social pressure, just like the women are, to be whores.
And notice, y'all are gonna notice in a moment how. What up, Truth? Y'all are gonna notice in a second how Q Butter has to step in and save the world class. What up, Truth? You want to add something while I'm messing with these controls a little bit?
No, you good. Just came up here to chillax for a minute.
All right.
To be non-traditional.
Oh no, I don't think they're conforming to social pressure. I think that there are women all throughout time immemorial who just whorish. That's all. They're just hoes. That's just their nature.
So it's normal as breathing, right?
Yeah.
It's normal as breathing is what you're saying. Oh, so do you have a bunch of streams about you breathing?
No, absolutely not. I have no problems breathing.
So you don't think it's normal as breathing, do you?
Being a hoe?
Yeah.
For some women, yes.
Wow.
So do you have some streams about you breathing?
That's a fact.
Do I have some?
Like, what the fuck? And you wanted Sharon to stand down. The fuck are you talking about? World class.
Who about me breathing?
Do you have some streams about you breathing?
Do I have some streams about me breathing? No.
Yes, video content. Okay, so you don't think it's as normal as breathing, do you?
Well, I don't have any streams about Converse
Sometimes.
sneakers, but that doesn't mean that I don't wear them, sir.
I don't think that you think that these women they've been the same since the beginning of time. I don't think that's what you've been
Well, I don't believe that. The Bible believes that.
prescribing.
Sir. The Bible believes that, sir.
Oh, so the
much
women
different
was
in the
wearing
70s,
lace fronts and getting child deletions always back in the Bible? That's what you're saying?
They've been wearing hair
There's
appliances.
no difference.
They've been wearing hair appliances back to the days of Ramses. You know who Ramses was, right?
There ain't no proof of that.
Oh yeah, there is proof of that. It's actually.
Yeah, what's that? What is
So
it?
you're saying they know your position now is that the women they've just been exactly the same. There's been no changes. Yes, that's what you're saying.
Human beings have largely been the same for at least the past.
I didn't ask you about human beings. I distinctly asked you about women.
Yeah,
I
well, women
distinctly
are
asked you
human
about
beings,
women.
are they not? Women are human beings, are they not?
Yeah. So I didn't ask you about human beings, did I?
Yeah.
Yeah. How far are you into this?
I just kind of skipped to this part. I'm about to get to the Q butter roast.
Oh yeah.
So
you
what are
think
we
about this so far?
4 hours into that video? Say what?
What you think about it so far?
No, I mean I was I was in the bushes, watching the stream the other day. I mean, I even said it in the super chat. Obsidian ain't, you know what I'm saying, he ain't duck no smoke, but this is light work for a troll like Obsidian.
Mm-hmm.
Pastor was able to come up there and speak on some shit because he knew a little bit more about the history. I mean, Uda could have, but he's more so just listening. Sharon and World Class really don't have much of a chance. But Q Butter really handled that.
Yeah.
What the fuck Reese from Philly was talking about.
Yeah, Reese just want to yell at everybody. And
Now, I'm gonna answer this question in the chat. To be honest with you, Jill, I really do not know. I guess it would. Okay, so Obsidian would be considered Black Manosphere. Freezy really don't associate himself with a sector. But I would guess he came from. What would you say Freezy came from, or is associated?
We both came from the same sector, the Lapeef. This is the Lapeef sector, basically.
Okay. So yeah, so that's the merge, which I guess it would all be, considered Black Manosphere because they all piggyback on the same shit.
Mm-hmm.
Relationships.
But even back then, women still chose men.
Women are human beings.
But even then, women still chose men based off their physical abilities. Do you think women back then?
You see the difference, Sharon? You see the difference?
I mean, back then, do you think back then women would have chose you based with your being a cripple? They would have looked at this man and never been able to.
Not only would they choose me back then, they choose me today. I've been with my lady for 16 years. How long have you been with yours?
But the woman that you isn't she overweight as well?
No, she's actually very tall, 5'10".
But she like 350.
No, she's never been 350.
What the? That ain't cool.
Never been 350.
That ain't
This is the leader.
But did she want you before you was on YouTube and you was crippled, or did she?
Not only did she want me before I was on YouTube, she wanted me before I started becoming a writer too in 2009.
So you're currently still with this woman as a cripple?
Right now. So how long have you been with your woman?
Yo, Q Butter says, so you currently still with this woman as a cripple? Yo.
But you said earlier that you were single. But earlier you said you were single.
I am single. That's a marital designation.
Oh, you're single, so you're not in a relationship with her?
I am in
You
a
said
relationship.
earlier that you were single.
married,
You went into
single.
like this whole like, what's it? What he said? He said barbarian or some kind of like ancient Babylonian whores.
Babylonians, yes. Not barbarian whores, Babylonian whores.
Babylonian. So you.
It's
cool. It's cool. Babylonian, barbarian. So you're into whores, but you have a wife. I just want to be clear. You don't have a wife.
You think you want to know?
No, so you have.
The number one,
So you have 16. I just want 16 years.
Can you hear me out?
You don't. It's I really don't.
No. The reason why I was asking you is I hope everybody had a, you seen the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm hoping everybody finally got a chance to hear what he was saying. Exactly what he's saying, not all the jokes and everything that was in between. I know it's kind of hard for a lot of people out here to concentrate on, the main factors and points, but now we can stop saying that the manosphere is for the help of Black men better themselves for society. We can stop all that because I've heard that numerous times and I try to tell people that's not what it was for. It's exactly what he said it's for. He said they money. And what we told, I said, the problem with the men on here, they having a problem getting pussy. And that's what he said. We're trying to get money and bump whores. They're starting to get into their bread at 60, going into their 60s and stuff like that. So now they're trying to do the things that they never did in their 20s and 18s and everything like that. That's what the whole thing was about. It's never about bettering Black men becoming decent fathers, husbands, any of those type of things. These men were having problem with women, and now they're basically telling you they're tricking to get access to women. Plain and simple. But I hope
I didn't get that part. Not from this anyway. But the thing
you
is,
didn't hear him say it?
I mean, of course he's just here to get his bread, bro. Obsidian has pretty much always said that he's here for the dough. The Black manosphere really ain't never had much of a mission statement. They never had one.
Yeah, they did. Well, from what I know, I'm saying from speak. Well, I'm only speaking for myself. I can't speak for everybody else.
So just saying, like some of them dudes, that's their content. They talk about get your passport, go overseas. You know what I'm saying? Go buy something. Be high value, so that way you can spend your money, go trick off. Others, hey, go get a suit, go get you a job, get your money right. Others, say, hey man, go your own way. That way you're not a victim, of the family court laws and other shit, whatever. So I mean, it's a bunch of just different shit. And then of course you also have the pickup artists and the dating coaches that kind of disguise themselves as manosphere content creators. So it's a lot of that. And then you also have the political folks that are also in the in the manosphere algorithm too, that just sit there and just MAGA Trump all fucking day. So I mean, it's a big fucking big ass gumbo pot, bro.
I'm not pretty much worried about like all the rest of them. The reason why I'm specifically talking about him because they have labeled him the so-called founder and everything. So
and he is
right. Okay. So no, I know he is because I've actually, like I said, I've been on here for 6 years. I've spoken to him off of YouTube. So that's why I was asking you so I could see where you're on look. I spoke to him, so I know what he's saying is way different than what he said 6 years ago. But I knew this is what he really meant to say, and now he just don't give it.
Okay, so if you've talked to him, which I've talked to him multiple times, because I've tried to get like a clear gauge on as far as like what his message is and what he really said. I'm like, if you had to sum it up in just like one phrase, one mission statement, whatever. You know, what would it, or one slogan? You know, he said straight up, man, BFF, black female fuckery. That's what it is. You know, that's what it is. So, you know what I'm saying? He's going to shed light on that. If you pay attention to his newer channels, that's pretty much what it's about. Well, that's what it's about. Hey, Q Butter's about to touch on that.
Yep.
I just want to know the 16 years. I just want to be clear.
You want to know the number
16
one?
years.
You want to know the number one demographic of hoes is married
No,
men.
no,
You know
no.
that, right?
No, the 16 years that you were with her.
Right? The number one.
But in order to be able to grow, I'm not even going to say a platform, but just a brand, you know what I'm saying, as large as Obsidian's been able to grow it and his name, you know, be able to kind of, you know, go here and there and everything else. Like, he's a fucking troll, man. Like, that's it, yo. Obsidian is able to get under the skin of just about anybody.
If you care. If you
Yeah.
care, you can get on your skin. If you don't give a damn, like I don't. I mean, only thing I was saying is when you have people that is under the manosphere, like these followers and everything, and they swear this is the life-changing source for them and everything like that. And I try to tell them, and this further confirms it. And I'm glad Q came on there and approached it in a manner directly towards him, like not the jokes. Like, it sounds funny, the stuff that he's saying, but he's actually telling the truth. You see what I'm saying? Q is saying, hey, I did things out here. I'm doing things for black men. That was your original statement, that you're coming to help black men. You're not helping black men. I'm helping black men. I'm providing them with STEM. I'm teaching them as their children. Same thing with Information Man. They've been doing this stuff for a long time. They actually got traction outside of this, not a conclave for old ass niggas. Actual boys growing into men growing older. They have the track work for it. And he's just showing him the difference between him and the person, the bookseller. He's a salesman. So,
all right, so that's why I would say this right here, right? True. All right, so two things can be true at the same time, right? So even though I wouldn't disagree with what Q Butter's saying, or even like what Information Man said right there, but in Obsidian's case, whether or not he's doing something positive, you know, that's up to opinion. I would agree with you there. I don't really think what he's doing is very, very positive, or it's going to lead to the betterment, you know, of black men. But what he is doing is giving people what it is that they pay for. Can we agree on that?
oh, absolutely. Business model 101.
So supply and demand. You know, people want to hear shit, and he gives them that. So I don't knock anybody for that shit. Like, yo,
Yeah, I ain't knocking him. Yeah, you supposed to get money off of dumb niggas.
that's what I'm
The
saying.
whole
I mean,
world doing it.
they want that's the entertainment that they want. And they willing to pay for it and support you and buy you and go to your. Hey, I ain't gonna tell grown ass men.
I ain't gonna do it, but yeah, I ain't mad at nobody trying to get their bread off of dumb people. Hey, if they want to follow somebody that has none of the prerequisites that they talking about, hey, you know. A lot of wine on the space before 28, so a lot of conversation with a lot of people aren't.
Shout out to Prime BA. You know what I'm saying? Good to see you. Welcome back, bro. He said a lot of you weren't in this space before 2020, so a lot of these conversations from a lot of people now aren't taken seriously. That's just my opinion. It's a lot of blaming stuff on men. Obsidian trolls a lot, but when he wants to, he makes good points. Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be some truth in the troll.
Yeah,
That's
that
what
ain't saying nothing. That ain't really saying nothing. That's everywhere.
There's always going to be some truth in the troll. That's what makes it entertaining.
One demographic of hoes is married men, right? You know that, right?
So
Married men?
Yes.
So you're
married
saying
men.
that
hilarious.
The number one demographic of OnlyFans are married men. The number one demographic of seeking arrangement is married men. The number one demographic of Ashley, what's the name of that? Ashley Madison is married men. All of these are married men, not single.
Wonder why?
But earlier you said you made it, you professed as if you were single and you was this dude having this great life at 60, but you're still with the same overweight woman and you're still crippled.
Well, first of all, I'm not 60. Number two, I'm not with an overweight woman. And number three, you don't know a joke when you hear one, Q. But that's the problem with
No,
you.
no, but you skip, but you are. But that's let me clear. You are crippling overweight though. But you are crippling overweight. One of which you were born as.
You got to stick up your ass all the time. You don't know a good joke when you hear one.
That's gay. But pause. We say pause to that. But I just want to be clear.
No, it's gay to you.
You got it. But there's two things that you did not say. You two things are a fact though. One of them you chose to be overweight. You were born a cripple, but you couldn't do nothing about being crippled. But being overweight as a black man is unhealthy, and you're on TV, and you're talking about women's weight, and you're not setting the example as a black man who's a leader of this conclave of men.
It's not my job.
I mean, I still have yet to see Sharon Bracy win a debate, like against anybody. I've yet to see him win one. So I don't know if he's just not well versed in the talking points or the rebuttals or whatever. I'm not gonna lie. At this point, I'm kind of rooting for Sharon. I'm like, come on, man, you gotta win one. Like, you gotta win one. Can somebody show up to a debate with Sharon just drunk and stupid? Maybe bang your head up against a fucking wall or some shit. Bang your head up against a brick wall like 6 or 7 times, so that way Sharon can get one fucking W. Because I have yet to see him win any. Every now and then he'll go back and forth with another troll and he might stalemate, but I have yet to see him get like a clear, concise W in anything. Damn shame. That's what I'm saying, Free Zone. It's like, bro, you can't. Like he has yet to win.
No, but I'm saying for men. I'm just saying for men.
But
all right. So do you see that in the future?
Are you looking at me? Are you gay like that? I'm not looking at you to just see how.
I'm just stating you.
From being.
If you hear somebody talk about women, if you hear somebody bring up weight, like if you bring up somebody, if you bring up cars, I'm expecting you to drive a nice car. I'm just saying, if you bring up cars, I'm expecting you to drive a nice car, bro, and your car looks pretty shitty. I'm just saying, this is because like you've been talking about cars the whole time. Women's cars look like this. Women cars look like that. Women drive like this. And I'm looking at your car and it looks kind of like, what kind of Honda is this nigga? You pulled up with a Honda.
All right, hold on. So Obsidian, but I'm just saying, come on, that's not a real conversation. Let's just move on.
No, we're not going to move on. No, we're not going to move on. Go ahead. Your logical reasoning sucks. And this is the reason why your school sucks. You're going to turn out bad students. Because I make a claim that you don't like, and you look at me and say, well, look at you, that's not good reasoning. That's ad hominem against the man, not against the claim. You don't even know what ad hominem means. You're saying, look at you, that's ad hominem. You're saying at two, that's a logical fallacy. Is the claim valid? Black women have a weight problem. True or false? True or false, Q Butter?
Can you please share your source?
Centers for Disease Control, U.S. Census, BlackDemographics.com, Boston University Black Women's Health Study. Shall we continue?
I'm just saying, so the reason why I asked you that is because that means that you have the ability to read about women's health, but you skipped over men's health and you're clearly suffering from weight. I'm just saying you're suffering. You should have took the time to read about men's health. Why are you worried about women and you're clearly suffering? I would be worried about my health. If I had a fucked up leg and was overwhelmed, I would not be worried about women's weight.
Claim valid? Yes or no?
Bro, it's telling. What it is telling.
You is the claim.
And maybe Truth wants to touch on this. I've said this. I started talking this shit probably about 2-3 years ago, right around the time when Kevin passed. You had 3 dudes that were pretty prominent in this space with David Carroll, Kevin Samuels, and Alan Roger Curry, right? So those were 3 black men that had pretty much different views as far as what they felt as though, black men were doing. And they also have views regarding women, women in general, black women, whatever the case may be. But there are also 3 dudes that passed away either before or at the ripe old age of 60 fucking years old, spitting out these talking points. So I would have to agree with Q Butter on that. Instead of sitting there or worrying about the statistics regarding women and their fucking weight, we need to be doing and having more shows about how to get black men an extra 20 years on their fucking lives, man. How about being able to sit and have how about being able to attend your grandchildren's high school graduations and being able to meet your great grandchildren? That should be a goal. That should be the goal. Instead of living to 59 or 61, how about we try to live to about 79, 82? Y'all worried about getting a hold of Donald Trump's money and his clout and being MAGA. How about you get to Donald Trump's age? I think that's way more important than the bullshit these niggas is spewing. If you're talking about the betterment of men. Now, maybe, relationships will have a little bit something to do with that shit, but it'll also have to do with like what you eat, the shape that you stay in, stress levels, all types of other shit. Like, there's so many different conversations that you can have that would actually be productive, but let's keep it real. That shit doesn't bring the views. What brings the views is being able to sit there and talk about what percentage of black women are overweight. I guess that brings in the shock value. What you got to say about that, True?
No. I agree with you saying. Really ain't got nothing to say about that part. I mean, the whole premise when I came on here, bro, is when I first saw these niggas, I could instantly tell that they weren't what they said they weren't. KS was trying to do the fake it till you make it thing, and his time ran out. He had the little 2-year run, and then his time ran out. And then Obsidian is now trying to basically make money off of a dead man and trying to push, like, he even got a book called The Gospel of Saint Kevin Sanders. Like, if this shit ain't weird to you guys, man, I don't understand. Like, I just don't understand this stuff.
Look, my Obsidian, and Obsidian has said some weird shit. Oh, he said some weird shit.
This shit is weird, bro.
Shit, but just like I said, I done came to the conclusion that Obsidian just be trolling, and if you're gonna get triggered and shit by some of the shit Obsidian said, you would be real triggered. Open up the book and read that shit.
If you getting triggered, you weird too.
Really,
it's nothing to get. It's nothing to get. This shit is fun. It's funny as hell because this shit is dumb. And the funny part is how many people is so caught up on this shit. It just shows how bad we are. And the nigga's telling you straight up. And he been telling you. But you got niggas out here talking about, yeah, I look up to the manosphere because it changed my life. Nigga, change your life with what? He literally told you today on Freezy Show. Well, this is the second time. Nigga, we're getting money so we can bang the bitches we don't want. That's what he said. Banging bimbo, harlot, Jezebel hoes from Hoarder. That's what we're getting the money because we couldn't bang them. They didn't want to bang our asses. So we're getting the money to bang them now. We're getting ships so we can go bang them. We're getting conclave so we can get a group of women together. You know, we couldn't do that in college. We couldn't do that in high school. Couldn't do that in our 20s. So now we got a little bit of money and we can go get hoes and we're going to bang them. And like I said, at first it was, oh, you know, let's try to get married. Let's try to be better, which I knew it wasn't that. I knew it was all along about banging, getting pussy. I knew it was about that. And I've been saying that. They don't have a problem getting a wife or anything. They have a problem with women actually liking them or being in a relationship. They want pussy. And they want to fuck the hoes that they complain about, the ones with the hair and that's fat and all that. They want to fuck on them. That's what it is. So all the women that they don't like, they want to fuck on them. The women that they don't like them. But now they getting a little bit of change so they can fuck on them. That's all it is. Ain't about nothing. Yeah, this world is crazy, bro.
Damn shame you needed money for that.
Invalid.
It's
Yes or no?
The messenger is telling.
Is the claim valid? Yes or no?
Okay.
He refused to answer the question because he knows I'm right. Get over yourself, Q Butter. I make accurate claims. So it's not my fault that you can't get over the fact that you like the cape for black women and don't want to have honest conversations with them. I state things that are accurate. That you
But
cannot.
you just lied.
No,
nigga, you just lied.
Things that are accurate.
You just lied. You just lied. So come on now. Like that little dumb. Don't tell me you didn't lie.
Where was the lie, Marvin?
You said.
Marvin, where was the lie, Marvin?
Rest in peace to Marvin Gaye. That's my guy.
I know. Rest in peace. But where was the lie, Marvin? Tell me where the lie was.
Hospice built guy. You said that your man clave was to help your guys to get on a traditional track, right?
I didn't say anything about traditional track. Where'd you get that from, Marvin?
You liar.
I didn't say anything about a traditional track.
Exactly. You didn't say
traditional.
This is my point. See, this is my point. He did used to say that. It's changed now because that bullshit did not work. It's not working. So now it's like, okay, I'm just going to tell you plain and simple. Look, man, we trying to get some money. We trying to get our clout out. We trying to sell these books, get these money so we can fuck some bitches. It used to be this traditional, this all this other bullshit, men growing up to be better men so we can be family members, have children, build our legacy, all that bullshit. I swear he used to say that bullshit all the time. Off of YouTube, in the groups and everything. When he wasn't selling himself. On YouTube, it's a different story.
Well, I would go a step further. I would say that he would just prefer, hey, instead of you niggas going and spending money on yourselves, your lives, and just being off the internet and living life, you'll spend it with him.
Facts. Yeah.
That's it. No, just for real. Fuck all that. Just like, you don't need to actually live life and go outside and just buy my book, show up to the man clave, give me your fucking money. And I'll tell you that these women ain't shit, and hopefully you'll have a little bit left over, and maybe we'll have some hoes in the house and you can trick off. I'm just saying that's really what I'm taking from it. But either way, 3 words: buy my book. I respect the hustle.
Oh, I respect it, nigga. He getting paid. Shit.
Yeah, I respect the hustle.
Shit. He got a book. He got books on Amazon.
I'm not gonna support it, but I respect it.
Shit.
For you and your man clave?
Yeah.
That's what you guys believed in. Didn't you say that?
But I don't think world class understands that, Q Butter seems to understand this shit. Maybe even Sharon is starting. Sharon looks like he's starting to finally understand too. But world class don't realize you having 2 separate conversations with this nigga Obsidian right now. And Obsidian just told him, like, fuck you mean traditional? Fuck out of here. I'm trying to get this dope.
Mm-hmm.
Buy my book, nigga.
Buy my book, nigga.
fast they lie when they talking to me, Sharon? You didn't say nothing about you and your man clave being traditional Obsidian. Oh, okay. You had so much to say when you was talking to him. It's crazy when they talk to me. They just Jack got their, I don't know, hospice sticker or whatever the fuck y'all gotta have when y'all go in there.
It's a hospice.
So the fucking dialysis and shit, and you can't fucking.
That was hilarious. I'm taking that one. I'm gonna use that.
That weight problem is not gender specific, man. There's a problem.
His.
Go ahead.
Listen, bro. No, I got it.
Right. Weight problem is not gender
overweight.
specific. Everybody is big everywhere, man. It's a problem.
I don't
Everybody
know.
needs to get right.
Well, then, let me just be serious for a second.
And you know what? Let me squeeze this in real quick.
Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. See that squeezes thing was crazy. The big issue, right, that Obsidian represents is distinguished from the original manosphere or red pill. Now, the black manosphere is distinct from manosphere, right, and red pill. What it was about was child support court. That was the main deal, and they kind of mixed in with the dating guys that was in there. They came like a little later, and it was really about guys that wanted to see their children. And shout out to AMS and all of them that was really trying to get guys to get on that shit and stop being a bitch and do what you need to do to get in the court. And other men that was,
AMS who said fuck them to sleep. You gotta start fucking these hoes to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Is that the same AMS that he's talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not as famous and not as popular. And that's really the issue on why I'm pressing him, because him and his man clave, Red, what's his name? Angry Man. I can't say O'Shea, but O'Shea just did the recruiting for a lot of guys to be in the space. They took it to a place where it is now, and you got guys coming in late, that's dealing with rebuttals of rebuttals, women being fat, single mothers, when it was really just a rebuttal to certain things. The foundation of men speaking up, real men speaking up, is about us wanting to be dads and not being allowed to by this court system and these females in this space, in this country.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you call a Freudian slip, right? From the world class. And I'm gonna get back into the whole Q butter shit. And this is Ant's talk points right here. So don't put this on True. That's a Freudian slip. That's why he said women in the space, that have been fucking with him and pissing him off and shit like that. Because, those are his issues. Real life, it's just fucked for him. So even the shit that he's trying to talk to Obsidian right now, he's one of them motherfuckers that probably need to sign up for Obsidian's course. But the fucker won't. He's one of the motherfuckers that Obsidian was talking about with the emotional issues and the hygiene issues and all of that shit. Oh, you heard that right there.
Rebuttals, women being fat, single mothers, when it was really just a rebuttal to certain things. The foundation of men speaking up, real men speaking up, is about us wanting to be dads and not being allowed to by this court system and these females in this space.
Females in this space that don't allow you to be dads. Yeah. Like I say, he's gonna correct himself, but it is a Freudian slip. So I'm pretty sure he wants to be the baby daddy of a few of these chicks in this space. I'm just keeping it 100 with you. And they won't let him. And he's a little pissed about that. It's the world class.
Well, in this country, you know, the lying, the arrogance and shit like that. Men have been speaking against that for a long time. And assholes like him and Angry Man and Tommy Sotomayor, such character defects. And I'm not saying it to be polarizing. Y'all character defects have taken the attention away from the original movement. Family court issues, men that want to be fathers, little boys and little girls that's growing up without their dad. Tommy did right by saying these so-called black women are the worst stewards of children. And from that shit, we got all this other goofy shit. We need a queer eye. They have an age of consent conversations. And it's a single mother shit. It distracts from the fundamental point. When you niggas are ugly, unattractive, untalented, and you can't get pussy, the COVID wasn't an opportunity for you to take attention from that. And that's what you niggas did. And that's the problem. And niggas have been waiting for y'all to cool out. Kevin got big not because of anything other than them women got in their feelings, they had nothing to do, and they moved him forward. It wasn't y'all. Y'all had been doing shit for 6 years before he got there. And you took it to a whole different place, and now the movement is different. Don't sit and say Kevin didn't put nobody else on. That was a lie. I wasn't letting that go. MTR, he went over to Lapeef, got them lit. Don't sit and say that man ain't put people on. That's not even my guy. I only rock with Kevin like that. But don't sit and say he ain't put people on, because he did. Y'all niggas couldn't put yourself on. He came behind y'all and blew by you, and you've been pissed ever since. And that's the reality of the conversation.
So why is it that you're not doing any better, Miguel?
What makes you think I'm not?
Why can't you blow by us?
But on what? YouTube?
Since you know so much, nigga. Yeah. Everybody ain't built for these damn debates. You know, we don't get back to butter shit in a minute, but everybody ain't. Some people chat, man. Like real shit. When it comes to this whole content thing, some people are just better off just being the customer. Real shit. They just better off being the customer.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. Wow.
I mean, YouTube is a hobby for me. It was your life for you.
You speak very well. Let me finish.
I know, but no, let's deal with the point. No. You asked me a question. I'm 40 years old. You're 50. How many different YouTube accounts have you had?
I've had quite a few.
So don't worry. I'll wait. I'll blow by you again because you'll lose yours. 50-year-old.
Okay. All right.
You can't keep a free YouTube channel. I'll blow by you again. You'll do it for me.
All right. No problem.
You talking to real fast.
No problem.
No, the question is, before he was on YouTube, how long did it take him to get out of the
Q Butter had to come in and save this nigga, man. He had to come in and save this nigga. Cause he like, see a sweat bead coming from your beanie. You know?
No.
Let him out right now. I know you're triggered. I get it. Let's find out. Let's find out.
So I remember when Obsidian told me that he created his professional career with his YouTube platform, and he told me that he's now a entertainer based off of YouTube. And I was amazed by that. I'm like, grown men are now finding themselves a career path through YouTube, and it's like, it's amazing. Like all the different free programs they offer for people to actually develop.
Let's deal with this 50-year-old that can't keep a free YouTube account. Let's do that. How many channels have you had?
I've had 2.
You and Tommy do the same shit. Okay.
But Tommy's had a whole lot more.
So I'll just wait. Hey, he has a lot. I know True Freeman was the first person to take him off.
But why
That's
wait?
my OG.
But why wait?
Because you're gonna do all the why the fuck without work? You're gonna do all the work. This is a hobby for me. This is your life.
You're a younger guy. You got a strong
sold your
back.
book off it.
You got a strong back. You got a strong back.
What the fuck is going on? Why are you talking about that?
You're a young strapping guy, right?
Bro.
You got a lot of energy.
Can you not size me up on the internet?
Go ahead and make it happen.
Can you stop doing that? This
go
is
ahead
gay.
and make it happen, brother.
Can you slow down?
Could you make it happen?
No, but don't, young. I don't.
Like that's it, man. I got to keep it 100 with you, man. That's why I said it's Obsidian versus the world right here. I'm done with any debate on a panel or in real life when that motherfucker says, you're a young guy, you got a strong back. Ain't no man saying no shit like that to me and I'm saying anything else to him. We're done. Conversation just ended. Shit just ended. And Obsidian knows that. That shit sounds sus as fuck, man. Coming from another dude. You got strong back.
This is what I'm talking about, bro. This is what I'm talking about.
Another one bites the dust. World class. Down. You know, down. Look at his face. Down. You're speechless, just like Sharon. At least Sharon admitted to being speechless. Like I say, trolling is an art, man, and a science.
What you talking about right now? No, but he ain't built shit. I've been around when he was around talking this before. He ain't built shit. None of them built anything.
You haven't been to a conclave, brother.
An event that you ran.
Yeah, buy the course. Always be closing. Hey, you haven't been to a conclave, man. Hey, get your tickets before New Year's because the price is gonna shoot up. You know, buy the course.
I'm telling you.
You can't make this shit up.
Yo, he's an excellent salesman. I'm trying to tell you that. He's going to show that book and he's going to stack them up nice and neat for you so you can see. Oh my gosh.
This shit is hilarious, dude.
Yo. I'm telling
you. All you about to say to Joe, you haven't built shit.
That's the craziest thing. I would not dare. Like, see, and that's the thing. I talk about stuff that I know about and that I'm great at. I would not dare come in nobody's space where they're actually creating life out here for people and got the nerve to talk to them like we're on the same level. Because I did a group event like we're going to the movies some damn way and charge money for it. What? Y'all not the same, bro. Like, yo, that is crazy. That's why this thing is messed up, man. Like, we got it.
Look. That's it.
Told this man his school was shit, yo.
No, listen.
That a hotel is not something you build, brother. That's not something you build.
You haven't been to a conclave, brother.
I want to know the EIN. I want to know the EIN. I want to know the Dun and Brad's. I don't care about an event with a bunch of incels. I remember when Kevin Samuels introduced the griff. When he said he's $700 for these dudes to come out and learn how to dress.
Look at your
no, you want to see it? You want to see it now? Would you like to see the growth? I'm in my location now. I would love to show you the growth of my location.
It looks so collegiate. Yeah.
I would love to show it to you. I would guarantee you, I would crush your feelings. I would love to crush your feelings. I would start at the entrance. Look, I have a new location. I will have a very nice new location. I'm in right now. I would love to show off and just show you how little you've accomplished in life, pursuing talking about women, and how much I've gained in life pursuing developing the Black community. I would love to show that.
Let's take a look right now. Do it. Let's take a look right now.
I gladly would.
And we can compare notes. And we can compare notes.
Handle that.
Let's do that.
Would you like me to start outside in front of my Benz?
I thought we was addressing points.
We are.
When you brought up the fat woman.
So I'm looking at your channel right now. I'm looking at your channel right now, brother.
Yo, bro, I'm gonna join on my phone.
You do have 58,000 subs. I'll give you that.
Do you know who he is, dog?
And I'm looking at your views right now.
Yo, you
3 months ago, 61. What's it? 61 views.
Yo, again, it's like two different conversations. Q Butter is like, fuck all that. Fuck all that. You talking about a YouTube channel and views and shit like that. Like, yo, I'm about to show you some actual shit I got going on right now. Like, I'm just about to switch from the webcam to the phone so I can walk around this motherfucker. You want me to start outside with the bins, or I can just show you the facilities because I'm in here right now. And that's what you're about to see.
Yeah,
and Obsidian's like, yo, fuck that. I'm just looking at your views and your sub count.
Views, sub count. What, nigga? What? Like, this is like, bro, like this thing is
more different conversations, two different worlds.
Obviously, and I get that's what I'm saying. Obviously, this is a new realm, bro. It had that metaverse stuff, whatever that is. It gotta be real. It gotta be real.
I mean, with all due respect to Q Butter, but right now you kind of in Obsidian's arena because this is the internet, where intelligence is scrutinized and stupidity is monetized. The idiocracy of the fucking internet. So yeah, you can be doing all that shit in real life and benefiting the black community. But on the internet, nobody gives a fuck. It's all about fucking who can say the most off the wall shit. And it doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't even have to be true. Like, it's about a click, a view, and hug.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm laughing because Ant is telling the freaking truth. That's why it's fucking funny. And I'm gonna use that.
Real, like,
I'm gonna use that.
I mean, they literally speak in two different languages. Shout out to Free Zone Lou. What up, Free Zone?
Yo, I'm crying from the chat, bro. What's up, man?
What's up, bro?
All right, man, I'm cooling, man. I just think, like I said, and I've been telling Sharon this since yesterday. I told him on Iz. I even told him like not even too long ago. Q beat Obsidian. You lost to Obsidian because you don't know what type of arena you in. Like, you think it's about data and logic and who's right and all that stuff, and it's not about that at all. And if you think it's about that, you'll find out very quickly that it's not. And it's just like Sharon. Obsidian set up horrible arguments that could easily be knocked down. But Sharon would just abandon his original point because he didn't want to address the audacity of it. He just kept doing that, and that's why you lose and you get all flustered and now you don't know what you're talking about. That's how it comes across. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not about the truth and all that stuff. If you want to do that shit, go over there to fucking go to one of them academic panels and shit. Go to Panelverse and shit with that bullshit. These niggas don't care what's right and what's wrong, man.
The Panelverse would cook this nigga, man. Like they're gonna go to trolling and shit like that. And even if he goes like Black Brain Trust or something, they are going to fucking smoke him. There is no arena in which Sharon can win.
I wanted him to win too, man.
Yeah,
I wanted him to win because I know Obsidian's talking points. I know how fucking ridiculous they are, and how inconsistent he is. And I'm just like, man. Even when Sharon pointed out the inconsistencies, it just didn't work.
Free Zone. I know you remember when I had ran up on the time on Sister George's show for Mills channel.
Yep.
I gotta say I won that because Obsidian had to pull out the sound effects and just echo box me, man.
Yeah, if he reaches for the echo box, that's how you know you won.
I was like, I won, motherfucker, and he got me. I was like, you got me. I ain't had a soundboard at the time. Hey, that's it. But I got you. You ain't got no no comeback for that because you advocating for sex dolls and shit. You said you don't have homies with trash dick. I'm like, how the fuck do you know this shit sounds sus like a motherfucker? Now,
Yeah.
Get at him with the talking point, and you gonna hear that because he told Obsidian, "Yo, I want you to walk around your office right now."
Yo, Q was wildin', man.
In super chat, I'm like, that work, bro. You got a motherfucker with a bad leg and a walking stick to walk around the office right now,
Bruh. Because Q understands who he's dealing with, man. Q understands that you're not dealing with a serious person. So why would you take him seriously? And I thought Sharon would pick that up after the third unserious fucking thing he said, but he just never just bruh, like I was trying to tell him, I'm trying to explain that to him. He's like, how can somebody win with wrong information? I'm like, see, you don't know where you at. Like you have no clue. Yeah, a nigga could beat you at 1 + 1 = 3 around here, bro. Like, yeah, that can actually happen.
Hey, Zone, you gotta realize, Bracy not in his form.
What happened?
I said Bracy not in his domain, so when he's not in his domain, he be taking mad L's.
Yeah, it would have. I honestly think it would have been better if PhD would have did a better job.
If he
Better or
was on his
worse,
channel,
she would have did better than Sharon. She's just a smarter person than him. Like she's quicker. She's wittier.
Oh yeah,
she's quick. She understands when she's not dealing with a serious person. And I think she would. I don't know if she would have won, but she would have did better than Sharon.
I'll go back to when remember when Obsidian and DJ Kuda were going at it on Bernard's that day.
Yeah.
And Obsidian was like, yo, are you a Rhodes Scholar? Are you a Rhodes Scholar? And Kuda was like, yo, and I got a Rodecaster. I got some. Now you see Obsidian, bro.
Yeah. Once he got that echo box, man, it was over. So that's just how I gauge it, man. If he hits that button, it's over.
I gave him that. I'm like,
just
okay,
take the
bro,
crown and walk away.
He fucked me up, bro.
Yeah, man.
He hit the button on me. I'm like, fuck, I can't say nothing, bro. Like I literally can't say nothing because nigga just start. You ain't gonna talk over me. I'm like, oh fuck, bro. God.
Yeah, you can't. You're not beating that. You're not beating that echo button, man. Many have tried, man. I've seen people with God mics. I'm talking about like just God level mics. They can't beat it, bro. They can't beat it. But it was just fun. It was just funny, man, because like Obsidian he just contradicts himself all the time, man, and it's just funny.
Yeah, for years, bro. That's my point. For years.
Hey, truth. That nigga started off saying that he was a bachelor, right? But ended the whole thing talking about how he.
Yes. Yes, that's what I'm saying. And now he's been in a relationship for 16 years. What, nigga?
13, 15 years or something like that?
Just what I'm talking about. That's what I'm asking. Have y'all heard this nigga talk over the years? He changes it up every fucking time.
Oh, man.
Depending on the audience, if he think you niggas don't know shit, he gonna say some shit and it's gonna be people like me like, nigga, what the fuck you just say?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, man.
Now,
the other thing.
Do you think the space needs people like Obsidian though? Free zone.
I would. I don't see why not. I mean, the space pretty much. You know what? I think the space needs to be reminded of the fact that this isn't serious.
I agree.
I think they need that reminder again because like Obsidian figured out, and I think that this was Obsidian figured out that none of these folks are really serious, so I might as well make as much money as I can. And I would say, and I think AM and O'Shea figured that out too. They just did it, you know, exercise that in different ways, right? But Obsidian did it on like the academic front, and I'm putting quotes around academic. That he doesn't have to be serious about his academic acumen, like at all. He just has to know enough to seem smart around a bunch of dumb niggas. Like that's all he has to do. That's it.
Well, I would say that's more BGS's.
I think that Obsidian has done a great job of being what BGS was trying to be. But I think I think BGS just realized that he's not a good frontman for it, whereas Obsidian still believes that he could. And I think Obsidian is a better finesser than.
I be wanting to debate this nigga and go back and forth with his talk, but I'm like, I can't not laugh.
Yeah.
Stupid, bro. And he knows that shit. And I'm like, just like Sharon was like speechless, and even world class. Yeah,
he's good. He's good, man. He's good because even when you're right, he'll like manipulate the situation with so much audacity to make you look wrong. So you'll say 2 + 2.
You'll back like the fuck.
Yeah. So you'll say 2 + 2 is 4, and he'll agree with you, but then he'll say like, yo, but what if in a world where 3 was really 7 and 4 was really 6, is 3 + 3 really? And it's just like why are we doing all this, Obsidian? Like why? Whereas Q Butter will come in there and just nigga, I know you're tight. You full of shit.
For real.
You know what I'm saying? He gets straight to it, and that's how you got it. That's how you got to play it.
Free corner in Brooklyn. Oh, I get it. I get it. But it works on this it works on this space. And like I say, I think I still think it's extremely entertaining. I think it's extremely and that will get old after a while. I can't be part of that shit every day. I can't. It's gonna kill me. But every now and then
that's a fact. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, bro. I got a good laugh in the middle of the night on a fucking Friday night. That shit was fun.
It was good. It was good. And there even came a point in time where Obsidian kind of worn out his welcome because I don't know why he kept doing this, but he really showing his age. All these yo mama jokes he was throwing out, like nigga, why in 2025 are you doing like fucking 1980s, 1990s yo mama jokes? Why are you doing this?
He's Obsidian, man.
Like it's like, bro, you should have just dipped at the 3-hour mark, man. Like you was on a good run, but you got to know when you got to know when you're running out of gas. You know what I'm saying? You got to. That's my time. I'm gone.
No, that's why I would agree with you. And even truthfully, I'm like, I think the space does kind of need guys like Obsidian, or even maybe even some girls like Obsidian, some women like Obsidian, just some fucking trolls, man. This shit needs to get a little more lighthearted and funny, like for real.
Yeah,
I think things are do get a little too fucking serious. Or
because niggas really think that they're.
It be the niggas that's under him. It's not him. It's the niggas that's under him. They're the ones that get on people's nerves because they take this shit so serious.
Like that goofy ass nigga Brutal that was up there.
Yes.
Was that before or after this part when he said something? Because he was
before.
up there.
That's before.
Yeah, that was way before.
Hey, Ant, I got you available today?
Yeah, I'm about to shut this down in a little bit, probably in about maybe 15 minutes to a half an hour or something like
probably
that.
Probably like 3 hours. I'm gonna need to hit you up.
All right, IG, best way. Yeah, but yeah. I mean, what do you think about the Pearl situation? Because this shit, free zone that is. And Truth, you can chime in on that because nobody asked him about this goofy bitch right here that Obsidian was pretty much, holding this bitch's gown, making sure that shit didn't drag on the damn floor a couple of years ago. And now she's able to come into these spaces and gaslight black folks and have racially charged topics when she was on Obsidian's panel, a couple years ago, crying about possibly being canceled for having racial or racist comments. Do you think, what you think about that, Free Zone?
I think they let this bitch play them, man. Like, there's no other way to put it. I think that when Keisha is your North Star for why you like or dislike a person, it puts you in weird situations to where you have to support this Attack on Titan looking bitch that has no forethought. She's not able to think past. I don't even know if you played it, but somebody sent me a thing of her on Lead Attorney.
Yeah,
and Lead Attorney.
Yeah.
Okay, you did play it. Okay.
Again, because it wasn't very long. It wasn't long at all.
Yeah.
I hate Attack on Titan. Yeah.
Lead Attorney much slow cooked. Slow cooked her, bro.
Yeah, it proved the point. Like, she just knows a couple talking points, but outside of that, she really doesn't know what she's talking about. And it's not the first time that she's been mollywopped in a conversation like that. But it's lazy, man. And guys are just, niggas in the space want to use Pearl to beat up on Keisha, and it's retarded, nigga. That shit is retarded. It just comes off retarded to me.
Now, I was over at Fatty's yesterday, him and Ali. Now, what they were saying was they didn't want somebody like Tyranny to kind of fall for Pearl's tactics and shit like that. And this is what I said. I was like, y'all kind of fell for him just by even letting that bitch come up there. And I think they realize that, but now they ready to go to war with the bitch because they realize they got race baited and shit like that. So they ain't standing down, But at this point, this is the point that Beach was making up here. She's like, hey, it's too late now. She got her content now.
Yeah, and then to make matters worse, they ran over there so they could explain themselves. Like that's the worst thing that you could do after you do something like that. Because it was just funny because the topic was, it was something about why black people fumble the bag or something. It was something like that, right? And so you going over there to explain yourself for why things transpired the way they did, it's equivalent to what we were just seeing. You because of the way they frame it, you're proving her point, whether you want to or not. And it just made you look dumb. And now they hurt.
That were you, and I've been pretty consistent about this shit. When somebody like this Pearl bitch shows up, you're supposed to swiftly kick her in the fucking ass and send her on her fucking.
Yeah, but when Pearl War One, when Pearl,
she can show a level of respect and be invited back. That's the alternative. But
yeah,
that bitch try to take shit over and start lecturing. Nah, man. Boom, steel toe right in the ass. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, man. I remember wanting it all to go down the way it went down, and when the first time it happened, Pearl War One, when Pearl War One went down, because I knew it was gonna happen, man. I knew it was gonna happen. I looked at her. I'm like, man, this bitch is goofy, but they're gonna follow this goofy bitch come hell or high water just because Keisha disagrees with her. And I watched these guys develop relationships with certain pick-me's in the space, only for Pearl to come and for them to send all them little Keisha pick-me's to the back of the line. Like
Now,
chicks they knew for years.
Panel, and she came on this panel right here, and she said half of black women have herpes.
Yeah, she said that. Don't know a lick of just. Oh my god, man!
I'm like, yo, nah, dog. You gonna have to bend over, steel toe, bitch. Like for real,
like
nah.
What's really sad about it is that guys in the space like repeat that shit, and it's just I don't know. Okay, I have an issue with guys that will say something like that. Like a guy in the space will say that half of black women have herpes, right? But when you press them about why they do the content that they do, they'll say, I love black women. I still deal with black women. And it's like, wait. So you, by your own admission, deal in a pool of people that have 50% herpes? Either you're insane or you really don't believe that 50% of black women have herpes. There's no way. So that's how you know that's how you know they capping, bro. It's a bunch of cap.
No. Now, I would have to say, I don't think Fatty and Ali were really ready for what she was going to do. They said they had a feeling she was going to do it. But I don't know. Now, another problem is you got the dude CJ that goes over there and pretty much starts agreeing with this bitch. That's an issue.
Oh, CJ, man. One of my greatest joys of going over on Hamps is to punch on CJ, man, because he's just a fucking idiot, man. He's just a fucking idiot.
I mean, after that shit Sherelle did to him over there, now I did get a hold of that clip. That shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that clip too.
Yeah, that flat line, bro. Like you might want to fight Fantastic again because Sherelle, she got you, bro. But
yeah, but that seems to be a common thing. Like the older folks that have been around here for a while, from your Pearls to your Obsidians, they know how the game goes already. Whereas like Fatty and Ali and them, and even Sharon and them, they haven't been around long enough to really know the whole wisdom of crowd thing. Like they don't understand crowd psychology when it comes to this side of YouTube. The way that a Pearl would, the way that an Obsidian does, and Pearl and Obsidian, they manipulate that shit, bro. They just use that shit to their own advantage.
Now, let me ask you this, because so this is what I heard on Fatty's last night. Both Jazz and Tyranny have been invited over to Pearl's show today. Now, Tyranny says she's not going to go. I don't know if Jazz is going to go. Now, this is what Fatty and Ali both said to me. For the most part, them not letting Tyranny just pretty much. I would have let Pearl run the fucking gauntlet. Tyranny was pretty pissed off about that. She felt as though they were protecting Pearly from like women or whatever. They said, hey, we're protecting Tyranny because she couldn't really spar with Pearl without getting emotional. What do you think about
Okay, so just based off of the limited film that I've seen, because I'm not up to date on everything, right? But I did see the original when Tyranny. You talking about when the original, right? Right when Tyranny and Pearl were going at it, and Pearl decided to leave. She rage quit and all that shit.
This is after the jazz thing. After okay, so it's supposed to be like a relationship conversation, and it turned into some black women got herpes. Black women primarily deal with felons. Most of the crackheads in America are black folks. Blah, right? You know, so she decided to make it about race and shit like that, and saying that black women do this, black women do that. You know, just like Jazz is getting action right here. You know, Tyranny was pissed. Let me get some action. You know, and they're like,
I think Tyranny is too emotional to actually go one-on-one with Pearl.
You think so?
Yeah, because what's gonna happen is that Pearl's gonna say the ridiculous stuff that she says. It eventually is gonna get to Tyranny. Then some effery is gonna ensue, and then Pearl's gonna go into her whole little "I'm too innocent," like that whole innocent thing. I didn't come here for all this. Are you gonna conduct yourself like a human being? Like all that kind of shit, which is only gonna cause a further storm. But I think if Tyranny can not crash out, I think she'd be all right.
Now I know Fatty has put the stream on members only, so I might pull up from yesterday because Tyranny had something to say. Me personally, I thought Jazz handled her own, you know, against Pearl. Pearl's an intellectual fucking midget. That's not even a hard debate to win. I don't know. So when she's gonna go at anybody, you know, especially just let them have it, man. Let them have it. I don't think she's gonna win.
Yeah, like I don't think so either.
I think Tyranny would have been just fine. That's why even when I went up there yesterday, I was like, I agree with Tyranny. Like just let her have it. I get it. In a lot of cases, if it were a debate, you know, against let's say Anton or you know Fantastic or you know some of the other women. Let's say I saw Jessica X in the chat. Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one on Tyranny. Pearl, bitch. I'll let everybody get they shit off, man. Fuck that hoe, man.
Yeah.
This is food, man. Eat.
And I you know what else too, man, and maybe you can work this out with me because I know you have a little bit more experience in this, but I'm just kind of freestyling, right? Sometimes I think it's better to lean into a stereotype than to actually try to defend it. So, like, if they be like, for example, let's say a Pearl would say that they'll say that black men are inherently violent, right? I would lean into that instead of trying to defend it. Because number one, you look weak trying to portray yourself as harmless. Number two, if you get upset because of that only, you know how this space works, bro. That only proves the point. Are you getting angry? Why are you getting angry? Like, and then you start crashing out. Now you look violent when you're trying to prove you're not being violent. So I would think that the better thing to do is just like, yeah, we're violent. So what? Like, don't fuck with me. Fuck around and find out.
I would agree.
And when she says, oh, go ahead.
No, I would agree to a degree. It's just the time and the place for it. It's a time to just switch it and hit them when they don't, you know, in a way that they don't expect.
When they don't expect it. Right, right.
The fucking villain, like fuck it. You know, that's what you think I am. I'm gonna give you all of that shit to the 10th power. You know, just like you said, there's so it really just depends. And I think right there, like a situation like this would have been a good time to just let them chicks just freestyle on that shit, whatever the fuck y'all feel like doing. Because I don't see you losing either way.
Right.
Because I think Pearl already proved that she really can't defend the shit, a thing she be saying.
No. You gotta have the right information.
That's what I'm saying. Like she couldn't.
That's it.
She defend shit. Look at the way of all the people, you know, Jazz cooked her. And usually Jazz says some pretty off the wall, crazy ass shit. But I thought Jazz pretty much won that shit, man. And she was emotionally triggered and caught off guard. Well, I don't know if she was emotionally triggered, so I'll take that back. But she was definitely caught off guard with the topic. And she still won.
Wait. So wait a minute. Is this the original one, or did they come back and do it again?
Okay, this is from exactly 1 week ago. The ladies' first show. I'll play it right now so y'all can check this out. This is when Pearl decided to race bait the whole panel.
Discussion about attraction, dating, and why some women choose the so-called bad boy.
Okay, well, you asked me why I brought it up, the black community, because you're black, so you would know.
Nothing more, nothing less. But when Pearl joins the conversation, the direction changes almost instantly.
No, Tyranny, you have to be one sec. I talk again. Tyranny, one sec. What the heck is Tyranny?
Half of black women have herpes. Like,
what begins as a general relationship discussion suddenly shifts into a racial argument that nobody on the show brought up until she did. The panel reacts.
I respond when I'm done. This does make me angry when is this the only thing about black man that does trigger me about the fact that when black women say something, we can respond to it and counter on it, give data and say, hey man, she not true.
The tension rises, and the conversation spirals into one of the most heated moments in Ladies First history. And later, in this same episode, something else comes to light. Something that exposes a contradiction big enough to change how the entire exchange is viewed.
So you didn't like stats, but as soon as it's convenient to talk about black people, here comes Pearl with the stats. You need to shut your mother mouth, lady.
This is what really happened.
Last week on Ladies First.
Question for Pearl, and then Yuri can actually respond, and then we go to the fellas. I see you, CJ. Pearl, do most women know about how these men move out there? Because in my head, it comes Future, Nick Cannon, Cam Newton. Like, usually the guy that has already a track record and women still flock to them. This is a very visible, I don't think this is like the woman will...
No, women know, but we hate that we love them. Like, oh, I love him so much. I hate it. We hate that we love the criminals, the players, the rappers, in this case, the entertainers, the really unstable men we just love. And you can see this because when women are young and hot, that's who we pick. When we're old, ugly, and used up, I mean, that's when we go for the stable guys. And we do a very good job, we do a very good job convincing them we love them. So I don't know if any girl comes in and is like, I love the stable guys. It's like, at 20, did you? Usually not. So that's... And we can't help it to some degree. We cannot help that we are attracted to men that show signs of dominance. I think a lot of us we wish we could turn it off, but we can't. It's just what we're attracted to. We're biologically hardwired to do that, unfortunately. So
we're biologically hardwired to. Did you say we're biologically hardwired to want chaotic, criminal?
Well, dominant. Yeah, dominant. Because you got to think of like Ted Bundy. He had women. Yeah, he had women writing him love letters. He impregnated a woman. He impregnated a woman while he was in prison for murdering women. This is a real Luigi Mangione.
I don't think that's a woman thing. I think that's a thing that certain women do.
Well, you are correct.
There's no.
Hold on. Let her land, and you respond. You going to get the mic? Let her land.
Not every woman does that. There's different levels of dominance. However, we are still attracted to dominant men, and that does come in the form of if a man can kill someone else. We know he can protect us biologically, so that just is what it is.
So you find you equate dominance with you find a man that can dominate and harm a woman attractive?
That's one way that men describe it, or that's one way that men do it, and women do select those men. So I try not to apply morality to this, good or bad, it doesn't matter, because women do pick criminals. Criminals are men that have committed a violent crime are actually more likely. They are more likely to reproduce than men that haven't. So I didn't make this world. I didn't make women write love letters to Ted Bundy.
Has that been your experience? Like, are you attracted to criminals?
Well, to be fair, I don't know many criminals, so that hasn't been my experience personally. What about the people in your environment? I've interviewed 1,000 people. A good chunk of them did procreate and date men with felonies. That's not uncommon. So, especially in the black community, if we're going to be honest, that's
well, yeah. Well,
uncommon. So I don't know why you're pretending to not know what I'm talking about. You can gaslight these tips, but
I'm gonna just stop it right there. Then I'm gonna get right back into it. So you see the way she segued into making it about race, like that's now we got everything in its proper context right there for everybody that just tuned in. It was a standard general conversation. Everything was pretty much on code, race neutral, up until that point right there. You heard that part, Free Zone?
Yeah, she injected it at the right time too.
There you go.
That was nasty work.
Yeah. But, and of course, you can see the look on Jazz's face. She caught off guard. I personally, I thought she handled herself well with this shit. So let's listen a little further.
They can't gaslight me.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think you know anything about the black community, but I will say about the white community, it's a lot of white women that find, men who kill other women attractive. Those are the women that were
true, but I won't gaslight you about it. I won't gaslight you. I would say that's true. That's true. There are white women that do that.
I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Hold on, real quick. Hey, hold on. I'm gonna say it again. Hold on, real quick.
I can't hear you while I'm talking. I don't even know why she even brought up the black community.
Okay, well, you asked me why I brought it up, the black community, because you're black, so you would know. Because I don't.
That is reasonable.
It's like the same reason you brought up the white community, because I'm white. I have eyes,
If you're done, first of all, that's very disrespectful.
It's very
disrespectful. This was a conversation about. No,
Hey, friends, we don't need that leaves. Jess can handle it. Let her handle it.
Go ahead.
So like I said,
if you're offended, next.
Go ahead, Jess. Let Jess finish, please. Let's go ahead, Jess.
I will. Yeah, go ahead.
Jess,
so like I said, we were speaking about relationships in general. Nobody said anything about black or white until you brought it up, and for what reason I don't know. It didn't add anything to the conversation. First of all, you're speaking on the nature of women and how we are all naturally attracted to men who are criminals, and then you made a point to say, excuse me, no, that is not the case at all for black women. Now, if you're talking about people that are in poverty, people that live in certain situations, and
60% of black men have been arrested by the.
Can you stop cutting her off?
One second, hey, friends. One second. I got you.
She's cutting me off, Ali.
I got you. Jess, you do that to ask. I got you.
Sorry. You all right? Bro, my bad.
Just make some notes, Pearl. Let her finish. Go ahead, Jess.
That's my fault.
It's fine. Go ahead, Jess. And interrupt it.
It's just weird that you would even have to bring up a race of people to even have the conversation. With letting me know that you don't really have information on the conversation.
Maybe I don't. Isn't there a mute button that you can mute other people who are talking?
Yeah, StreamYard, though, they can always unmute themselves. So the only real mute button that you have for them is to just drop their asses backstage, or you can their mic down. You can always cut it back up. So yeah, you got to just remove them.
I always get lost at this kind of perception that a host will have where he's making it seem like he doesn't have control of his own panel when all the controls are right there. You can drop somebody, you can mute somebody, and if you don't, if they don't like it, fuck them. But I think they do. 2 million subs will make a person rather generous. So I think people give Pearl a lot of leeway because she got 2 million subs, even though really it don't mean shit.
Which it doesn't. All right, so I'm gonna take it back. Now I still think Jazz handled herself pretty decent, but now that I'm playing this shit again, it's like you did kind of still fall for the bait. Because Pearl was able to successfully switch the topic, narrative, and conversation. She really changed the whole conversation for a week.
Yeah.
And was able to just spin it the narrative. So yeah, I will.
Yeah.
And that's something that if you're on your toes when it comes to panel warfare, you really can't allow that shit. So Jazz did fuck up.
And you know how else you're losing? If you end up in a conversation about the conversation, somebody's losing. I'm just telling you straight up. You're not even in the same conversation anymore. The conversation about the conversation is a losing conversation. You lost.
Okay, well, what are you supposed to say when she says that? I'm not having this conversation with you about race. I thought we were talking about relationships in general.
Right.
You're trying to switch the narrative, and we're not going to let you do it. You got to just say it, just like that. Well.
Yep. You got to be very direct. That's a fact.
But it's like you said, as soon as you start having the conversation about the conversation and all of that, and trying to debunk what she just said, now you're having the conversation about the conversation that you don't even want to have.
Yep.
So there, you're
yeah. And that's what a lot of these folks don't understand. They really think it's about, again, it's about framing, it's about control, it's about perception. It's not even about logic and facts and all that. If you want that, then go to a fucking, they got all these college, Oxford debates and all that shit. You can go over there with that bullshit. That's not what this shit is about. That's not. People want to be entertained by a debate.
It's like, look, I gotta, hey, that's when I come back, you know what I'm saying? I will come back, I'm gonna change my damn avatar pic, bring some shit like that up. It's like, look, okay, here's what's up.
Mm-hmm.
Send your ass right back to Sesame Street, okay, with a lint roller and some medication for that fucking lice you got in your fucking hair. Now let's start right here, like
Yep.
you gotta just roast that hoe, man. Whatever, to the point she like to laugh and giggle and shit. Give her something to fucking giggle at. For real.
Yeah.
Like that's it. There is no more conversation. We just gonna roast you, bitch.
Yeah, and I think that people, and this goes to the whole internet not being real thing, because I truly believe that this shit ain't real, and because of that, it allows me to take the conversation wherever I want it to go once I know I'm not dealing with a serious person. And I think people are afraid to do that because they think they'll be perceived a certain way, when in reality, none of this shit is really real anyways, because you think that this conversation is changing something.
Now you got a reminder. That's why I said, man, we are all with the shit.
Yeah.
Like that's what it is. If you ain't with the shit, man, you gotta get the fuck up out of here, man. This shit ain't for you. Like,
Stay in the motherfucking chat. Stay in the chat where it's safe.
It's not even safe in the chat. You know that.
You much safer in the chat though. Much safer.
Your ass
It's dangerous up here, man.
your ass in the clouds where it's safe.
Uh-oh.
The strays come to the chat. Yeah.
That's fair. That's a good point.
For real. That chat ain't safe.
You're just spewing points to try to get a rise out of people because that's all you know. As it pertains to why women choose the women they want, or the kind of men that they date, there are so many different reasons for that. You can't equate a person that has a felony to them being a violent criminal. That's not always the case, because I agree there are some people that marry men and women that have felonies in their background. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are violent. And then to say that Black women are the most prone to violent criminals within our community, you don't know shit about our community, Pearl. And if we're going to talk about what's happening, if we're going to make it about a race thing, let's figure out what's going on in these white communities, in these white homes, when you all are raising all the mass shooters, y'all raising kids that are taking guns to shoot at other kids, y'all going into public spaces, and I'm sure you want to talk about Black on Black crime or whatever.
Good point, Kojak.
All of that, because that's through proximity. The point is that you didn't have to make it about Black or white. Keep it general, because it's very disrespectful for you to try to pigeonhole Black women when you don't know any of us at all, to make that assumption that that's what we are prone to. None of these women on this stage, myself, Tyranny, or even Athena, are dating any man that.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Hold up, let me just back up for a few seconds here. I want y'all to pay attention to CJ in the lower left-hand corner. These are the issues that I be having. Now, they are going at it, and this motherfucker raises his goddamn hand. Everybody ain't built for this shit. Look, when you're in a space that's predicated on gender war dynamics and gender war shit, you got woman on woman crime right now going on. Let them fight. The fuck you raising your hand for?
Yeah, that's insane. Raising your hand on a panel.
Save this bitch. You know? You about to save Snuffleupagus from fucking from count from the count. You know? Like, what the fuck, man? That's it, man. Just let him go. Let him go. It don't even make no sense.
CJ an idiot, man. He just always thinks that he has something meaningful to contribute. And it's like, nigga, you don't. You don't, man.
And you just want to raise your hand because right now, you know, Jazz is kind of coming back to what Pearl is saying, but just Let this bitch speak for her motherfucking self, man. Them women going at it. Mute your motherfucking mic and listen. Alexa, play Let Them Hoes Fight. Facts. Like, for real, ain't they? White t-shirts, water guns at the door. That's all I got for you. You know? And we got a good deal on Jello. You know, like, for real.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
No more of that other bullshit. Fuck that. Fuck that. You know? Shit crazy, man. So I'm like,
that nigga hand is really up.
We ain't about to let you jump in the middle of this shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, the fuck out of here, bro. This is woman versus woman shit. If ain't none of them your woman, nigga, shut the fuck up. You know?
Or even Athena are dating any man that is of a criminal or that are violent. So watch what you say up here. You got a really smart mouth, and if you're going to have the conversation, try to be respectful. And all this trying to get me to hurry up, I'm gonna take my motherfucking time.
Oh my God! Can we just Hey, there was the rule. She has the hey, friends. We don't need it. When she lands, Pearl will have all the chance to reply. Everybody going to be quiet. Go ahead. You done, Jess?
Yeah, I'm done. I don't understand why that was accepted. Like that was.
Wait. 1 second.
Okay.
We shouldn't accept what she said.
To say that you should know as a black woman because you all date criminals when you
So Jess, 1 second. So my this is my opinion, Jess, and correct me if I'm wrong. She punched you in the face. You have the right to punch her back. Right? Is that fair? If you felt that she punched you in the face, I have an opinion about this that I'm going to say later, right?
Okay, so you can tone police the simps and women that respond to shame, but you're not going to tone police me. So anyways, going back to the stats, the reason that I said that was two reasons. The first is that I interviewed 1,000 people. A good chunk of them were black women. And I just noticed that they had a propensity more likely than other races to date criminals. It's not.
Hey, and that's another thing. This dumb bitch tries to equate the host of the show telling you to stay on topic to tone policing. Now, I know what it is to be tone policed in this motherfucking space. I've been told, oh, mic's too loud and, you know, I need to lower my tone and talk a little softer and shit like that. No, that's tone. But telling somebody to stay on topic and not just change the conversation is not tone policing. For real. That's not tone policing at all. What she's doing is Karening.
Yep.
Or is what Bayou Bunny called it. She called that shit white womaning. No disrespect to the white women, but that's what Bayou Bunny called. That's that Karen shit. Now you're a victim because motherfuckers ain't letting you run shit. No.
Yep.
That ain't gonna work.
And I always got to remind people, man, because people be forgetting. Like, Pearl is a modern woman. Pearl is a feminist.
Thank you.
So she gonna do all the feminist tactics.
Not even just that. She lives and moves like that.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Which is why even it boggles my mind that even the quote unquote most conservative traditional fellas like support her. That the anti-feminist dudes support Pearl. Like, bro, that shit is fucking amazing to me, man.
And this chick is like straight up 70s, 80s feminist. Like she's not even on the. I mean, I believe deep down she's probably, just like you said, I think she's more of like modern womanist feminist, where she believes that men are just beneath her. But even the way that she lives on the surface and moves, she believes that she is equal and on the same level as fucking men. And like, I can do what the fuck a man can do. I can run my business. Yeah. I can be a boss. I can do all of that shit. Which is, I mean, that's fine. You got a right to subscribe to whatever the fuck you subscribe to. But don't piss on my head. It's raining. You calling yourself an anti-feminist when you clearly are a feminist, that's bullshit. And I'm not falling for it.
Correct.
Like I said on my show.
And that's why I don't real quick, Auntie Keisha aside, like that's why I don't like Pearl, man. Because she is a feminist. You see what I'm saying? Like people like I've been on like 2 or 3 other panels saying exactly what I'm saying now. And you know what these niggas be saying? Why are you defending Keisha? Why are you defending the community? Why are you defending
the other day?
And it's like, bro, it has nothing to do with black people at all. It has everything to do with the fact that for a group of people who are so anti-feminist, you're anti-feminist when it's Keisha, but when you see anti-fem Pearl, when you see feminist Pearl, you don't say a word. You actually bend the knee. As a matter of fact, you even push the black women that do agree with you to the side so that she could be front and center. And it's just like, I understand that it's all business, but optically speaking, it just looks crazy, bro. It just looks insane to watch all this shit unfold.
That's all I was saying, and I've been consistent with that shit, dog. I'm like, bro, if this is your tool against the big bad black woman, like, bro, she will come into your house and disrespect you way worse than any fucking black woman will. Ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
Shit, at least Lily Gaddis looked better. You know what I'm saying? Like, god damn, man.
This chick that's attractive other than maybe her fucking bank account, bro.
Yeah, man. Niggas calling her an adjustable 8. Like
Fuck out of here. Yeah, I'm just saying, not even just with looks, but just the fact that the bitch talks a lot and says stupid shit. Yo, giggling and all of that shit, just from the perspective
oh my god, man.
And shit. Like, imagine that shit, Free Zone. You bring a chick like she's like, oh, I'm familiar with the black community. I lived in there for 2 years. I'm like, look, I can't speak for white folk, but motherfucker, bring a bitch like you home, somebody gonna beat your ass. Somebody's sister, somebody's cousin, somebody's mother about to take you outside and beat your fucking ass. And because you a big burly bitch, they probably gonna jump you. Them chicks probably gonna jump you. What up, Jessica?
And not only is she getting beat down, you getting beat down, and you'll probably be outcast for. You'll probably be outcast, just straight up, and they'll never let you live it down.
You better not jump in to help. You better not jump in to save her, bro. But what was you saying, Jessica? Welcome to the panel, by the way.
Hi. No, I'll jump in where I fit in as the conversation goes on. I don't want to take it back.
What up, JX?
What's up,
Did
Fusion?
you see the clip of her on the lead attorneys yesterday?
No, was that yesterday?
Yeah, I'll play the clip again. She wasn't up there very long. I'll finish playing this clip in its entirety because you was listening. Okay. I played it earlier. I'll play it again. Because it wasn't very long. I got it queued up when she was on the lead attorney because he pretty much dog walked her and just proved that she had all of these stats about the black community and criminals, but she didn't know a damn thing about white criminals. She didn't know anything. Nothing. So he pretty much walked her down.
I was going to say, why didn't it last long? Did it go left? But okay, that
answers she ended up leaving. She ended up leaving. It was respectful. She didn't want to talk about the Fatty and Untouchables situation, but lead attorney just pretty much said like, oh, you pretty much only have one side. It's like it's almost like you kind of want to spin a narrative here. Like you got an agenda to push. I'll play it in a moment.
Okay, cool.
Really an insult, as I could go into details about the types of men white women tend to date that are irresponsible. I've just noticed different trends in different communities, and it's kind of backed up by data because 60% of black men have been arrested by the age of 25. So, it's not to be rude, but I think it's more common in that community than it is other communities. In terms of mass shooters, I think you said white people are the majority of mass shooters. I would say that's true. And I wouldn't crash out on you for saying that. So again, if you want to get offended, that is a choice and that is your choice and you have the right to do that. So
I want to touch on this and then I want CJ and Rick the Ruler to pull up and the rest of the panel. Okay, Tyranny, I see you too. So coming from a world citizen, right? Because I live in Portugal. Right now it's 2 a.m. And Pearl was in the UK for a while too. This is not a black woman thing. If you go to Japan, all those women love the Yakuza until they get older. If you go to Brazil, all those women love the kid from the favela before they get older. If you come to Europe, all these women love the guys that ride on the L Angels. Like, women like danger. They are emotional junkies, right? And I believe that Jess actually pinpoints what it is when you put together people that are emotional junkies, which is most young women, and you put poverty together, you are going to get massive results. And in my opinion, this is why the Black community in the United States is hyper exposed to these situations, is because you are mixing two components that are very dangerous. Is the level of poverty. People live on a lower socioeconomic level, and they are addicted to bad boys, because that's what women do. You can go to any white college and see exactly the same type of behavior that Chads are getting all the women. There's the reality. The bad boy, the football star. Like, we know this is something that is a woman thing. It's just more exacerbated depending on the communities, the culture, and all that. So I actually believe that both of y'all are right on their own way. We can't, unfortunately, just be against something because it triggers our feelings. But what we have to do is be fair. If she was talking about black men, I don't think y'all will have the same type of smoke.
She was talking about black men. She said most of y'all are in jail. No. And none of y'all heard that.
No. There was not. Hey, Pearl, did you say most black men go to jail?
I said a stat. I said a stat that 60% of black men have been arrested by the age of 25.
Is that the correct stat?
Who the fuck is
One second. Is this that correct?
You can Google it.
I know that 12%. I know 12%.
We already know that there's a.
But she never said that.
I will say these, right? 1 second, please, friends. 1 second. I will say these. 1 second, please. 1 second.
It's weird.
I will say these. Hey, please, friends.
We're not even
too excited. Arrests are not convictions. I want to see the number of convictions, because arrests are not convictions. Just because somebody gets a stop and frisk, and they have, like, arrests are not convictions. I want to know the number of convictions so I can actually understand if these women are.
You consider the exoneration data as well.
And I speak.
Because we
Hey, CJ, relax. DJ, relax. I see you, brother.
We actually lead as like, first of all, we already know why that could be high.
Fatty told CJ, man, relax. Relax.
He's doing too much.
Look at CJ's face, man. Look at the expression. Look at the look on his face. Like, nigga, how dare you tell me to hush?
I'm trying to protect Pearly at all costs. That's what. CJ ready to fight, man.
They're all. For me, they're all doing a bit too much though. They're too emotional in their comebacks. You need to remain like calm and collected, because people are going to use that against you. Just your hyper emotionality, people are going to use it against you. They're all doing too much, especially the woman on the far right. I can't see her name, but with the blonde hair.
That's Tyranny. Who
how she wants to foam at the mouth.
They were pretty much protecting her from getting emotionally triggered by Pearly. That's what they said.
Yeah, because she's going to embarrass herself. She is.
Okay, that's what Fantastic came on the panel yesterday and said as well. So Ali, Fatty, and Fantastic were like, yeah, they protected her from embarrassing herself. I respectfully disagree. I believe Tyranny could have gave Pearl that work, because I don't think it's a tough.
Here's why. You say what?
No, I don't think it's a tough debate to win. I think even Tyranny would have won that.
Do you know? I'll say this. I don't think Pearl is the most intelligent person. I think she's pretty basic, but I think in terms of being able to manipulate the situation and use her, you said Tyranny's. The name is ironic. Use Tyranny's anger against her. I think she definitely could have done that.
Yeah. I'm not going to disagree with you. I
agree. I don't think Pearl is smart. I think these niggas just be emotional, man. Like, they just let everything that somebody says trigger them, and once you get to the point where nothing that the person says matters, you're able to think more rationally, and you're able to respond in a way that, like, what Pearl is saying is very easy to beat. I mean, we saw Lead Attorney do it. He slowed everything down. and he just easily just knocked all that shit out the water, made all that shit irrelevant. But when you're highly emotional and tied to what that person is saying, it just makes it difficult for you to think past that. And that's why they lose every time.
And that's the thing. And I don't think it's necessarily a matter of intelligence and who's making the most valid point. It's a matter of perception. And if you're up there foaming at the mouth, perceptually, you're looking at it and you're like, that person is getting so enraged because they're losing. So it doesn't even, at a certain point, it's not even a matter of who's right or wrong. It's like optics. And optically, Tyranny will lose that. Because I can see just from that small clip there where she wanted to go off, she was doing too much. You kind of got to rein it in and hit the points strategically.
Mm-hmm. I would agree. Now, Fatty had also showed just an IG message or whatever, and that was between him and Tyranny, I guess, during this stream, where it was like, "Hey, all right, I'm about to let you go at her," and then I guess Pearl had left. So I'm gonna play this a little bit longer, then we're gonna go back to the lead attorney, dog walking it, because I think his was pretty textbook.
It's 50%.
I just looked at the stat you asked for.
Let's prove CJ wrong. Why is he wrong that most black women are attracted to this type of men?
Pearl, no, we're not attracted to them. Their men want us. This is why they really hate us, because they can't.
That was not the question.
That's it.
That was not the question.
Wrong.
That was not the question. No, Tyranny, you have to be. One second. I talk again. Tyranny, one second. One second.
Half of black women have herpes. Like,
hey, one second. No, one second. Pearl.
Pearl just said half of black women have herpes. Like that. This is like trolling on another level. That's what I see.
Hey, for real.
No, wait, everybody. One second, Pearl. I'm asking you a serious question, right? Because we had you on the panel once, and Andrew Wilson was with us, right? And Andrew Wilson all of a sudden starting to do FUBU remarks and talking about black brands and all that. And I asked him, hey, brother, I see your content all the time. You usually don't talk like this. So my question is, and be honest about it, is there any other statements you're doing today, statements that are made to trigger the crowd that you have right now?
I actually came here prepared because I thought the topic was black fatigue. So I came prepared with stats, facts, data, and statistics. I came,
but the topic is not black fatigue, right?
That's what we spoke about.
No, but is the topic black fatigue?
That's what you told me the topic was.
I invited you, right? And I told you already that the next topic would be that black fatigue. We already addressed it. But what is the relevant part about making it about race when we're here about the relationships? Why go straight? That's twice. That's going to trigger people. And now if they start saying stuff about white people, now we're going to have a race war. We want to have the conversation and intentional about the relationships, but it is turning into race conversation instead of a relationship conversation. That's all we're addressing. We want to have the conversation, but it's becoming a race conversation.
It's interesting.
And we will have the race conversation, the black conversation. Hold on real quick, Big Rick. We want to have the black and white conversation, but when it's almost like it's said to instigate or stir something up, it seems like it's becoming racial. You're saying something.
What I thought was that we were adults here and we could talk about facts, data, and statistics without getting upset. Maybe we're not. I don't know.
No. If I did,
but it's not that, right? For example,
you don't
off the cuff,
just because the girls are getting upset.
No, that's not the case. Right? For example, we were having a conversation about criminals, and you say, black woman after herpes. Like it's a very
that's true. She said that she actually brought it up first, and you guys are talking to me. She brought it up first.
No, Pearl, you brought up the fact that black women like criminals, and then when she said, what if she said that white women like men who smell like dogs, then it becomes racial.
I don't mind. That's okay. I don't get offended. One side's getting offended.
Okay, as long but look, just know that if that happens, then it becomes a racial conversation.
Okay, so what?
You can't talk about. No. But what happens is if we have a racial conversation, then it makes everybody else. First of all, I don't care about how we look in regardless to money and all them things. I do care about how people respect themselves. So we should be able to have a respectful conversation without making it racial, blatantly racial. Not being factual, making it blatantly racial.
Okay, well,
if
I'm being honest, I think you guys are overreacting. I think the guys are white knighting a little bit for the women. I don't think we need to get emotional because there's facts about race. And if you can't handle it, I can go. I don't mind.
Yeah, no, but Pearl, the thing is, we are not being emotional because let me give you an example of 1 second, please. 1 second, please.
I'm gonna bounce.
No, it's fine. Let me tell you one thing, Pearl, before you go, Pearl.
I'll go.
Hey, please, 1 second. So that's the thing, right, Pearl? If I was playing the same game that you are playing, I would say, you know about these things because you are the one that dated a black homeless man. right? I would literally come out of the woodwork because I know your story.
God forbid I help.
Right? And these not black women that are just addicted to black bums. You are addicted to a black bum because that was the person that you actually dated for a bunch of years, right?
Hey, Ant. This is where Fatty and them didn't realize that Pearl was playing a completely different game. A completely different game. Because even based on that response that he just said, he still doesn't understand the game that she's playing. The goal is to get y'all riled up so that she appears to be the better person. And it says, you know what? If this is what we're going to do, I'm just going to leave. No, you don't have to leave. You don't have to leave. Now you're begging her to stay. Like they don't understand the game that's being played right now. They still think it's about the debate. And that's what I really have a huge. I don't like the debate bros, man. I really don't, because they don't really understand what they're talking about, and they really don't understand what's going on. Particularly when women enter into the fray of discussion. Everything becomes theoretical, and it's not really based in, like, you may grab some stuff from reality, but what you're saying isn't really based in reality. You just want to play around with ideas and stuff. And then somebody like Pearl comes along and just understands that debates are a lot more than just information and ideas and stuff. And then you get bodied because you don't understand what's going on. And that's what she's doing right now. She changed the whole frame of the conversation. They're trying to get it back on topic. She now controls the narrative of the conversation. And when she doesn't have the control, she just says, you know what? Since y'all ain't gonna let me control nothing, I'm just gonna leave. And then y'all start begging. Instead of just saying, bitch, get the fuck on then, if this is what you gonna be on. But, 2 million subs, man. That get niggas begging every time, man.
Hey, I'll agree with you on that. That's why I said, I'm like, nah, before you go, we about to kick you in the ass first. That's it. Then send you on your fucking way.
Yeah, there you go.
Like when she do that shit, you just turn that shit into a roast session. Fuck that. We gonna send your ass, your fucking snuffleupagus looking ass back to Sesame Street with this dent in the back of your ass, man. Like for real. All right. And you can go now. You got anything on that, Jessica? I'm gonna go to the lead attorney's part in a second.
Now let's jump over to the next one when you're ready.
Okay. All right. So this is the lead attorney dog walking her ass.
There's some people that just, probably you were a lawyer, right? So where they can just remember every little thing in every study and just exactly how it was, and I just sometimes forget.
Yeah, I'm sure, I'm 100% sure that I know way less statistics than even you. I know I am the least knowing statistics of all the people in the space. So that's interesting. So knowing the statistics, it can kind of give you some ammunition in these debates, at least theoretically. What did you think that you made good points on for you to get the draw? Do you remember? I know this isn't fresh in your head, so these might not be fair questions.
Yeah, I mean, I remember thinking that.
Now, first they're going to talk about the debate with her and Andrew Wilson, and then they're going to segue into what happened on Fatty's. Because Fatty ends up showing up in the chat. She doesn't really want to talk about it, but she ends up talking about it.
I did think that I exposed that there wasn't really real solutions here. That it was just kind of like, and I still didn't think he had an answer for what's in it for men. I thought that wasn't great for him. But yeah, maybe he won a little bit more. I don't know. I'd have to remember. But I know I went in expecting to lose, and I did better than I thought.
Oh, I hear you. Throughout this, it was very clear that you did not want to give men any advice. You didn't want to, quote unquote, make any prescriptions. And I'll be honest, I found that kind of odd. I know, on the one hand, to be fair to you, that people are I mean, since you got on this thing, people have been on your ass about not being married and not having kids with the type of content that you say. But at the same time, you know, I said that I don't know anybody who's talked to, let's say, more people than you know, more men and more women about this stuff. So it seems to me that you have some very valuable information. Maybe, for example, taking something easy about the value of prenups. So why is it that you are very stark in saying that you don't want to give men any type of advice? You don't want to tell them, for example, hey guys, if you get married, get a prenup. Why is that?
Oh, I don't want to be liable.
Be liable.
I try to stay descriptive. These are the facts. You gotta take it and do with it what you must.
Mm-hmm. But you're a professional volleyball player, right? You would tell people, give tips on how to improve in volleyball. You are a professional and excellent podcaster, YouTuber. You do tell people how to improve, men and women, how to improve on YouTube and podcasting. Why is this carve out here for all the great information that you have gleaned from talking to all these men and women for these years? Why don't you want to offer any suggestions on how to improve their relationship?
It's just how I want to do it.
There's no rationale behind it?
No, it's just how I want to do it.
All right.
Hey, Jess, let me ask you a question. Because you know, you have a history of, before Pearl, there was, how can I say this? You know what it's like to be in Pearl's position, right? In relation to a particular space. Did you ever self-deprecate yourself? Like, I know I'm a woman, I'm dumb. Did you ever do that?
No,
Why would she do that?
I think, one, we're coming from different positions, and this isn't to, I'm not blowing my own trumpet, but Pearl is an unattractive woman, if we just call it for what it is. So her mindset coming at things is just different from the jump, you know? It's sort of like, I'll say this about myself before you start saying mean things about me, because she's very aware of the position that she holds. At this point in her life, she must know that she's an unattractive woman. It's, you know, it is what it is. Just an attempt to kind of, what's the word? Not ingratiate herself with people, but just make yourself more likable. I think Free Zone, you could tell I kind of take the position, if you like me, you like me. If you don't, you don't. I really couldn't care less. But I think she cares because she has a higher investment in it. And I think that's why when he's questioning her about why she doesn't give any advice to men, that's purely strategic. It's purely, if you know your fan base is men, you don't want to say the wrong thing to turn them off. You're trying to maximize your potential customer base. So if you just focus on the women, that's one thing. But if you say, well, I think men should get married, you immediately alienate half the men. If you say, I think men shouldn't get married, you alienate half the men. You kind of have to stay neutral and kind of be like, well, you know, I'm a woman. I don't tell men what to do. I don't take a position on that. I think that's her stance that she's going for. But in the self-deprecation, I'm not going to self-deprecate myself. I think I'm intelligent enough.
Right.
I don't think I'm unintelligent. I don't think I'm bad looking. You're not going to catch me saying it because I don't believe it.
Right. And I think that plays into the self-deprecation thing plays into also why she wouldn't give any men any prescriptions. When, if you actually look at the descriptions of like red pill and all that stuff, for the most part, it does point to one or two inevitable solutions. And she knows it. We all know it. And we see the results pan themselves out. Either don't deal with any of these women here and just don't get married, period. Or leave the country and go search elsewhere. That's typically the, you know, if I were to narrow it down, those are usually the options that people choose when confronted with this information. Now, most people just decide to disengage with women entirely, but but for some reason she feels that she can't say that. So it's very, very interesting, because when she always gets pushed into this corner where it's like, well, what should men do with the information that you're telling them? And she's like, oh, I don't know what they should do. I'm dumb. I don't know. I'm just here to give the information, which is like that's nasty work. That's just nasty work.
But on that one, genuinely, I think it's double-sided, right? Because I come from the position, if I say I believe all men should stay single and completely disengage from women, long term, I don't think that's a healthy solution. So it's just genuinely not something that I'd advocate for. It's not a healthy solution mentally, physically. It's not a viable solution. And if you break it down pill wise, I'm more purple pill. I still believe in the concept of love. I still believe in the concept of healthy relationships. So if I was to say, you should all stay single, it would be kind of fake of me,
Right. But you're okay. But Pearl will say something like marriage is a bad deal for men, right? So you're saying that men shouldn't get married? Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that marriage is a bad deal for men. Well, no, you are saying that men shouldn't get married, but you'll say one statement, but you won't say the other statement.
I think because logically, if you look at the flow and the consistency of a lot of her arguments, one thing I've noticed is there is no consistency, there is no flow. It doesn't make sense because it's just whatever fits in that situation, whatever fits the narrative at that point in time. It's like the typical red pill parrot. You just kind of just go out there and just start hitting those points out. They don't have to make sense. You don't even necessarily understand them. You're just saying them because you see other people say it and they've been successful saying it.
Which is why we end up here where lead attorney pushes her to think a little deeper, and I want to see how this goes. Yeah, go ahead, Auntie.
Fantastic. These debates are kind of they've been blowing up the spot. It's kind of its own kind of meta, its own kind of niche. Have you debated anybody else on these topics?
I haven't done as many debates recently. I'm trying to think the marriage one. No, I've been kind of just doing like my own thing, so I haven't done as much.
Got you. And y'all know just Pearly Things, over 2 million subscribers. If everybody knows who she is, only 800 people in here. But if you don't, you can absolutely check her out. She talks a lot about marriage and relationships and divorce and the dangers that can come with divorce and marriage if you're not careful. Did you watch the debate between Coach Greg Adams and Andrew?
Yeah, I did.
What did you think about that?
I'm a fan of both of them. I did think CGA won.
Oh, somebody write CGA in the damn chat.
Somebody write CGA. He lost a few points for me. He started going to the ad hominems, and I do think that kind of that takes away from it. But yeah, I thought he won.
Why did you think CGA won?
I just thought that he made more sense when I listened to it. I can't remember word for word, but
got you. In this debate that you had with Andrew, do you remember, and I know it was a while back, but do you remember just being surprised at something that you felt like he didn't understand or he wasn't kind of understanding from the points that you were making?
Yeah, do you know what? I thought that his position would be, it is an unfavorable deal. Men don't get much out of it. However, there are situations where it could make sense for certain men. But I thought just on a general, I mean, the state of fat wives in America alone.
Oh my gosh, here come the whales, right?
Yeah, I mean, just the state of obesity. It's got to be a losing deal. 80% of women gain 20 pounds or more in the first 5 years of marriage.
80% of women gain 20 pounds or more in the first 5 years of marriage.
Yeah, and I'm to the age.
Would that take into account like a lot of women get pregnant in the first 5 years of marriage?
Not really. The birth rate's dropping below like 2 now. Like no one's really having kids.
I didn't say every woman. I said a lot of women. You don't think it's fair to say that a lot of women within the first 5 years of marriage get pregnant?
No, I would agree, but I just don't really think that's an excuse because my mom had 7 kids.
Okay, you don't think it's an excuse to gain weight, for a woman to gain weight when she's pregnant?
No, not really.
Okay, women, so if you become pregnant, don't gain any weight.
I'll gain, 8 pounds, and that's it.
If a woman gains 8 pounds during pregnancy?
Well, isn't that how much weight the kid is?
Oh, that's right. So, guys, if the kid is 7 pounds, then the woman gains 7 pounds.
Yeah.
If the kid is 8 pounds, then the woman gains 8 pounds.
Yeah.
Isn't that how it works?
Look,
if the
I know,
kid is...
I know a lot of girls that just got married, and it is not baby weight. I'm telling you.
Oh my
Like, come on.
gosh.
I just did a reaction the other day of women going on TikTok and saying they gained like 30 pounds the first 2 to 3 months of it. Like women are going online and saying this, and I wanted all their profiles. None of them have kids.
Do you know what? It's when you're listening to it, you realize how ignorant the arguments really are, because my first thought was the same thing as the lead attorney. Now, we know birth rates are dropping overall, but marriage is primarily, it's a birthing, I don't want to say institution, but it's a birthing coupling, right? So most married people have children. Most married people actually have children. As soon as they get married, their next step is to start a family. That's the way it still works today. It's the way it's always worked. And then if you want to talk about weight gain during pregnancy, let's just say a baby weighs 8 pounds. You have a placenta, you have amniotic fluid, you have extra blood volume, there's so many other aspects that go into the weight gain. It's not just there's a baby in there and that's all. It's all the changes within your body to sustain a baby as well. So it's really just an ignorant statement, but I'm happy that he clocked onto it and he called it out politely.
I do think she's kind of trolling with that shit. I think she's kind of trolling, but it just proves she still doesn't know what she's talking about when it comes to that. So
do you know what? And I think you're giving a bit of leeway there. Do you really think she's fully trolling? I don't think she is. I think she's just a bit dumb.
Well, no, that I'll agree with. But she's trying to substantiate the argument of why there's no excuse for women to gain weight in the first 5 years of a marriage. He equated it to pregnancy. She has no argument for it. So now she's just giggling and saying some ditzy shit. That's what I mean by trolling.
Yeah,
he made a good point. Come on. Most women are going to gain some damn weight, after pregnancy. During pregnancy, and then they're going to retain some of that shit after pregnancy. Like, it takes some work to get that shit, to get rid of it. Like, it just is what it is. So it's common and there are reasons for it. But she didn't have an argument for that. She's just like, oh, well, women, she's trying to make the argument that women just become less attractive after they get married because she has to be able to pander to her audience. She's got a large audience of dudes that are anti-marriage and, anti-feminism and all of that other shit. So she's got to find a way to do that. But since she has no answer, everything just becomes a joke to her. But I would agree.
That's a nasty freeze frame, by the way. She looks like Beavis and Butthead, man.
No, I get what Jessica said. She's like, you're giving her a little too much grace. I think, she just ran out of answers. So she tried to make a joke out of it. I don't think she really believes that shit. Oh, I'll gain 8 pounds during pregnancy. I don't think any woman could really be that stupid, or any person can be that stupid.
I'm not saying sometimes it's the kids, but I mean, come on. If you look at the obesity rates, that is not just baby weight. We got to be real here.
It's not
That
just
is
baby
ta-
weight.
That is Taco Bell weight.
Not the Taco Bell way. But I will say this is the danger of statistics,
No
right?
women in the chat. Is she well? That's not rational.
Well, now she's turning into Tommy Sotomayor. Now she's reading the chat.
My mom had 7 kids. And she
Now
wasn't
she's reading the chat.
7.
Oh my gosh. Okay, shout out. And if y'all got questions for Pearl, you can certainly ask them. Put a Q, and then I'll ask the question. Chelsea says, TLA, ask her about the panel she just did with Fatty on Unleashed. Okay. What does that mean? Do you know what this is referring to?
Yeah, I do. I just did not a debate. I did a panel with Fatty, and they kind of crashed out.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was a whole thing.
What was the debate about? Who is Fatty?
I don't know if you want to go into this.
Oh, did it get bad?
No, we can. Hold on. Let me message it.
Is it still on YouTube?
Yeah, it's still on YouTube, and it's fine. Like, I'm fine talking about it, but it's just with your show, it's kind of a contentious topic. So I don't know if you want.
Okay, just tell us, what was the topic?
So the topic was if Black women date criminals more than other races.
If Black women date criminals more than other races.
Yeah, and I would say that.
And this is just my opinion, but I think y'all can chime in on this. I think she's trying to stay away from it because she knows this is the type of shit that damn near got her ass canceled a couple of years ago.
That's a good point. Yeah.
That's why she don't want to bring it up on the lead attorney. That's why she's like, "Oh, this is kind of a contentious topic for your show and shit like that." Because, hey, if larger YouTubers up your stance when it comes to race in general, it ain't gonna end well for you, Pearl.
Mm-hmm. I also think she doesn't want to bring it up because she knows that if she brings that shit up to an attorney such as this one, he gonna instantly see that she doesn't know what she's talking about.
And that too.
Do you know what? I agree with you there, Free Zone. And also she plays on the emotionality of a lot of Black women, right? Especially, I'd say not even Black women, but the type that get on these panels. Give me a second, sorry. She plays on the emotionality of a lot of these women that jump on the panels. And remember when I said earlier, it's not a case of intelligence, it's a case of optics. So you can win an argument simply by making someone crash out. You're not going to make Lead crash out. You're not. So she can't win there. I don't think she's scared about last time when... What did you call it before? Pearl War 1?
Yeah, Pearl War 1.
If you took that stance, you would have stopped listening to her back then. They're gone, they're gone. Those people that think you shouldn't talk, they're gone. So I don't think that's what it is. I just think it's just she knows she'll look silly if she discusses it with someone like Lead.
Oh, she's about to look real silly. I'm gonna play this. They're about to get into it because, as you see, this is the segue right here. She's about to look silly. He's about to walk her pretty bad.
That's true.
Oh shit! Okay.
So and I'm not saying the white women don't do it too. We do, but it's just when I was interviewing and talking to people, that was just more prevalent with Black women, and then they crashed out. I said it because, and the reason it came up was because I said that women date criminals, and then the girl got mad. She's like, "Pearl, you're just the one dating criminals," and I'm like, "No." And then at first I gave a different example. I gave a white example. I said Ted Bundy. Like, white women, we love serial killers, so we're like Ted Bundy, Luigi Mangione.
And then she was like, well, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, come on. You don't see these rappers out here that women are like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah. And then they got mad at me for saying that. And then it was a crash out and that was it.
Okay. And in terms of criminals, if we say that black women date more criminals than, I say, white women, are there more criminals? Are there more black people? Are there more black criminals in the United States, or are there more white criminals in the United States?
Well, I'd say most people date in their race, like most people. There are interracial, but like, you know, most people do date in their race. And if 1 in 3 black guys have felonies, then that's just going to be more common.
Okay. Let me ask the question again. Are there more black criminals in the United States, or are there more white criminals in the United States?
I don't know.
What you mean you don't know? What do you mean you don't know? Oh my God, man.
Yep.
I like how Lee was just like, right. I'm gonna ask the question again. He doesn't even stomp on the answer. He doesn't do that. He just, you know what? I'm just gonna ask the question again.
Like that's what I mean. Like she's not a tough debate at all. I wouldn't mind putting her in the box with Jessica here. I think she has no chance. Jessica, are you?
And last time we got in the box together, she ran.
Oh.
She said, "I'm not doing this anymore," and she left.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, I don't know if Jessica is retired, so I wasn't stirring them shit up. But hey, I don't think she can. You know?
Yeah, she doesn't want that because again, you're not going to make me crash out. You know, I think it's one thing that she relies on is the crash out mentality. You're not going to make me crash out. I actually understand the point, so we can go point for point. So certain people, she's not really going to want that debate with them. And you see, she did the same thing with Lee. You said she ended up leaving.
Yeah. Well, it was an amicable one. You know, because what was she up there for? Probably about maybe 5 minutes or whatever. This was a topic that she said she didn't really want to discuss. Hold on, let me spin it back.
Again, are there more black criminals in the United States, or are there more white criminals in the United States?
I don't know. Because it depends if you do it like total or per capita.
Yeah, I'm asking total.
Total, probably white.
Okay, so and probably way more white criminals than black criminals, right?
Yes.
But you're saying that even though there are way more white criminals, that black women date more black criminals than white women date white criminals?
Yeah, because most people date in their race. And so it's like what percent of, like a third of white men don't have a felony. So like if I was
way more white criminals though, right?
Right, but I'm talking on like a percentage. So if you talk to like 10 black women versus 10 white women, like if you talk to 10 white women, they're not going to know as many criminals, just like on a balance of probabilities.
Even though there are millions more white male criminals?
But not per capita.
And I really don't know the 1 in 3. That's surprising to think that 1 in 3 black men have felonies. Where did that come from?
You can Google it.
All right. So I think we're kind of seeing a little bit of looseness or shoddiness in these arguments here. I mean, that's a very, and I'm not saying that it's wrong, but that's a very stark argument there, a very stark statistic that 1 in 3 black men have felonies.
Can I ask you something quickly? Can I ask you something quickly? What constitutes as a felony in America? Because we don't have something called a felony here. So what would be a felony? Is a felony something typically you'd go away to jail for? And if so, how long?
Okay, so Free Zone might be able to interpret this a little bit better. All right, you have what would be considered just like basic citations, stuff like that, like disorderly conduct, shit like that. And then there's misdemeanors, and then there would be felonies.
So felony
So-
is like the highest level of crime, right?
Yeah.
Because
That was the highest level, something that's pretty really pretty tough to expunge. So that's deletion, of course, drug possession over a certain amount, distribution, and of course, other types of crimes too. But yeah, that's the highest
Yeah.
level.
Typically violent crimes, property crimes, sex crimes, like major theft, stuff like drug trafficking, violating firearms. Basically, anything that can put you in jail for over a year, that's serious enough to do that, is most of the time is going to be considered a felony.
Okay. Because I was thinking, right? So even if you use the per capita argument, and let's just say, let's take her at face value and say it is 33% of men, how much of that 33% is in general civilian population? As in, not in jail, not serving a sentence. So just by proxy, a lot of those men are removed from the dating market anyway. So they wouldn't even be an option for black women to date them. So it erases the point that she was trying to make, even if we take it at face value. We don't know if it's true because even she just said, well, I Googled it, Even if you take it at face value, it still kind of throws the claim up in the air.
Well, I know where she got the stat from. If you Google it, it's a stat from 2010. It says approximately 33% of African American men have a felony conviction. If you Google and ask the question, that's what's going to come up. I don't know how factual that is. I didn't do any further research. I guess I'm, part of the 67+%. So I don't know, but it's also a 15-year-old stat.
Yeah, it's outdated.
Yeah, it's outdated, and there are also things, because just like even Fatty was saying when she was trying to say 60% of black men under the age of 25 have been arrested. He's like, that doesn't necessarily mean convicted. That can go to a lot of things. It can go to the over policing of urban communities. Crime bills, shit like that were put in place. Just like they were saying with felonies, you can be the dealer when it comes to drugs, and you get the felony. But if you're the user, you get rehab.
Yeah, even the 60% arrest rate, just living in America, it's that's questionable in itself.
So it's like I say, it's stupid. But the fact that she didn't even know any stats regarding white folks, that's what lead attorney pretty much got her with.
Yeah, because it doesn't fit her agenda.
Yeah,
exactly.
Pretty much. And even here's the other thing too. It's extremely bad logic to jump from, let's say 1/3 of black men do have felonies. It's extremely bad logic to jump to the conclusion that because women will deal with them, that they love felons and they love criminals. That's extremely it's not even lazy logic. It's just horrific logic. That's that Obsidian level. Hey, on the level of if you use Tom Ford and it's on that level of bad argumentation.
But hey, I even said it earlier. I'm like, by that logic, okay. So she said that when she was on a Fatty show, she said that she interviewed 1,000 people or interviewed a bunch of black women, and most of them had admitted to dealing with a man that had a felony or some kind of conviction, had some kind of criminal past. All right, they admitted to it. She's like most white women didn't even know any criminals or didn't admit to dating any. So I'm like, by that logic, I'm like, you just proved your point. You don't even know how many white men are criminals. So as a white woman, it doesn't mean that the white women didn't date criminals. It means
you just didn't know.
Just don't know if they were criminals or not.
Yeah. And even then, it's a very biased sample, because do you know what? I'll say I do think women prefer, I wouldn't necessarily say criminals, but people with certain traits that may lead to them being more likely to be involved in criminality. But I think primarily that's an age thing. It's something that you see typically with teenagers, with very young adults. And who was she interviewing? Who does she interview? Primarily teenagers and people in their very early 20s. And that's across the board. That's not a white thing. It's not a black thing. It's not, that's just an across the board woman thing.
But, and that's what else I was saying. I'm like, look, that, just like you said, it's not a black thing. It's not a white thing. It's not a woman thing. It's not a man thing. Most people choose the wrong person before they choose the right person. Like, it just happens like that. And as far as what women are attracted, just like dudes are attracted to the wrong chick first, or they get the right chick and they do the right chick wrong.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a man equivalent as well, where men are attracted to maybe very women that are no good for them, maybe very hypersexual, maybe they're not, put it this way, they're not wifey material, but you can kind of pine on that. And then when you get older, you kind of learn, okay, do you know what? These people are no good for me. And you move on with a more matured mind. I think there's a male and female equivalent for both.
And that's all I was saying. I was like, yo, the squeak, as far as, oh, well, women like bad boys or whatever. I'm like, that's pretty much like that in all demographics. The squeaky wheel's going to get the grease, just like the chick with the big fake ass is probably going to get more attention and more eyes than the good girl that's all covered up and doesn't have a big fake ass and her titties out on the internet. Like that just is what it is. You know?
Yep.
So
it's just bad, bro.
Attention, you're gonna get attention. The class clown got more attention because he was louder and he disrupted class more than the fucking nerd that sat back in the back doing his work.
Yeah.
So that is what it is.
Yeah, and the logic, it just doesn't. That would be like me saying that women love serial killers because the majority of serial killers are white. That doesn't make sense either. Just because women like serial killers, just because white women like them, like that doesn't mean that most. It doesn't track. It's just bad logic, and that's why she looks stupid right here.
No. She doesn't know, but he called it out. That looks like you're trying to push an agenda here. It's like Jessica just said. Look, this shit doesn't fit your narrative. That's why you don't care for the other side of the stats. Like I just Googled it. It's like, well, why wouldn't you at least Google the rest so you can make both sides of the argument, or at least be able to argue your narrative a lot better because you have the other side to compare it to.
These arguments here, I mean, that's a very, and I'm not saying that it's wrong, but that's a very stark argument, that a very stark statistic that 1 in 3 Black men have felonies. So it would be good if you're going to put that out there to kind of know where we got it, right? And then it would be good to know the stats for what it's kind of weird to know the stats for Black men and not know the stats for white men. Is that a little weird? Do you know how many white men are felons?
Not off the top of my head. I know I've looked it up before.
Do we all see kind of what's going on? Right, and this is what you got to be careful about. Now, if you're just going to be dating on this fatty guy's channel, you don't really have to be, I guess, so buttoned up, right? But if you want to present yourself and like, hey, I know what I'm talking about. It's weird to know how many Black men are felons, but not to know how many white men are felons. But then white.
Do you wanna just Google it? You can Google it if you want.
But you're the one making the argument, not me.
Well, I came here to talk about the marriage debate.
Okay, so let's.
Let's change the subject, y'all. I don't like this conversation anymore. You gotta love it.
Just feminist things, man. That's all it is. Just femmy things, man. Because when Fatty and Ali told them that same thing when they were over there, that shit wasn't honored. You think that shit gonna be honored here? Fuck no. It ain't fun when the rabbit got the gun, huh?
Just victim.
Yeah, Carmen, just victim things. Yeah.
Oh Lord, this shit is on. Hey, this was hilarious. But now, shout out to the lead attorney, and I'm not even a lead attorney fan like that. But just like I said earlier, he got this one, and he did it well. He did it well. He segued into it, real smooth, and just I don't know, and he even gave a nice what's that? A diatribe at the end.
But then
Do you wanna just Google it? You can Google it if you want.
But you're the one making the argument, not me.
Well, I came here to talk about the marriage debate.
Okay, so let's just end it. And now we're going down another road. It's fair. You're fine. And you warned me. You were like, "Lead, I don't know if you want to talk about this fatty shit." So you warned me. All right. So fair enough. You are exactly right. Do you have any debates? Do you think coming up about this issue? I really do think that you are one of the people, just because of the experiences that you've had running your own podcast, talking to all these different women and talking to all the men that you have. You have a documentary about the traps of marriage and divorce. Like, you know a lot of stuff. Do you plan on in the future talking to men and women about, or debating, let's say, about all this information that you have, kind of getting it out there?
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably do it. It's just, you know how it is, Lead. It's so much nicer when you just do your own show.
It is.
Yeah, and you don't have to deal with people.
When nobody can just take your fucking size 14 in men's big bitch foot and just stick it in your fucking mouth.
This is why I think she had the perfect formula for her before, when she had the the panel show with King Riches and Auntie Jenny, because she didn't have to make the arguments. She had other people to argue for her. So it's almost like her ignorance, you don't see it as much. But when it's just you and someone else on the stage, especially if it's just two of you, and there's nowhere else to run, it becomes very, very apparent in situations like this. She's not built for this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and
just like different.
So I guess I gotta agree with you, as well as Fatty and Ali, when they said, okay, maybe Tyranny would have got a little emotionally triggered. Jazz actually let her just kind of change the topic and the subject and just kind of argue that this couldn't that wasn't gonna work here. There's not any other places to run.
You don't have a CJ jumping in like, can I ask a question? Can I talk? You don't have this one trying to jump. You don't have anywhere else to run and hide. It's you there.
And she was kind of mad at Ali and Fatty where she said that. I think you're kind of protecting the women. Like, she really wanted to go at those women. And I mean, she still did the videos too, talking about she triggered black feminists and all of that other shit. Black feminists gets triggered and everything else. So yeah, she's trying to push an agenda, push a narrative, and you can't fall for it. So can't fall for it. And I'm like, these are old tricks. Like, we can't fall for the old tricks. Like, she's gonna have to use some new ones. Like, come on, man. Come on. It's like, I see it's not gonna work.
I know you went through a lot, with you were doing the kind of the fresh and fit, just Pearly things, having all these people coming in and out. And, some of these people are, they have, I think it's fair to say at least a few of them have some mental health problems. So you're dealing with all that. That's a lot of
yeah. And I didn't really have a life for a while. So it's kind of just easier to like have just to do my show. It's like less stuff I have to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing debates all the time. You got to worry about like people coming, people going, etc.
Interesting. Well, I really do think that you have a lot of information, way more than the average YouTuber, about this marriage stuff. Can you talk a little bit about your documentary? Is it out yet?
No, God help me. I was demonetized for 2 years. No, I mean, I'm still raising money for it, but
it's not out yet. Okay, but you're actively producing it.
Yeah, I mean, it's called What's in It for Men. I mean, so the idea is like there's all these commentators that are just always nagging men, like they need to make more money, they need to step up, protect women, be better. And they just can't answer the simple question: what do men get out of marriage?
Yeah, I think they get a lot. Man, you guys are really y'all are really locked in on this fatty thing, right? And I think Pearl has made it clear that she doesn't want to talk about it, right? And so I'm not going to force anybody to talk about anything on the channel. I've never have, and I'm not going to in the future. So if she doesn't want to get into it, that's fine, all right? And I would extend that courtesy to Andrew or Coach Greg Adams or Kevin or anybody else that's come on the show, all right? Do you have a date that you think you might like to see it finalized?
I think it'd be funny to have it out on Mother's Day.
On Mother's Day, all right. She wants the documentary for all the single mothers, right?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, listen, thank you so much, Pearl, for coming up. I know it's kind of, you haven't seen the debate in a while, so this stuff is not really fresh. So it's hard to ask you any specific questions about this, because it's not like you've seen it in a long time. Do you have any kind of closing thoughts on it, or anything you just want to tell the people in closing?
No, I think that I would like, if you can, you should look at the other debate too, because that one was pretty good. But no, that's all I got.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to come up. Somebody write just Pearly things in the chat if y'all can stomach it. Y'all are something else, And I guess we got to look at this damn fatty thing, right? All right, but listen.
I was gonna tell you. I'm like, I don't know right now. If you want.
Listen, we're not gonna force you to say anything, and I've never forced anybody. If someone tells me they don't want to talk about it, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. And I don't extend that to just you. I extend that to everybody else. All right. So big shout out to Just Pearly Things. Thank you for coming up and kind of giving us your opinion on who won this, and some of the strong points that you think both sides made, and some of the other points. So I appreciate it, Pearl. All right.
Thanks for having me.
No problem. Big shout out to Just Pearly Things. All right. Big shout out to Just Pearly Things. Chelsea has said, listen, Fatty has entered the chat. Oh, shit. Fatty, do you want to hit the link? I mean, I don't listen. Listen. I do talk about a lot of things. I make a lot of raunchy jokes and this and that. And I talk about race sometimes. But I'll be honest with you, it's very difficult for me to talk about race because that's not my particular lane. Like, I don't really understand it. I took my 23andMe, and this is coming from.
So we're gonna go to this part real quick, but let me just address. It's kind of like she threw the bait in the water. Tyranny and Jazz took the bait, and she wanted to make content out of them. That's a fact. Now, personally, this is just my take on it. This is why I would have just left it. And this is where me, Fatty, and Ali, and a lot of other people kind of differ with opinions. But it's cool. It's cool. I'm like, fuck it, man. That shit should have just turned into a roast session, whatever, man. Let them chicks go off, man. Because I done seen this space like really go in on a motherfucker, and that shit can be even more entertaining than somebody just beating somebody down with talking points. Like, for real. That shit can be some funny ass shit. So when you send that big burly snuffleupagus looking ass bitch back to Sesame Street and you just dog walk her ass like that, for real, I think that shit is just gonna be like a lot more shock value. Let them chicks say some off the wall shit. For real. I think the women in these spaces got like so much energy when you just let them just freestyle it. It don't always have to be, you know what I'm saying, all that. Just like Free Zone was saying, it don't always have to be all of that. Oh, intellectual spark. Like, that's for Jessica. But even now and then, Jessica can go there too, and it's funny as hell too. It's funny as hell. So I'm like, sometimes, like, and Pearly, that's what you got to do. Like, you got to just kick her in the ass. Like, kick her in the ass. Like, the way Six the Goddess had roasted the fuck out of her. Yeah. Like, that was funny.
I don't know though, and because I think ultimately that works in her fate. That's what she wants. She wants that outcome. Because one, then she can victimize herself, and she can say, look at these black people, they can't control themselves, they can't do this. It's going to play into the narrative that she wanted to spin from the very beginning. She was looking for that crash out. She was looking for it.
Yeah. But I okay, so I guess there's a right and a wrong way to, like, you got to do it without crashing out.
But do you think they can do that?
To be honest, I think Tyranny can do it. I think Tyranny can do it. I know people gonna disagree with me, but I think Tyranny can do it. I don't know if Jazz can do it. The Melanin Legacy chick, I don't really know.
See, I don't know these women. I'm just going off literally the couple minutes that I saw them. But I think the way that Need ate her up was perfect, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
Without it, like that was perfect. I'm like, yeah, there's a time and a place for it, but I'm like, man, you got this shit first, man. Like, we still here for entertainment, so you gotta get some laughs out of it. Like, even Fatty had said to her, I didn't get to play that part while you were up here. He was like, hey, you got a problem? Because she was like, oh, you're fat, and he was like, yo, you got a problem because I got more titties than you. I got more titties than you, right, Pearl? Like, that shit is funny.
Yeah. Here's the problem, and for a lot of these guys that are trying to build their channel, the algo is God. And so because the algo is God, it's going to put you in rooms with people that you wouldn't normally be in a room with, or just Pearly things, if it wasn't for YouTube. So I don't know why guys feel like they have to do this, but they feel like they have to, in order for their channel to grow, they have to collab with certain people that they don't want to collab with and have no business collabing with for the sake of business and growth. And it just, when you do that with somebody like a Pearl, it always blows up in their face. It never works out for them. I have yet to see it work out for them. But guys feel like they have to do it because they want to grow their channels and they want to, I don't know, man. It's like when business and reality come together, because all this, you got to know what kind of business you want to do before you set out to do this kind of thing. That way you don't end up in a situation like this. I think somebody said in the chat, like, I don't know why you would want to do business or collab with Pearl when it comes to shit like this.
Well, I mean, look, the views are going to come. Now, granted, people are going to critique it. People are going to say some fucked up shit about you. But with the social media thing and, growing a channel and a platform, that's just part of it. Like, no matter what you say, somebody's going to disagree with you. You got to kind of just be cool with that. So I don't blame them for the collabo. It's just you got to be prepared for the shit that she's going to pull.
Yeah, that's why I think be prepared. If you think it's going to be your big come up, the thing is, I think a lot of people defend Pearl simply because they think they can leech off of the numbers. She has 2 million subs, but her actual views are not very high. In fact, they're quite low for the amount of subscribers that she has. Yeah, they're very, very low. Considering you've got 2 million subs, the views are very low. So you're not even going to get that from her. So I don't get why they do it. I think that heyday for her is kind of over. For the very most part, I think it's over. So now she's just got to be a complete shock jock.
Well, you know how it is. When people make a name for themselves, we might watch a show, but then we don't watch that shit anymore. Especially when it's the same topic over and over and over and over and over again.
Right. Yeah, but what I'm saying is though that affects the perception that
there's nothing. Yeah.
That affects the perception that another content creator will have when they have her on the panel, because the obvious choice in that particular situation is to just let them hoes drag her. But because she has 2 million subs and you want her to come back, you're gonna try to hold off your let's say your people from attacking her the way that she does, that they do, instead of just letting everything just play out the way it's supposed to. It's like, yo, you might as well. But I don't know, man. And maybe that's the business thing. People do stuff like that because of business, and it just comes off. It ends up stabbing them in the back. It ends up hurting them later.
I mean, but just like you said, like that's why I believe it's just more than one way to skin a cat. Even if you're talking about it from a content strategy perspective or whatever, I'm like, look, Jazz is trying to grow a platform. Tyranny's trying to grow a platform. Like just about everybody up there has platforms that they own. They trying to grow them. Let them crash the fuck out and let her do some content about them. Let them go to war with her ass, whatever, and back up your crew. I don't see how it would have been a bad thing. Like, granted, even though Pearly would have been like, look, I got these feminists to crash out or whatever, fuck it. So, all publicity is good publicity, fuck it.
I hear you though. Sometimes you do just have to say so and keep doing your thing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
do you think Fatty got in the way of that particular moment getting its maximum potential exposure by like stepping in?
No, okay, so
just from a YouTube business perspective.
For her side, yeah. For Fatty's side, no. I think honestly, despite how bad it looks, right? If you're looking at it sort of moralistically, it looks bad. The optics are bad for black people, but if you look at it just in terms of, if you're taking all of that out of it, you're just saying straight metrics, numbers, channel growth. Honestly, I think Fatty came out of that situation a winner.
I would agree.
He won in that situation. Do you know why? Because no one's really going over to her side to hear about the situation. No one cares about it on her side. She didn't get her big gotcha moment that she was looking for. She didn't get the clip of them crashing out. But Fatty still had the in the moment live. So he had all the interaction. He had all the people coming over. That was all on his stream. He made the super chats of that. He made all the engagement went to him, not her, basically. So engagement wise, if you look in pure metrics, he won in that situation.
And for example, like you just
that's a good point.
Who is Fatty? But hell, I saw lead attorney in Fatty's chat yesterday. So just like you say, that helped to grow. But
there you go.
When I would say, just like you say, maybe missed an opportunity, you did kind of miss an opportunity to let your crew grow a little bit. I know Ali, Fatty, they're gonna grow and they're on an upward trajectory, but just people like Jazz, Tyranny, Melanin Legacy, those other chicks that were up there, because Pearly wanted some smoke with them. So I'm saying, they got a chance to kind of build a name on theirs, for themselves by just dragging that bitch for filth. So just that, the whole panel hosting thing, it can be a science, but it can also be an art too. So sometimes you got to know when to just kind of let things go. So I think he could have let things go a little bit more, maybe dropped everybody down. That's just my opinion on it. They can handle it the way they want to. They explained to me why they did it. Yeah, it might have looked, made Tyranny, whatever, look a little bit bad. But then again, it could have also been a viral moment.
Yeah.
Like Tyranny might have said some funny shit that could have gone viral on this pasty fangs bitch with 2 million subs. Like, you never know. What I noticed, it looked like her views were pretty standard, like where they usually are. Maybe a little bit lower. That's why I said it's like sometimes you got to just let it happen. And I just know about that. Just watching how a lot of the women move in the space. Like the women have like just a different type of energy, than the dudes. Like we got to kind of have our talking points rehearsed and be ready and all of that. But y'all got that energy where that shit just comes right off and it's just, like. Never know what the fuck y'all are gonna say, but that should be having me fucking dying. So sometimes I just let you go, and you never know what's gonna happen. Like just that element of surprise. That's the cool thing about them live streams. So that's just my opinion on it. I would have just let them go.
Yeah. Like I'm looking at her videos, and they just, they're floating between 20 and 30,000 subs views. Some 19, 7.2, and it's just like For a channel with 2 million subs, bro. There's channels around here that get that many views.
Are you looking at the ones with Fatty Ali? Those videos?
Let me see the number for those. Well, she didn't do any pre-records on it, but the one with her and Fatty. Damn, where is it? This bitch do it live every day. Hold on. Did she remove it? 1 month.
Nah,
Give me a second.
You might not be looking at the right channel. Check the Pearl channel.
Yeah, this is the Pearl channel. Black people will always fumble the opportunity. All right, that did 24,000 views. That live stream. The other one with Fatty is gone. I don't even see that one. The first one she did. Oh, here it is. Did 19,000. That was 4 days ago. So the one from 4 days ago did 19K, and then the one from 6 days ago did 24K. But for a channel with 2 million subs, that's what's her per capita? What's her views per capita? I don't.
Not like I'm not saying bow to her. I'm saying, man, just let them chicks drag her fucking ass, because that's how they build platforms for themselves. For real. You never know.
Right.
Real. Send that bitch back to Sesame Street. You know? I'm just saying, I done heard some women say some funny ass shit in this space, but you just gotta let them go sometime. Just let them go. And trust me, you know, I know, like, Pearl it seems like she ain't got nothing to really lose, but she really don't have much to gain at this point neither. She just trying to sustain. That's why she trying to stay up in shit. So that's what I'm saying. I'll let my girls eat. You know what I'm saying? Eat. Go on ahead and eat.
Yeah.
It's just my opinion. You know? I would have left
I think
Dolo with Tierney. And then, you know what I'm saying, with Jazz and Tierney, then I would have let her run the gauntlet on all of their asses. Real shit. Because she can't win. Like, she can't win. Not to say some stupid shit. Now, granted, somebody is probably going to get emotionally triggered, but y'all are women. Emotions are your strength, not necessarily your weakness.
Yeah.
For real.
I think at the end of the day, she. Look, I think at the end of the day, she knows that Nigatube is the thing that can stop her from absolutely hitting the bottom. She tried to agitate the white conservatives, didn't work. She tried to agitate the red pill creators, didn't work. Like, they may have they touched on the topic and then moved on to something else. But Nigatube will dwell on a topic like this for long enough to keep her relevant to stop from actually hitting the ground.
And this is what I always say, right? When she's like, she will plant the seeds of victimhood. I'm like, yes. And that's when, just like Freezone was saying earlier, that's when you lean into your position as the villain. Embrace it.
Correct.
For real. You know, it's okay to be the villain when you got just the right victim. It's okay. Like, for real. The villain gets top billing.
Yep.
Seriously. You know, she want to be the victim. Victimize that bitch. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. Oh,
yeah, I would lean all the way into it, bro. Like, yeah, I'm criminal. Okay. I'm inherently violent. I also live in a white community. Great neighbors. They have no clue. Like, I'm going in, bro. I'm going in.
Like, say that shit right, and as soon as you get the floor uninterrupted, what up, man? As soon as you get the floor uninterrupted, look, I already know you about to go back to your channel and play victim. Here's the deal. I'm about to give you something to play victim about before you take your Muppet looking ass back to Sesame Street, bitch. Before we talk about it, you know, Tyranny gonna say you motherfuckers like sleeping with dogs and smelling like pennies and rotten, rancid fucking baloney and all that other shit. Bro, you gotta go fuck you. Just go in, just give them that moment. For real. That's just the way I would handle it, you know. But what do I know? I'm just some guy that don't have nearly as many subs as everybody else, so I don't know much. I'm not the expert on things. I do make a decent living, you know, as a marketing rep, but that's
I'm just a lowly YouTuber. What do I know?
If somebody wants to play victim, fuck it, let them be a victim. For real, help them be the victim. Works for me. For real. You gonna go back here and play victim? Cool, I'm gonna step on you some more. That's my point of it. Because the thing is, I think people get too caught up trying to control people's opinions and shit. Oh, well, if I do this, people are gonna look at me like this, but if I do this, they're gonna look at me like this. Like, just like Free Zone was saying, is it really about that shit? Like, once you're on this side of it, it's kind of just about the attention and the clicks and the views and all that other shit. It's not like trying to control people's perception of you. That's a no-win. Like that's a no-win. Fuck it, because you can't. No matter what you say, you can debate somebody with facts. You can do it just like the lead attorney does it here. This works because it's the lead attorney. This doesn't work from Jazz or Tyranny or even Fatty because they're not the lead attorney. You know, you got to kind of do things your way in order for it to work. Like, for real. That's the way I see it. You don't put a saddle on a Mustang. You let it run. Just my opinion on that.
But she does not want to give it. A big shout out to Nathan.
Shout out.
Shut up, Fatty.
Appreciate that, bro.
Is this the same one? No, this is different. It's Team Fatty and Shut Up Fatty. I can't tell. And they're both Euros. So it's the same logo. I don't know if this is a troll or not. I'm gonna read it. Shut Up Fatty says, thank you for exposing her. Doesn't even know her own people's number. I mean, and that's the thing. I really do hate. I will say this. I really do hate. And I hate when people know one side of the statistics. And I think this is what the little gaming channel and others were talking about with the whole Coach Greg thing, particularly someone, I forget who it was. The stream was a few days ago. But it's like, why do you only know one side of the argument? Why don't you know both sides? How many felons are in the black community? Oh, okay, listen. How many in the white community? Oh, I don't know. How many black women are dating felons in the black community? Oh, this percentage. How many white women are dating felons in the white community? Oh, I don't know. It looks like you got an angle there, to be honest.
There you go. It's really that simple. I'm going to have to clip that part. It looks like you got an angle there. Looks like you got an angle there. All right. So I know I'm going to get out of here in a moment, but before I do, and I'm a little bit late, there was a Cash App that came in. Shout out to Creative Solutions 7.0. We want to celebrate her with that Cash App. I'll be dropping the link too in a minute if anybody else wants to come back up. Appreciate it.
Cash loaded, appreciation received. We don't pay, we just send. All transactions are complete. Fuck you mean. Appreciation received. Cash loaded, appreciation received. Cash loaded, appreciation received. We don't pay, we just send. All transactions are complete.
And shout out to E. Nicole for that Cash App video because, hey, we don't pin, we just spend, so ain't nothing pending over here. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate that. Shout out to Creative Solutions, better late than never. But, oh, that's real. I'm going to spend that.
It looks like being felons in the black community. Oh, this percentage. How many white women are dating felons in the white community? Oh, I don't know. It looks like you got an angle there, to be honest. It looks like you have a bias there, and people call you racist, and you say, okay, I'm not racist, but then it looks at certain points like you at least have an agenda. You know all the bullshit about black people, but you don't know anything about the white people? And you're white? I mean, Fatty's calling her out. Fatty's calling her out. Good question. I don't know. But then, you know, maybe Pearl is a victim too of things that, you know, these damn algorithms that feed us all of this information to cause us strife. Can't tell you how many videos I've seen of black people robbing. I haven't seen these white people robbing though. They don't rob. They're angels. But the algorithm doesn't feed us that. All right, so definitely understand Fatty's point. And shout out to Fatty. And if you guys are interested, apparently Just Pearly Things and Fatty did a debate on Fatty's channel. Absolutely go watch that. So shout out to Fatty.
Yeah. So we're gonna go back to this. I did play it a little bit earlier. Then we're gonna go back into the Q Butter thing with Obsidian, because I'm just sitting up here. Why not? You know what I'm saying? It's a little later. I might even have to change my damn backdrop because it ain't Sunday coffee and chill no more. Now, hey, it's just football and beer. Fuck it.
He actually wasn't, but that's what everyone says.
He was sleeping on your house.
No.
And shout out to Free Zone. Shout out to Truth. Shout out to Jessica, the one and only Jessica X as well, for coming up here, man. I appreciate them helping us do a little bit of commentary. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do it.
If I'm being honest, I think you guys are overreacting. I think the guys are white knighting a little bit for the women. I don't think we need to get emotional because there's facts about race. And if you can't handle it, I can go. I don't mind.
Yeah, no, but Pearl, the thing is, we are not being emotional because let me give you an example of 1 second, please. 1 second, please.
I'm gonna bounce. No,
it's fine. Let me tell you one thing, Pearl, before you go, Pearl. Hey, please, 1 second. So that's the thing, right, Pearl?
Yeah, Jessica was just up here. What was it, about 15, 20 minutes ago? If that. Shout out to Jessica X. Always gives good insight. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate her coming up. She was up here the other night too.
If I was playing the same game that you are playing, I would say you know about these things because you are the one that dated the black bum, a black homeless man, right? I would literally come out of the woodwork because I know your story.
God forbid I help.
Right? And he's not black women that are just addicted to black bums. You are addicted to a black bum because that was the person that you actually dated for a bunch of years, right?
God forbid I help the homeless.
No, he was not homeless.
No, he actually wasn't, but that's what everyone says.
He was sleeping on your house.
No, it's not the full. I mean, it doesn't matter. But
Yes, but my point is this, Pearl. We are treating you with respect. You can definitely touch on race. We can literally do shows about race, put the table to you, and you can do whatever you want. But if we are going to try to either get clippable moments or something like that, we know more about you than you know about us. So if you want to go there, we can go there. I take my gloves off and we can do whatever we want. And if nobody can be offended because of black this and black that, you are going to talk about the time where you were a black homeless man, a fat mother that you were having in your house, right?
Fatty, you're fat too. It's like
Absolutely. You have no egg. You are mad at me because I have more teeth than you. That's why you're mad, right?
We could go back.
That's why you're mad, right? Because I have more teeth than you.
Go again.
That I got more tits than you. Oh Lord. You know, before I go out of here, I gotta play that Untouchables track. But that is one pasty fangs, snuffleupagus, woolly mammoth, head full of lice, take your ass back to Sesame Street looking ass bitch, man. Real shit.
And again, I thought we were adults so that we could talk about.
Oh, we are definitely adults. Let me ask you something. What do you think about black fatigue?
All right, so I do appreciate you guys having me on. I really do.
Can you say what you think about black fatigue before you go?
I really did want to do this, but apparently we can't do the facts, data, and statistics. Thank you guys so much for having me on.
If you
want to do my channel, it's just
Pearl, if we came on your show and started talking about white men and white women, so disingenuous.
This is Sparta!
We gonna be addressing like
real shit. That's how you fucking handle that bitch, man. He was like, whatever, you gonna leave anyway. We just gonna kick your ass. Fuck you. Yeah.
Content too as well too, because not blatant that she does find ways to be racist, because there's things that she says that are actual truthful, and it seems like and CJ, I see you shaking your head, but when you have if I go on her show blatantly start talking about Andrew Wilson or Pearl, their race, their women, and their men, that's looking to race bait. This does make me angry when this the only thing about black man that does trigger me about the fact that when black women say something, we can respond to it and can't counter it, give data and say.
This is something that I'm glad I got to and I'm able to touch on before I get up out of here. Y'all gotta understand, and I'm not gonna say this is the case with all the white folks, but a lot of white folks like to come up in black spaces. Mainly the ones that literally show like just a blatant level of disrespect. That's why I'm not gonna put that on everybody, because I know I got respectful, Caucasian white, subs, and I've seen them in other spaces too that are respectful, respectful of the platform, respectful of the other subs, the panelists, everything. But there are some, like a Pearly things, like that dude, what's his name, Imperious, whatever, and some other folks. And their goal is just what you see right here. It's not just to start some shit and trigger you. It's to get you motherfuckers fighting. We saw it with that chick that came over to Sharon's, what was it, last year, and was able to just use the N-word with the hard ER and shit. That's the main goal. Divide and conquer. That's one of the reasons why you really can't allow it. It's not really just Grace. Boom, there you go. It's not just about how that shit looks or how you're going to end up looking. Hey, so what if you got to look a certain way just to maintain order in your house? If it means you got to look bad on their side to make sure that they understand that they can't come and trigger motherfuckers and create chaos and division on your side, my opinion, I believe sometimes that's what the fuck you got to do. So I personally have never really seen CJ and Ali, go at it like this. Like, I've seen them go at it, just kind of debate and shit like that. But when it comes to like the race topic, and now he's putting on his cape for just pasty fangs, and Ali's pretty much trying to stay on code like, nah, this doesn't happen. And basically the bitch is gone, and she got you niggas arguing with each other about how the hell y'all are supposed to be dealing with her. No, that's really what being on code is all about. And real shit, that, believe it or not, that's deeper than race. That's just your crew. That's just being on the same page as your teammates and your fucking crew. Like, there's just certain shit that we will not allow to happen. And one thing we're not going to do is let some outsider come up into our shit. And when I'm saying our shit, I don't mean just some black people shit. I mean, like, look, that is untouchable territory, because you're on Ali's channel, you're on Fatty's channel, whatever. You know, CJ rocks with the Untouchables. Like, these are weekly, daily staples over there. You know, nobody, no outsiders, regardless of what the fuck their race is, regardless of what their gender is, whatever, should be able to come into your shit and sow in division amongst your crew. Under no circumstances. You know, and that's why it's important to not tolerate disrespect. So when somebody like Alpha Omega was up in my chat earlier, you know, talking about, oh, well, why would I defend Tyranny? Why would I defend Jazz? It's not about that. If you don't like them, you got every right not to like them or disagree with their talking points and the way that they live and all of that other shit. No, it's about maintaining a certain level of respect in your fucking house. So kicking just Pearly things in her fucking ass on the way out is not about defending Tyranny and Jazz. It's about not letting that bitch sow dissension in your shit amongst your crew. Because no matter what, she gonna leave. She gonna leave. She over here temporarily anyway. She's a visitor. She's a guest. Let me keep it 100. It doesn't matter what her damn race is, what her skin tone is, what her talking points are. She is always just a visitor or a guest. She's got her own platform. She gives a fuck about the Just Pearly Things platform. She doesn't give a fuck about what y'all got going on over there. So if she can get you niggas to start fighting with each other, which you see that shit happen all of the time. How many times you done seen folks like, I'm going to use Imperius as fucking example. Folks like him be able to run up on panels, call the entire panel full of black folks monkeys, just pop shit in the fucking chat, and then all of a sudden, you got staples, you got members over at that channel arguing with each other, arguing with the host about how to deal with this motherfucker. That's a problem. You got paid members, people that support financially, on a consistent basis arguing about how the fuck he's supposed to be dealt with. That should never happen under any circumstances. So I would agree with what Jessica said the other night when she was up here. That's really what staying on code is about. That's not about just being race loyal. It's about just not letting outsiders come into your house and disrespect you. Like, real shit. Because y'all can be in the chat, you know, going back and forth with me, disagree with my talking points, but just by y'all being here, just by people being on my panel, just by y'all this not being your first day or you being willing to come back over and over again, y'all are supporters. Just with your clicks, your views, your subs. You think I'm going to let some motherfucker that's never over here only comes when I actually have to formally invite them? Have me and you arguing about some shit? Now, that's one thing. If I got a guest and I'm like, look, here's the rules. There is no disrespect of the guest. You know, I'm having them here. We're going to have a one-on-one or whatever. Yeah, of course, I'm not going to disrespect y'all. But, hey, I'm not going to disrespect my guests. But at the same time, y'all already know that as a supporter of my platform, you know damn well, like, look, Ant says there's no disrespect to be tolerated. So to disrespect his guest is to disrespect him and to disrespect the platform. And that we ain't going to do. Cool. Y'all understand that. But I'll be goddamned if I let some random Johnny come lately motherfucker have me and y'all arguing just because they decided to come in here and disrespect the rules, the structure, the order, and the format. So that's why that was my opinion on it. I'd have let that bitch run the gauntlet. She would have had to get roasted. She would have had to come back with rebuttals, talking points, whatever. She want content, we'll give her all the fucking content she needs. She want to play victim, no problem. We're going to send her ass back with some virtual lumps, bruises, and bumps. Fuck this hoe. Fuck this hoe. We gonna have her give her plenty of fucking content. She about to trend us in the fucking algorithm. Matter of fact, she about to trend all of y'all in the algorithm because all of y'all about to take a bite out of this bitch's ass. Next. Just how I would have handled it.
Hey man, she not true. When does a white woman, a white man say something? You know what?
Yeah.
That's absolutely true. That's exactly how black men are. This is the point. I'm not saying everything she's not saying is not truthful. She says some things that are truthful and needed as well too. But when you blatantly go into a space and make it about race, that is race bait, and it does become racial. Because this is not a platform, contrary to popular opinion. When people try to seem like we try to bash black women, that's not what we're trying to do. If you want to have a conversation, let's have a conversation. But if you're making it blatant about race, that's what they're doing. And CJ, you tell me, what was the point of her saying that black women like criminals more than anybody? What's the point of saying that? If it's not racial,
I just feel like it was just a general statement. I just feel like she felt she was amongst black people. So she said in the black community, us as black people, we are talking about our own people. If because she's white, she can't say nothing, don't invite her over here while we're having these black topics.
This is not a black topic. One second. Everybody got the script. Everybody was tagged on the Instagram post. There's a description.
And this super chat that was on Fatty's screen right there, or on Ali's, I think this is Ali's channel, right? That shit sums it up right there. She threw a race grenade and bounced. Nah, you can't let people do that shit. For real. Like when you go back to your channel, we're gonna make sure you ain't gonna be able to say that we crashed out. You're gonna be able to say that we crashed out on you. Like even though we don't agree on shit, we agreed on kicking you in the ass on your way out, bitch. We all agreed that your ass was out of line. And that's what I would recommend. Now, unfortunately, that's one of the reasons why I said what I said the other day. You have a lot of niggas in this space, and I'm going back to about 2 years ago now, that are on that defend this bitch at all costs. All right? Just because it pisses off the big bad black woman, that means we gotta co-sign it. Y'all niggas need fucking help, man. Like y'all need help. There ain't no click and there ain't no view worth that shit. Cause trust me, I'm just telling you like this. If you will tolerate that level of disrespect for somebody to literally come in there, switch topics, throw the race grenade, spin their narrative, try to control your fucking platform, and be able to use words to just trigger you and have y'all fighting amongst each other. You're not ready to fight against women. You're not ready to fight against women. You ain't ready to fight against feminism. You ain't ready to fight for the sake of masculinity because you can't even handle yourself in an arena of fucking men. No? You still stuck trying to push personal agendas, and you'll do it at the behest of your own fucking space, man. Because that shit's not gonna stop with just Pearly things. It's not gonna stop with people like Imperious. You know, there are a bunch of other people like these. Ain't the first folks to come over here, you know, into a lot of these spaces and try to throw this shit in the water. And shout out to Jason Black, who that was the first one that I remember that reported on it with the Nick Fuentes interview with just Pearly things. But he pretty much was able to shed light on how the fuck this woman felt, you know, about things. And I remember somebody else, you know, past the $40 was also reporting on this shit too, even before that. Yo, you saw what the fucking deal was with this bitch. So when she starts hanging around your spaces, she'll say, I'm not racist or any of that other shit. But keep in mind, she's only hanging around because the bitch wants something. That's it. I can show you even the review of this stream that she did, even though I did it twice already, so I'm not going to do it again. But she said it. She was like, whatever, go ahead and take their viewers. Like, she was reviewing that shit while they were live. And she was like, yo, let's take their viewers. Like, the fuck? I'm going to get y'all viewers, y'all live viewers, and redirect them over to my live stream. And I'm going to give my live viewers or my loyal subs food because me as a content creator have ran out of fucking creativity and ran out of shit to talk about. So I got to go over to y'all space or other spaces and trigger motherfuckers and give myself some food. That's why I always say this shit actually speaks to the state of content creation. You know, people look at that fucking sub count and they're like, oh, she got 2 million subs. She's a great content creator. You think content creators that lack creativity are great content creators? No. I know of content creators that haven't even hit 500 subs that have more creativity than this Pearl bitch. Just being able to see what works, copy that shit. Barely even repackage it and then redistribute it like it's your own shit does not speak to one's creativity. Now, does the woman work hard? Does she put time, effort, energy into it? I'm not going to say she doesn't. But the creativity aspect, and somebody mentioned in my chat, they said that, she said that, that Fatty didn't have, creativity or didn't have talent or something like that. I think it was Raheem that said that. Don't quote me. But yeah, that's the type of shit that these people will say. Like, she's done, I don't know how many collabos with Fatty, probably like 4 or 5 or whatever. You know what I'm saying? She's gotten a little bit more. She was extremely disrespectful when she did it before. I forget who did the stream to break it down. When he had the panel that I guess, Angry Man was on, Andrew Wilson was on, she was there. This bitch didn't even sit down in front of her microphone to do it. This bitch was in the gym playing fucking basketball while she was on the fucking panel, just totally disengaged from the conversation. The same shit that she did when she was on Obsidian's panel a couple of fucking years ago, and the same shit that she tried to do when she was on Fatty's panel again last week when Jazz was trying to talk, telling her that, hey, you just speed it up. Just speed it up because I'm waiting to respond to you. Just go. Like, I don't care what you're saying. I'm just gonna I'm just saying the blatant disrespect. Like, either you're coming to have dialogue and engage in the conversation or you're not. And when somebody's gonna do that shit, it really don't matter how many subs they got. You should be A-okay with just kicking them in their ass and sending them on their fucking way. It's almost like saying that you let a fucking millionaire come into your house and piss on the floor just because they're a millionaire and you're not. Hell no. You don't allow that shit. So yeah, you got to kick this bitch right in her ass, man.
Creeping on shit, the one that got away. Just because the people that are on 50 Cent and Vivica Fox are black doesn't mean that it's a white topic, because Nico is mixed and we didn't make a conversation about black people. We made a conversation about red pill, okay? I'll repeat it again. Just because y'all used to that shit. The Untouchable Empire It's not a black channel. It might be black first because there's a lot of black people here, but it's not black only. Okay, this was not a racial issue, and Pearl knows exactly it wasn't because she knew what the topic was.
What's the point of saying 50% of black women got herpes?
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. You guys are missing me. That's when she got too far. But her original statement saying, especially in the black community, she's not wrong. I was not offended by that.
What was said?
Hold on, though.
I'm not yelling, but I'm going to hold Melanie. What was said by a black woman for her to say that 50% of black women have
Jazz started taking it personal. She started saying, "So Pearl, is this your experience? So is this what you do?" Pearl was talking in general. Jazz tried to target her, and Pearl did not bite.
So what's the
No, can I please defend myself? Because I was the one who said it. So here it is. Here's what happened. The exchange happened because we were talking about what women are biologically hardwired to do.
And this is what I was trying to say when it came to this right here, right? When they're like, okay, Jazz was like personally triggered or whatever. Now, granted, there are a couple of different ways that you can handle that, but I don't think she was really wrong by the way that she handled it. Because when somebody's throwing slick, but still extremely direct shots at you, why not ask them like, what the fuck, bro? Fuck that. I'm throwing shots at your ass directly. I know you trying this passive aggressive shit, but you obviously are trying to trigger the fucking black women on the panel. So, bitch, is this let's talk about you. Because you obviously want to talk about me. Let's talk about you. Like, I think she just kind of saw through what the fuck Pearly was trying to do. And she was just like, fuck you, bitch. Like, this is the equivalent of somebody in the streets in real life being extremely condescending and saying some passive aggressive shit. And you just coming up in their face and say, okay, so fuck you gonna do about it? Or just throwing the first punch. Like, fuck it. Since you're talking all that shit, I'll just hit you in the fucking mouth. Fuck it. There ain't none of that. Oh, but you hit me first. Yes, I did. Now what? No. It's more than one way to skin a cat. I know people think there's a right way and a wrong way. I'm like, there are a couple of different ways that you can handle shit. You can do it the lead attorney's way and kind of just dog walk the motherfucker right down. You know, you can just state, hey, look, I see what you're trying to do. This conversation is not about race. I don't appreciate you trying to take it there. So can we get back on topic now? But nice try, though. It won't work. Like, you can just point out what they doing and right there. Or that's it. You can just realize you're in a fucking fight. A bitch threw a shot at you, you know, passive aggressively, you know, indirectly, and you're just going to throw a direct shot right back. Just hit them right in their shit. I mean, I don't think any way of handling it is right or wrong. It's really up to discretion. That's why I said I would just let them go. Fuck it. Let that bitch get some of that work every which way. Every which way.
What Pearl's stance was that we're all biologically hardwired to want violent criminal men. That's what she was saying. Nobody said anything about white. Nobody said anything about black. And I was like, huh? Really? And so I was like, so has that been your experience? Like, do you find yourself as a woman?
Why are you asking a white woman? Is that her experience?
A white woman?
She's talking about black women. Why are you asking a white woman? That's her experience. She said a black statistic.
What I was saying, how the conversation was flowing, the part where she was bringing up how we were all just thinking about relationships in general. Not one point did I think this was about black relationships or anything. This was just a general conversation, right? That's what it was. So then she brought up how specifically women are naturally and biologically attracted to criminals. And that is what piqued my interest, because I'm like, that's not true. Like, I've never had that experience. I've never known women to automatically be attracted to criminals. There's no data that backs this up. There's no facts that back this up. So then she doubled down and was like, you got to think about Ted Bundy. You got to think about how Ted Bundy had all of these women. She didn't say black or white. Mind you, this is still a part of the conversation. Neither one of us is bringing up race. She said, well, you got to think about Ted Bundy. And when she brought Ted Bundy, in my mind, I didn't think, oh, it was only white women. I'm thinking that's a certain sick ass type of woman. Because I'm not going to sit up here and think that it wasn't no weird ass black women writing Ted Bundy. We don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying, if somebody desires a man that harms and murders women,
I have to stop you. Hey, Pearl, you know why you a lying piece of shit? Let me prove it. Can I prove it to you that you're a lying piece of shit? I tried to say the stats, and guess what? Adults triggered. Let me prove to everybody on the planet that Pearly doesn't like stats until he's to use it to offend people. Pearly, we are professionals. Don't do that to us. I would never dismiss a stat just because it doesn't apply to me and my friends. So why are you doing that?
They're good for you. You stand on what you stand on with stats. I don't with stats. I deal with reality. So you got your mind made up that you're a stat man. And I got in my mind.
I actually agree with
I
him.
don't care about stats. I don't care about this.
I actually do agree with him because stats can be made up of anything.
Exactly.
To be fair.
Yeah.
Got your ass.
Got your ass. So you didn't like stats, but
Right.
as soon as it's convenient to talk about black people, here comes Pearl with the stats. You need to shut your mother mouth, lady. You didn't like stats when it's convenient, and now you pull up stats. It's in the tape. It was not Fatty. It was not Melanin. It was not Jess. It was you yourself that said you don't like stats because people can make up stats all they want. But as soon as you wanted to offend us, now you're doing stats about black people. So respectfully, thank you very much for being here. It was great.
And that's that. So I'm going to enjoy the rest of my day. Okay. That was fun chilling with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Throughout the course of this day. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate everybody coming through. I'll probably do a part 2 and break down this Obsidian on Freezy show the other night. It was definitely entertaining. You know, funny as hell. Obsidian versus the world class, and Sharon and Q Butter. That shit was funny as shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna end with that Untouchables track, but it was a pleasure. By the way, everybody, make sure you guys like, share, subscribe. Again, shout out to Jessica X, Free Zone Lou, Truth. Who else did I miss? Anybody else come up? I think it was just those 3 that came up. And shout out to everybody that's in the chat, everybody that supported, you know what I'm saying, through Cash App, Super Chat, May, all the new members, Bridget M, of course, Stacy, Raheem Ali, you know what I'm saying, D the Degenerate, new member, Adrian Nicole, Big Brenda Clark with the shits, you know what I'm saying, appreciate that. I'm gonna drop this link, you know what I'm saying, the Boiler Room does officially have membership, so y'all make sure that y'all hit that membership link. I'm dropping it in both. We're trying to build that, grow that one up. I think we just unlocked some more emojis and stuff too, so we're gonna be handling that and making sure that you guys got some more custom emojis over there. You know what I'm saying? Probably a new banner coming soon and some other stuff. It was definitely a pleasure though, chilling with y'all on this Sunday. I could still catch the rest of these damn football games. But nah, man, shout out to y'all. I appreciate all of the support. Thank you so much. It's a lot more to come. But shout out to everybody that came through. Definitely a great conversation, great breakdown. Shout out to the lead attorney for dog walking, just pasty fangs. All right, the Untouchables for kicking that bitch in the ass, handling shit they way, you know what I'm saying, and let me come up on their panel last night. And shout out to No Captivity with Freezy as well, you know what I'm saying, giving us permission to break down those streams. I appreciate that. But on that note, man, y'all have a wonderful day. Enjoy your evening. Good night. Peace.
Go ahead, Mel. Take us home. Final thoughts.
If you can't be good at it. Peace, everybody.
Some people get a microphone and suddenly think they experts on life, talking shit about everybody else without living any of it. And the funniest part, they always think you're talking about somebody else. Nah, bitch. I'm talking about you. Pearly things. Just pearly things. Just pearly things. Pearl, you ain't built for this. You just loud on cue. Talk big in the comments, in person you see through. Daddy bought your platform, that's not something you do. You a bargain bin philosopher screaming shit that ain't true. Oh Lord, you judge wives and moms like you know that life. Bitch, you never even been a girlfriend. Cut the hype, no ring, no man, no kid, not a wife. But swear you got answers on how women should live right. Oh Lord Jesus, you even went to white school, girl. What was the plot? Dropped out quicker than your logic. Shit, you learned nothing on the spot. How you major in marriage and still forgot. Respect start at home and you ain't gotta lie. Oh Lord, look at that. Your mama fought for women to rise. She lifted people up while you tearing down lies. If you hate a message that deep inside, you could've just got therapy instead of living in spite. Oh Lord, help. And that fucking singing, girl, please stop. Your guitar sound like it's getting mugged by a cop. Your voice crack every note like it fell off a rooftop. Even the violin said, bitch, we calling a swap. Oh Lord, no. That slavery song you made, what the fuck was that? It sounded like your mic quit. I'm not doing that. Even even your guitar strings dip. Grab the bag, left the track, shit so embarrassing, even trolls held back. Oh Lord have mercy. You shit on black women for clout you can't earn, but dated a homeless fat dude, yeah. Now tables turn. You talk reckless then vanish when the heat returns. Your hypocrisy so loud it make my speakers burn. Oh Lord, he did not. You talk like you brilliant, but you dumb as hell. Trying to coach women with a resume that wouldn't sell. Bitch, you couldn't give advice to a Taco Bell bell. You the punchline version of morality fail. Oh Lord, drag her. So Pearl, fictional baby, stay in your lane. You out here preaching shit with zero fucking brain. These violins cut deep like razor blade pain. Choir screaming, oh Lord, while I roast you again. Oh Lord.
Hey, who we talking about?
Just Pearly things.
Say it one more time.
Just Pearly things.
Girl, every time you talk, it's the same dumb act. Big mouth online, but your real life crack. You argue like you built, but you fold on the impact. In the choir in the back, yelling,
oh Lord, that's fact.
Your whole damn vibe just bullshit stack. Fake ass wisdom with a Walmart act. You talk tough, baby, but you can't talk back. In the choir in the back, yelling,
just Pearly things.
Funny thing is, I wasn't even trying to flame you. I thought maybe I could teach you something. But why the fuck would I tutor somebody who copies opinions for homework and still fails the test? Some people get better when they get a mic. You just got louder. And if being loud was talent, you finally be good at something. Class dismissed.